Good morning, everyone. It is 8:32 a.m. I'm going to call this meeting of the Board of Equalization to order. We do have a quorum. All 5 members are present. I guess we'll wait on approving the minutes. We'll go ahead and get started with the hearings. Our first case number is the Dunroad POE application number 28 PID 2954. Applicant is Dunroad Farm LLC. Excuse me, are you?
Yeah, Mr. Richardson.
Are you ready? Yes, sir. Peter. Peter can step.
Please have a seat.
Sure.
Thank you, Peter.
Sure.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
We're the Board of Equalization. The board is comprised of 5 citizens of Albemarle County, and who are appointed by the Board of Supervisors. We're an independent board. Here's how the hearing will look. You will have 10 minutes to present your case. The assessor will have 7 minutes to present theirs, and then you'll have another 3 minutes for rebuttal. During the hearing, we may stop to ask you and the assessor questions. Please note that per Virginia law, there is a presumption of correctness. So the burden of proof is on you as the applicant. Before we begin, I'm going to go ahead and swear in the witnesses. Whoever is planning on testifying, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony, both oral and documentary, which you're about to give, will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Do you have any questions before we proceed?
No.
All right. The floor is yours.
Well, a few of you may know, I've lived in this county on the same farm, as a matter of fact, for 53 years. Yes, you see the odd shaped up there inside the blue. But I found that piece of property 53 years ago. It had no road frontage, but it had a little bit of land. And I decided I wanted to live here the rest of my life then. And I'd come from rural West Virginia in the north central part with my family when I was 15 years old, and then came to UVA and spent time as an undergraduate, and then medical school, and 4 years in the Air Force as a flight surgeon. Back then, in those dark ages, every man had to spend at least 2 years in the military. We had to, and then came back after the Air Force and took a residency at UVA as well. So I'm a triple wahoo for wherever good or bad that is. But I decided to live here because the topography of Western Albemarle County was very similar to the rural topography of West Virginia, where I had grown up. And the people were kind of country as well, that fit with me especially well. So we moved there and been happy there for a long period of time. And then recently it came up with somebody else, a realtor friend of mine. We had talked about properties and how properties were getting expensive and whatever now. And now that I've been retired for 15 years from a business that I had, I have been raising purebred registered Hereford beef cattle on that farm for almost 50 years, 46, 48 years. And I've done it because I love that. Frankly, when I worked in an office with people all day long, most of them would be fantastic, but there might be one every day or every other day would be so frustrating that you couldn't please no matter what. And so rather than take it out on my wife or cats or whatever like this, I'd go home and mow the yard or get on a bush hog and cut grass or something. I love the country because of that. So it was not only a moneymaker, but it was my therapy to relax from stress. And so we live there well, have a family subdivision, and we've raised 4 children that are very adults, and incredibly, all 4 of those children have jobs locally. We gave each one of them 2 acres, a little bit more of the family subdivision. And we're one of the few older couples in the country that I know of that are fortunate enough to have our 4 grown children and their families living on the same farm with us. And that's a great blessing. But we had 3 older houses on the place to begin with that were run down when I found it. And they were really in terrible shape. We slowly built those up. Those are rental houses. They've been there for a long period of time. So I came to worry about the taxes because no matter how good a job I do raising and selling purebred seed stock, Hereford cattle, now that I'm retired, I can't make enough money doing what I think is a really good job. My father did the same thing in West Virginia, had registered Hereford beef cattle decades ago. It's just hard to make ends meet now. And so I'm saying, hey, now that my retirement is going, I worry about that. So I started talking to neighbors about taxes and how are you meeting the need? How are you making enough money to do that? And they said, well, it's difficult, but we try our best. And of course, you guys try your best too. all difficult to do. So I decided, I talked to a couple of realtors, good friends of mine, being around a long period of time. Ross Stevens and knowing his family forever, and Mike Guthrie, Roy Wheeler and others. And they said, hey, you ought to see if you can get, because your family subdivision, you have no road frontage at all. And 20-foot deeded right away, 1/4 of a mile to get to your farm. You can't sell divided parts of it. So it's difficult. One of the realtors that I had talked to and said, hey, a person with an $80,000 car will not drive, 2 or 3 miles on Clark dirt gravel road with their $80,000 car. They won't even come. So that's not even an option for them to come to look at the property. And with 4 houses on it of my children, plus one of ours now, my wife and I have a retirement home there as well. And 3 older houses. There's 8 houses on that front part of the property, about 40 acres. The rest of it is very steep. And so, and a lot of outbuildings, a lot of barns. So there's not a whole lot of places to put a house to have good scenery with all that cluttering there. So I decided it might be worthwhile to explore the possibility of seeing if we could get the taxes reduced a little bit so I could afford to live there a little bit longer. And came down and ran into Mark down here and talked to him back in January or February. And he said, yes, you can apply to get that done. And so I have done so and talked to people. And Mr. Jim Faulkner, I know as well. We've been going to the same Bible study together over at Farmington for years. And so he said, hey, I'll help you and I'll write up something for you. And that's what you've got here in front of you. So that's my story. I'm sticking with it, whatever it is.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Any questions for the applicant at this time? The assessors, please.
So we have this property, as you can see on the map. So I zoomed it out so you could see what we call market area 139, which is kind of that pinkish color. So that's the market area that we have this property in, but this is the property that Mr. Richardson owns. And let me take that layer off. So it is a 143 acre parcel. Includes, we have 3 houses on this parcel. Mr. Richardson was referring to some other parcels that are owned by his children that are for the family subdivisions, but those are not part of this appeal. And so we have 3 homes on this parcel. they are, relatively low graded homes. We have a C and 2 Ds, I believe. The assessment on the homes, including all the outbuildings, is $352,800. The majority of the value is in the land. The market value is in the land. So we have $1.2 million approximately on the total market value of the land. And the way we assess that is we have 3 home sites on it for the 3 homes, but each one of those homes is adjusted for access due to the dirt road, the gravel road going in. But also the other parts of the property, which if you look at the aerial photograph, some of this is mountainous, so we adjust it for the, all of that slope and the size. So we're adjusting the property for all of those issues that it faces. And so the issues that really are being dealt with here are the access through that gravel road and topography and other issues on the property. The property itself is in land use, is being taxed. The land is only being taxed at $206,700. That's mainly because of the home sites. The rest of the property under land use is at pretty low assessments. But basically most of the value here that's actually being assessed is the homes and the home sites, and those are relatively modest for the size of the property. We have sales within the market area 139. There are 5 sales that took place in 2022, and they support our model. We are at 99.4 or 0.994 median ratio, and our COD is pretty tight. So those sales, as you see them, they range from 87 to 115% on the sales. But they support the model that we use in that area. We get a little more detail on 3 of the comparables, and there's a wide range of properties here. 102 acre parcel with a C grade house, a 44.8 acre parcel with the B+2 grade house, and then a smaller 11 acre parcel with the D grade house. This gives kind of a wide range of what properties would be assessed for based on large acreages and smaller acreages that would show how our model works. I don't, unless John has anything to add, any details about the property.
No,
Okay.
no, I've been out there a couple of times. And yeah, it's pretty accurate.
Unless there are detailed or questions specifically about the property, John can be able to answer this.
Any questions from the board to the assessor this time? Dr. Dishon, you're gonna have time for rebuttal. I wanted to ask you a couple questions before, so is there specific concerns that you've seen the breakdown, I assume, with the tax assessment for the improvements, for the land value, et cetera? Was there a specific objection you had to either structures not being that as valuable as they're saying, or land being not as valuable as they're as assessors saying, or is it just the overall, do you think the assessment's just too high?
No, I think my concern is that there are not many, and I'd like to know from Mr. Lynch if any of the properties that he talked about are properties that are all of a sudden I can't remember to phrase the land, the family subdivision ordinance and such, because not having road frontage keeps you from selling any properties off of the thing, because we have no division rights whatsoever, none. And if we had road frontage, then we'd have a better chance of be able to sell off pieces of property and such. So I don't think there's that many people in the farm in the country and Jim Faulkner, when he put out his piece on this, he found a comparable equidistance from Charlottesville that had a family subdivision as well and had no frontage. And they had pictures of that in there and said, this is what this sells for. So I think that the county in the past has not, I think this, I'm going to look it off. I think the county in the past has not recognized the difficulty it is to sell family subdivision property.
Okay.
And I think that makes a big difference.
Your six. So any other,
Yes, Dr. Richardson, I do have a couple of questions for you. So it's my understanding, and it's nice to see you. Weren't you a dermatologist? Were you a dermatologist?
Yes, ma'am. Good night.
Yes.
Are you a patient? I'm
No,
sorry.
my husband was.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, I saw 60,000 patients and so
I'm sure you
I don't recognize a few of them.
But so it's my understanding, so when you keep referring to the family divisions, family subdivision, it appears to me, based on your plat, that you had a piece of land and you availed yourself of the 5 small division rights through the family division method.
Sure.
So those have been stripped off. So in theory, you would have 21-acre remainder parcels, but you really don't because of that 20-foot wide access easement.
That's
Is
right.
that correct? Okay, so then my question would go back to the assessor. So interesting situation here because we have 3 houses on this property, but it really couldn't be divided into 3 lots. Even though it in theory it could be, because it's 143 acres, it could be divided into 6 or 7 lots, but in reality it cannot be. So my question to you is, did you value individual home sites on that 143 acres? Did you give each of the home sites a different value?
Yes, we do, but
Okay.
we do give them reduced value.
You gave them.
On all additional home sites on a parcel, we give them reduced value.
Okay. And what was the value?
It's 20% less than the regular home site, and then it could be different sizes. So it could be even smaller than the main home site, and I can tell you.
Okay.
Actually, instead of type it better. Yeah, we include the same 2 acres on each one. So each one is assessed at 2 acres, but at a 20% lower rate.
60.
Because they're not currently subdivided into separate, you couldn't sell them as separate houses and home sites
Okay.
until something happened that in which you subdivided them and made that possible.
It's just so you can read it. It's
Yeah.
87.3 for the
Uh-huh.
first one, then
Okay.
60.
69 Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay. What's an interesting dilemma, isn't it? Because you could never avail yourself of those separate home sites.
Well, I wouldn't say never.
Uh-huh.
I would
Well,
say currently you
right.
can't,
No,
but
that's true.
in almost every case, you can work through and make these things happen. If somebody wanted to come in here and develop this, they would figure out a way to make that access legal
Mhm.
for all of these homes
Mhm.
and all of the additional 21-acre lots.
These 3 homes would be by rights in terms of if someone wanted to redo, like build a new home on those, they could or no?
I don't know the details of, so I mean, typically, if you rebuild on what's there or renovate what's there, you can do that. You can't necessarily expand or add a new one.
Okay.
Unless the right is there to do that.
Dr. I'll bring it back to you. You have your rebuttal time. So is there anything else you want to add to the discussion?
Well, yes, just reiterate some of the same things. It would be very difficult to sell off this 21 acres with a house, an old house that's on it. But we could sell that maybe to one of our relatives, close relatives, and, or give it to them. But it's, you'd have 5 years of rollback taxes, you know, from on the family, the land use taxation we've got anyway. And developers are smart. They find out how to take land and make it into profitable places. But to do that on the side of a hill in rural Albemarle County, I don't think the developers would be so happy to do that with that many buildings on that property already. And then try to do rollback on everything that's there and then write it up. They can find something a little closer to town to make the big bucks on. I just don't think it's as likely to happen in the rural area of the county where we're in.
Understood, thank you. Any other questions from the board? Seeing none, doctors?
I do have one other question.
Please.
You're contesting generally the land value. You haven't really made any argument about the building valuations, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Right.
Well, then I will thank you for your time. We will confirm, make a decision, and we'll have a decision out to you within the next 2 weeks.
I appreciate it.
Thank
Thank you.
Thank you
very
very
much. Yes, sir.
Doctor.
See you later.
Right, discussion. And did you have any thoughts about the building sites or? So what are on the residual land? What's the, like the back mountain land? Has that been reduced significantly or?
We used the RS3, which is the lowest rates, plus we brought it down 30% for topography and shape. And then size. So we actually bring it down to 46.35 an acre. While the front section in comparison is at 11.790 per acre. So it's a little less than half in value.
And where is this located relative to just in the county? How rural is it?
Let's shake some layers off here. So.
I think that's,
Oh, okay.
for me, that's
It's
good
just
enough,
north
yeah.
of Prozac.
Yeah,
So it's
yeah.
up in the Whitehall area. It's not out in all the way in, in Afton, in the western, border.
And it could be further north. I mean,
Yeah,
I guess further north you go less.
Yeah, there's other properties, the borders all the way up here. So,
He's worried about the road. Is there any thing taken off for the road?
Access, yeah, we do 10% for the access.
And where are the building sites, the three, are they right next to each other or are they?
I can show you the houses are they all right? They're spread out. So there's one. There's another one, and there's a third one.
Okay, so they're not right next to each
And
other.
then
If you do have two next to each other, what do you just call it one building site or do you do them separate?
we'll either make them smaller sites. It really matters. I mean,
Yeah.
we've had them right up
Yeah.
against each other. We still call them separate building sites, but we'll put reductions on them
Okay.
because of.
And does the farm in the front is owned by somebody, the property in the front is owned by someone else? Or?
Yeah, John, is that, what's the name?
Clark.
Clark.
So that is the only access they have,
Mhm.
unless they go by. My only thought or suggestion would just be that access, the 10% might not be enough reduction for access on this one because given the length of the act, it's not just, because I think 10% is pretty much across the board, right? When you do like the 20 foot, kind of, or the
When
8 foot
we have-
access.
Yeah, when you access through somebody else's, it's generally 10%.
And that applies for all the parts or just the sites or?
All of these parcels,
Mhm.
including the
Mhm.
family
Yeah, it's
divisions.
shown all of
Oh, other parcels. Yeah.
It includes all three of these home sites on this one.
Okay, but how about the residual land? Do you also apply?
Oh,
to
no,
that?
no.
Just on the sites. Yeah, that's, my thought would be just with the home site, especially with. Yeah, I don't know how much we're supposed to take this into consideration with land use, obviously, that's where the reduction is going to be, is on the home sites, because they're not deducted for land use. I think a reduction from those 70, and 90 numbers may be appropriate. Given the two parts, one that it can't be subdivided and at this point, and then to the access issue. I don't know if anybody else has any thoughts or what if we do that, what percentage we should.
Well, it's kind of a philosophical issue, isn't it? Because if you have a property that could be easily divided, but you still gotta do the planning and everything, and you said a 20% reduction in value. That certainly makes sense, but in this instance, you know, it burns down, nobody builds it back, you can't replace it. I mean, it just makes it a little less desirable, I think. So I can't remember what that number would be.
I think dividing residual, we're not gonna touch the residual of this thing. We should be.
Well, I mean, he's only given that one comparable sale.
Not really is not great.
It's really far away and he's, you know, the assessor has 3 good sales that are close by, although they're quite a bit more. I mean,
Well, that Birches Creek I know is right. Location on that one's a lot more, much more
Yeah.
premium. That was the one
Right,
that's right, 250 and 64.
right,
But the land was, I think most of it was floodplain.
yeah.
So
This one is very level, but it's smaller and. So.
it's almost 9, so for our next hearing, we have a minute, but do you think we can just, is there a thought to go ahead and do it, or should we table this? My preference is to make the decision now if we can, but if we feel like we need to spend a little more time on this, we can table it.
No, I'm cool with either way. If we wanna do the addition, cool. If we wanna affirm, I'm cool, either way.
Make it hard.
I think on 15% rather than 10%.
I would go with 20 at least,
20?
but I don't know if we should do it across the board for all, should we do it on the residual as well? Pete, do you mind pulling up the sites, the breakdown there?
Yes.
I think you gotta do it for all of them, don't you?
That I kind of defer, Karen, I don't know what your thoughts are there.
Oh, yeah,
Because it's right now, again, 87, 69, 69 for the home sites. Those definitely, I think, need to be reduced.
well, I don't know that the first home site needs to be reduced. Because they could tear all those buildings down and still have a home site. They
Sure.
could sell that property and have a home site.
Mhm.
But I don't think that we fully addressed the fact that, you know, there is a potential divisibility issue with this property. Since it's been stripped of its division rights through family division. And then its further division of the remainder parcels would be at this time very limited. And so when you've got your other say, have you addressed that appropriately?
So we, in the rural area, we typically, because we cannot evaluate the ability to use, or even how many division rights a property has,
Mhm.
because there is no database of exactly how many division rights each property has in the county. And it's very hard to determine. And even if you know that number, it's hard to determine if you can actually use them because of different issues.
Right.
And you could go on for hours about all the different things you have to do in order to use a division right.
Right.
So we do not value those division rights. We'll value based on how many houses are actually on the property at that time.
Mhm.
All the rest is residual.
Mhm.
And that residual land is typically not affected by the same effect on that. On the home site. The only thing that it is the location. That's the only thing that really goes from both the home site and the residual land, but any access really applies to the home, access to the home,
Mhm.
not access to the rest of the property.
Mhm.
So we generally don't do it,
Don't do it.
that adjustment on the
Mhm.
residual.
And it doesn't seem like the access was an issue for farm equipment or farm vehicles necessarily. They didn't even
Correct.
mention that, it was more
Right.
for $80,000 vehicle to a home site. Um, do you mind pulling on the 69.8 ones?
What's that?
The two home
Oh, on
sites, that are
those.
69, just seeing the adjustments that have been made. So this is just the access 0.9. We don't have a topography. I mean, I would suggest we at least bring it down to 0.8. I don't want to, if anyone has or, you know, if you think it should be more than that based on the fact that you can't rebuild on it.
You know, I can't really offer an opinion as to what it should be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What does that bring it down to?
62.8,
It's not really.
7,700.
I would say it. Yeah, I think it's a tough one. And then the question is, should we do anything with the residual or leave that? The only one I have a concern or issue is just, you did put a pretty substantial J with that back part that's mountainous. But
Mhm.
I don't know if that's actually worth 4,800 an acre, but that's my, is that just the one that you have valued at that? Is it all, is it a mix, or is it just, you're just considering the mountain area?
This includes 69 acres at that,
Mountain area.
which is, what is that, John?
I think it's.
It's pretty much that, it's pretty much the
Yeah.
mountainous area that we're
Okay.
counting as that 69 acres. Yes.
Does anybody have thoughts on whether we should reduce that part of the land any further?
Is that your critical slope for your?
Yes, the red is.
Yeah.
And right now, what do you have the adjustment there for the top?
70%, so minus 30%.
I would probably take that to 50, but that's. I'm throwing out a number,
Just so you
but
can
it's
see.
3,300 an acre now.
Yeah.
Are we good with those changes?
I am. Sure.
Okay, let's, what's the new number altogether for land?
Okay, so the total land value is 1,138,400.
We have a motion.
I move we amend the assessment to 1,138,400
For land, right? Not for the
for land.
total.
Yeah.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Get those values, 138,400 improvements.
This 11384. Oh, yeah.
352,800.
So the new total is 149,1,200.
1491.
200.
1,491,200.
Just as an administrative question, this will really have no impact on these taxes. will it?
A little bit, because you changed the.
Oh, the.
Home sites.
So it'll be a small change.
There's a rollback, I guess. Yes. Okay, so we're ready for our next hearing.
Morning.
Good morning.
My name is Susan Steinmark. Hi, Pete. I didn't know how many folks would be on this board, so I probably need a copy or two.
Is it the same?
Oh, that's fine. We can share.
There you go.
Well, let me go ahead and call the case. This is DOE application number 57, PID 23485. Acting as Challenger Way, Matthew Steinberg.
Yeah, as I said, good morning. My husband and I started this business in 2000.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'll stop you real quick, because I didn't go, were you here when I mentioned to the last applicant how this all works?
Nope.
Let me go ahead and get to that first. So we're the Board of Equalization. The board is comprised of 5 citizens of Albemarle County who are appointed by the Board of Supervisors. We are an independent board. How this hearing will work, you will have 10 minutes to present your case. The assessor will have 7 minutes to present theirs, and then you'll have another 3 minutes for rebuttal. During the hearing, we may stop to ask you and the assessor questions. Please note that per Virginia law, there is a presumption of correctness. The burden of proof is on you as the applicant. Before we begin, I'm going to be swearing in the witnesses. Whoever is going to be testifying this hearing, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony, both oral and documentary, which you're about to give, will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You? Do you have any questions before we begin? All right, now please proceed.
Just to let you know, Mr. Sally and Pete shared that information when he was confirming how the 10 minutes, 7 minutes, correct time.
I just want to make sure everyone has that.
I will take. Anyhow, business started in 2010. We purchased this building. Film data. 2016. A rezoning occurred on the property behind us for what's called, it wasn't called Red Carpet Inn. I'm going to state for the record that I'm a strong advocate for affordable housing. So we welcomed that project. It's a tremendous project, and it's an important piece in the spectrum of affordable housing solutions. But that's not why we're here today. Today, we're here because this last year, the real estate tax assessment went up by 37%. 916,400 to 125,000. I may have got an extra number in there. Sorry about that. So perhaps it wasn't 37%. But Pete can do the math for us. He's got his computer in front of us. It went up substantially. And what I want to point out is with that rezoning of Red Carpet Inn, we lost the ability to place any structures on the property. A 50-foot setback was created at the point that that rezoning was approved. And I don't think folks really understood that, and we didn't understand that. So my husband went forward to ask permission to put a shed on the property. If Pete zooms in to the aerial, you'll see the back side against Red Carpet Inn. He zooms in a little bit further, or I can even point. There's a disposal area that we don't use. We've never used it. We use cans in this vicinity. We don't use a container. But in this area, we were proposing to put a shed. Now with the 50-foot setback restriction, the shed would have to move to approximately here. And if you think about the whole corridor, 50-foot setback, that comprises a constraint of 7,500 square feet. So I'm just describing what our existing conditions today as a result of the zoning decision last year. And then subsequent to that, we were asked to pay an assessment 37% higher. And Pete, you can certainly check my math on that. I just put in the handout that I gave to you a comparison to another property that we own. So I'm speaking about properties that we own in the county. We own this commercial property and we own the Turtle Creek condo. And so you can just see the data. I believe that's correct. 2% average growth rate in assessment value. And we get to a 4% average growth rate on the commercial building. But in reality, without that 2023 data point, it would be 1%. I think that's right. And then I just wanted to point out what comps that staff has been using, Louis and Pete. Louis Herndon, pardon me. He was probably looking at the AutoZone property that just recently sold. UVA Real Estate owned that parcel that fronts 29, and they sold an AutoZone, which is wonderful. We're thrilled to have them. I was able to run yesterday from the shop to AutoZone to retrieve a cabin air filter when there was no delivery person. And then Freestyle, I think many of you know and love that Freestyle business sold to a church. And you can see how that affected the real estate assessments. When I was speaking to Louis about, asking why, he said it was in relation to Route 29. He and his team members were looking at all of the property values in the corridor and trying to make them more consistent, which I definitely understand that approach makes a lot of sense. I think the time in our history, though, is interesting to think about because we had historic mortgage rates happen in 2021, 2022. And I think that was what was a factor to allow AutoZone to purchase at the time that they did at the higher rate, and also Freestyle to be able to sell at that higher rate. So these are factors that are at play that you all probably don't need to consider, mortgage rates. But I just want to put a historical lens on this. This is a property that we bought in 2016, back when the higher mortgage rates were in place. And our business has been the same. We use half the building. We rent from ourselves. The Challenger LLC is a corporation. And then we rent the other half to a physical fitness operation. Previously, it was baseball training, and now it's baseball training plus physical fitness training. And we've never changed the rent. So if you were to look at an income approach, there really wouldn't be a very strong basis for jumping up. Sorry, the assessment. Louis also explained that 29 access was very important in adjusting the assessment. But I'd like to point out that this particular parcel, and this is where Pete could zoom out a bit to show you proximity to 29. It's actually only one direction that's relevant, and you're not going to know the building is there when you're traveling southbound on 29. To be able to get to the building, you have to actually turn on Greenbrier. You're heading northbound on 29, you have to turn on Greenbrier, take a right on Commonwealth, and then take another right on Westfield. So that's a awkward, quote, Route 29 access. This is Susan on record recording using air quotes because Route 29 access is not technically very accurate. Okay, that's all I had to share with you today. Just those 2 points. The rezoning was an adverse situation for us. We may do more research on this, understand the actual implications, and seek recourse. And then also comparing historic assessment activity in regard to Route 29. Per Lewis's argument, Turtle Creek is roughly in the same proximity to Route 29. So I thought it was also a good data point, and it's a commercial property. Condos are considered commercial in Albemarle County.
All right, thank you. Any questions from the board at this time?
Oh, and I did want to add, I would recommend that the assessment go back to what it was post-purchase, which was the 854, 800, given all the conditions I've just explained.
Now to the assessor's office.
So we do want to point out that the applicant purchased the property for $1 million in 2016. And is requesting an assessment below that price 5 years ago. The assessment, the values of properties have continued to climb since then. We have a few sales in the area up to Route 29, and she mentioned both of them, both of them that are very close. We the old ski property, ski retail. Models it. And, but we have a list of sales all up and down Route 29 that took place in 2022. So what we did this year is we were able to, with adequate sales, establish a base rate, which basically for this artery is $40 this year per square foot, and then create an adjustments scheme for properties based on their differences. So that $40 is based on frontage on Seminole Trail and having highway commercial zoning. So if it's different from that, we adjust for it. So if it's a C1 property or a CO property, we will adjust for zoning. If it's not on the artery, we will adjust for location away from the artery. But we also have, because Seminole Trail starts at basically at the shopping center, we adjust the values as the properties move north away from Charlottesville. So we have found that there's a pattern to the values as you get further north. So we have a layer on here I can show you that gives the no, not sorry, 29. There we go. So this shows the adjustments that we make for location. So actually at the shopping center, it's a positive location adjustment, but in this general area on the frontage of Seminole Trail is 100%. So that's your base $40 a square foot. As you move back, you see 75%, 70%. So the subject is 70% of that amount. And then, that happens on both sides of the road. But as you move north, drops 90% into 80% until you get up to what we consider a different artery, Airport Road, which is the northern section of Seminole Trail. So we make all of those adjustments for the properties, and it was based on the sales that took place and how they fit within that model and support that model for the land. And then this property is C1 zoning, so it has an adjustment for the zoning. And actually, I bring that up for you so you see the property itself. So we've got the 10% for zoning for C1 and 30% for the location as just showed on the map. So that brings it down to approximately $25 a square foot. And those sales, just want to bring. Okay, so you have the cell right here, right across the street. Sale over here across Seminole Trail. So you can see the scattering of sales throughout the artery that support the pattern that we have developed and supports the values. Now, this property is generally owner occupied, and we value it by the cost approach. So on top of that land value, we add the value of the structure, and we do a Marshall and Swift valuation, which we shared in the packet, and that values the building at $420,500. And just one last, there were large increases in some sections of Route 29 this year because of the way we've adjusted the land values throughout that artery, so that it really made more sense with the location adjustments and fit the sales. And we happen to have, quite a few sales that occurred in 2022. So that's all I have for you.
Any questions from the board?
Maybe I missed it, but were there additional deductions because of the 50-foot setbacks and the change?
No, actually, we didn't know anything about this 50-foot, and we're kind of wondering how zoning on a property a different property, which indicates that that property has 50-foot setbacks actually applies to the neighboring properties. We don't have an adjustment for that. We don't actually know that that's a fact.
So
So it looks like there are 5 properties along here that might be affected by that 50-foot setback.
Yes, if that's correct.
Okay.
I mean, this is the first we've heard of that.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, I'll bring it back to you. Do you have anything else you want to add in terms of rebuttal?
I think it's important to recognize that current zoning is quite complex. And I think Pete and his team do an incredible job. And I would encourage you to research the 50-foot setback to be certain on your terms. And adjust the 5 properties accordingly. We will be forced to go through a site plan process. But I don't know if that's even the adequate solution. It may require not necessarily a zoning code amendment, but it could be a very complicated circumstance to be able to get more building on the footprint. Yeah, it's a significant hardship. I can't overstate that.
You haven't, right, like, how, when you went through the process and you were trying to, looks like you went through some process
For the shed.
for the shed. You get something in response, a written response from the county saying that the 50-foot setback now applies towards your property.
I wasn't managing that. My husband was managing that. So I can look to see if he had a letter. His talents are in auto repair,
Sure.
not paperwork. So I'm stepping in behind him to try and understand what happened at that moment in time that I was running Piedmont Community Land Trust, another affordable housing operation, wherein we were able to put 20 brand new homes in Albemarle County, a 90-year ground lease for affordability. So my hands were pretty busy at that moment. But I will look for that paperwork to see if there was an official letter. It's just as easy for Pete and his team to ask zoning staff to provide an official statement, whether or not there's a shed application on the table or not.
Yeah, I think it's, from my understanding, it's just yeah, the possibility there is just the fact that they went to the neighborhood model district, and if they're considering that residential and commercial, if there's a residential next to commercial, but we have to see what we don't really know more at this point, like to see what maybe they may have forced them to do the 50-foot on their side because they want requesting the change and you were the existing, but
I respectfully disagree with that statement because we were told no to the shed.
no, I understand. I'm not saying, I'm just. Unfortunately, we're limited in what information we have. If you do have more information, potentially that'll be helpful. We'll see how the timing works. So anyway, I'm kind of just throwing it out there. Anybody else have any questions or thoughts at this time?
And I appreciate Pete's work getting to a number of $40 a square foot, because again, in the calculation I do of 7,500 square feet compromised, that's a valuation of $300,000 that has been diminished on the property. If we were to reconfigure and want to build closer to the property line.
Just a point of clear.
Ballpark number.
Just to point out that, in fact, he adjusted your land value down to $25 a square foot. It's not
Oh.
$40 a square foot, 25.
I
Your-
put that number instead. Thank you.
Yes, and so we'll be looking into the pre-existing rear minimum, the rear minimum setback. There was probably an existing minimum setback.
So-
rezoning.
It's either 0, commercial and commercial is generally 0, or it can be 10. I asked a former zoning staff yesterday and he wasn't remembering.
I was gonna say, it's based on the zoning, on the building codes. I'm looking at the zoning ordinance right now. so
Okay.
we'll have to find out.
Yeah, we'll look into it.
Yeah, we'll look into it.
It's triggered when you work with site plan. It's not necessarily related to building code, it's site plan code. Okay.
Well, thank you so
Wonderful.
much.
Yeah,
We
thank you so
will
much.
get this out to you within the next 2 weeks.
Okay,
Yeah, thank you
wonderful.
very much.
Appreciate your time.
It's 9:27, so I think we probably should move on to the next
Yeah.
hearing and then,
Do research on this one.
yeah. And Peter, to the extent, because we're gonna circle back to this one, if anyone on staff can ask that question and kind of determine that for us, that would be helpful between now and this afternoon. To kind of have a sense of if the NMD, if the fact that it's now named versus NMD zoning now created that.
I don't believe that it was triggered by that. I believe that the 50-foot minimum setback was along the UDA boundary, which was the northwest boundary line of the motel property between the property and Berkeley. And that was, I believe, per the plan for places 29.
Okay, so because of that corner, it's more, it's not just the motel, but to the northwest corner.
But I don't know who told her about
yeah.
a setback at all in
Okay.
relation to
Or
a
told her
shed
husband.
or told her
Yeah.
husband about a setback.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
No,
Really can't form
it
an
sounds
opinion
like
on
it's
that.
taking on her property without any payment for it, which does not seem correct.
Right.
But, yeah.
Although, I mean, it does say, the rear minimum, if it's a rural area, becomes 50 feet. If it's commercial, it's just based on the current edition of the building code.
They
So
also have a,
but we have the places
I
29.
think they may have a special use permit on that property as well
They
for
do,
the
yeah.
garage issue.
There you have it here.
Yeah. I don't know
Okay,
if that has
so-
any impact
yeah,
on
so
it as
that-
well.
So it might not have anything to do with the other property, it might have to do with the special use permit and getting a new change. But I mean, it's very complicated and it's very hard to get an answer because there's so many parts to it.
Right.
Getting a zoning person or somebody in CDD to look at all these possibilities of maybe we want to do this, they just don't do that.
Right.
You have to actually turn in a plan and they say, yes, you can do it or no, you can't.
And I wonder if, I mean, that's the other thing just to look up is, was there something submitted that was denied? 'Cause that's what she's claiming.
See
It
what-
sounds
see
like.
what you can-
Builder.
see what
And
you
was
can
there a
do.
change in the setback triggered by the rezoning of the adjacent property? That is something that should be definitive. If
It
that
should
was
be.
triggered,
Yeah.
then I think she has a pretty good case.
You can talk to about this.
Keep on.
Yeah, I think we should today do a formal
Yeah,
application.
exactly.
She's, I think she sounded like she's claiming that there is a formal application that was submitted and it was denied. So,
Yeah.
obviously, there's. All right, well, we'll come back to this case at the end of the day, and if whatever information the assessor staff can provide us, that would be. All right, we're ready for our next hearing.
Is this Mr. Wu? No. Is this the-
This is.
Morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
This is DOE.
I'm Peter.
Jack,
Oh, okay. Did you get my message?
I did, but it's not specific enough for me to make a
Yes.
decision about.
Okay.
Go forward.
All right, so if you wouldn't mind. Sure. We found out information recently about this property. We thought there was a second home. It looks exactly like a second home to us. Yet it's not, it's an office.
Correct.
We have changed it. We have gotten rid of the home site. We are no longer calling it a house. We're calling it a studio.
Thank you.
And the new value is 261,800.
How does that relate to the total?
Well, it was.
I mean, I don't,
have it in front of me right now, but
it's here are the property cards.
Yeah.
So you're building one, is building two.
right. Yeah, so we changed you to 686,800 after the inspection, thinking that was a house.
Right.
House. We have now changed it, all of that, so it's 561,800, and then I believe in your application, if I had a copy of it, which I don't know why.
I have one of those for you.
Yeah, that's all right.
You were asking for
562.
562,
Yeah.
so
So we're five, six, two.
it was a coincidence that came up very close to what you were asking for, but I was wondering if that was acceptable.
561,800 is acceptable.
I've already changed it.
Okay,
So that's what we would be defending today. So if you are happy with that, you can withdraw, if that's okay.
It's fine.
So, yeah,
And we will
That-
change your value and
so
you'll get a notice.
561.
561.8.
Yeah, and I'll put it on the record. This is for
74.
74. Thank you. BOE application 74, PID 13657. The assessor has already reduced the price to 561.8. Total value, and if the applicant withdraws, we'll just put that on record.
That's
Based on that.
correct.
The applicant withdraws
Based on that representation, the applicant will
Well, sorry for the confusion. You know, we don't always know everything with the zoning and allowing over there when we see.
Right, and
When we see what looks like a
I
house. to us.
prepared, you know.
Yes, yes,
Just the entire thing. It went through. It
yeah.
was 3 years to do the county
Oh, yeah.
on the question of whether or
Right.
not. It was amazing.
I told you it gets complex when you start.
So, yeah,
Yeah.
so. I will not take, unless you want me to explain what went on, you know.
No, no, that's.
It was a mess.
Yes, yes. Well, it's nice to meet you anyway.
Same here,
So,
Peter. Thank you very
good
much.
luck. Thanks.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Mountain.
Okay. All right, so at this time, our next hearing is at 10:15. It wouldn't be bad to discuss this then, if now we can do it, let's discuss the last one so we can. We don't have all the information, but I don't know what, if we want to wait, we can wait too, but we have like I said, our next hearing is at 10:15, so. We have about almost 40 minutes.
There is a break at,
Okay.
at 2:15, there is an open hearing slot.
Oh, okay.
So you would have time during that hearing slot.
Well, that's the one where I think what we're gonna do is. Let me look at it, because it should be the same applicants or same applicant representative between number 14, which is 10097. Oh. Okay, so I have. 23538. So the afternoon ones I showed, the 3 and then the 4, one applicant, and one's the other, another applicant. So we may end up actually just going through those. pretty quickly, but yeah, I mean, we could just take a break right now. This it would be good to, I mean, unless you want to discuss more on that. I think the real big question for us, all of us, is just that is the setback.
Yeah.
There or not. If there's setbacks there, there is some distinction evaluation, some potential adjustments to be made. but-
If anybody can get to the bottom of it, Deb can.
Okay,
And she's looking into it.
perfect. So then we'll wait.
Okay.
Okay, then we'll wait.
Is there also like any concern that if we make adjustments based on rezoning of other parcels, creates kind of a ripple effect, like anytime somebody next to you has a change in the. I mean, I don't know where that ends, but like supposedly the valuation and the sort of meta level analysis that the assessor's office is doing is capturing that.
Well, it's only applying to 5 properties, and obviously, if the assessor's office doesn't pick it up, that's fine. Then they come before us or come before you all and ask for review. And then at that point, it's appropriate to review it. It might apply to the other properties next year, I guess, if we find that's real.
Yeah, I guess it would be strange to me, though, to conclude, yes, that is due a discount and then not apply it to the other 4 or 5, right? Then
But it might be, I think it's too late for them.
Yeah,
right?
I agree
You
on
all
that.
don't go back. If you find out something at this point, you don't go back to the 23 assessments at this point.
Okay, so. We have to really understand how it affects that.
Right.
Before we started applying it to other parcels. If I think that it was a mistake, we should have done it. Then we can correct it. If there's a question as to how much it actually affects those other parcels, then not necessarily. But even if there is a setback or setback here, what is the actual effect on it? If it's still your property, you still can, it's still part of your. You have to have a certain number of land, you can still park on it, you know, the building's still sitting on, according to this picture.
It's within the 50 feet.
It's
yeah.
within the 50 feet, so. What actual effect is it having on this existing property? Are they talking about completely redoing this building, tearing down the building and rebuilding a new building? That doesn't sound reasonable, and that wasn't what she said.
Right. This is the shed, and it's a special day, and they could potentially move things around, they could put cars there versus whatever, but And they have that, the special use permit. It's gonna be interesting to see if that's, like you said, if that's part of it, because that's where the value is on this property.
Right,
Probably is the
right.
fact that it has a special use permit for an auto repair shop. So, okay, so let's,
Well, I'm looking at her building activity. I don't see anything on here.
Oh.
as a building. There was a 2020, I think it was for some type of a
yeah, that's it.
was issued. That's a building activity. But see, she hasn't
Yeah.
applied for anything else. So,
There's
yeah,
no actual building out.
Yeah, now, that doesn't mean there wasn't a conversation.
Right.
Right.
And just to actually end up with a permit, so. But yeah, Deb mentioned that also, there was no actual permit taken. Do you want to break now? I can,
Pause the recording. Yeah, I think let's go ahead and break until maybe let's try to come back a little bit before 10:15 in case the applicant's here. We can maybe start a little early. So then,
We asked them to arrive 15 minutes early.
okay.
Be here until I might put down.
So let's take a break till 10 then, I guess. Let's try to be here at 10. So in case they do, if they're here. we'll get-
okay.
Good morning, welcome. We're the Board of Equalization. The board is comprised of 5 citizens of Albemarle County who are appointed by the Board of Supervisors. We're an independent board. Here's how the hearing will work. You'll have 10 minutes to present your case. The assessor will have 7 minutes to respond, to present theirs, and then you'll have 3 minutes for your rebuttal. During the hearing, we may stop to ask you and the assessor questions. Please note that per Virginia law, there is a presumption of correctness, so the burden of proof is on you as the applicant. Before we begin, we'll be swearing in the witnesses. If you've testified before, you don't have to worry about raising your right hand, but to the applicants, you can please raise your right hand. I'm gonna swear you in. Are you both? Okay, thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony, both oral and documentary, which you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you have any questions before we start? Please start.
My husband and I appealed the road.
Oh, and sorry, let me read out the case because I didn't do that. This is application number 32, PID 14216. Property owners Yimin and Hongju Wu. Sorry if I butchered that. Hopefully I was right. Now please go ahead. Sorry.
My husband and I are pitching a fair assessment for my house in German Scarecrow, Rose. My husband and I built a ranch home in the old neighborhood in 2011. We do not dispute my land value assessment. However, we believe my home improvement is over-assessed by current adjusted base rate, neighborhood adjust rate, or other factors. I'm not comparing my house with recently sold houses. It might be sold in a higher price than county assessment due to upgrades, renovations, or additional building structures before selling. This is my modest ranch house. We are comparing my house with my adjacent neighboring houses. House A, B, and C are my closest neighboring houses with several years assessment history. House D appears to be located in German Scarecrow. Its house size is similar to mine. It was built in the same year as mine, 2011. House C was also built in the same year, 2011, as my house. The distinct difference is that their builders were grade A or B, versus mine was built C. You all know that houses built with grade A or B sold in a higher price than house with grade C. They have better design, constructions using high quality materials. For example, they use hard ducts, but mine used soft ducts for HVAC. The price of their HVAC is doubling of mine. Here is a map for all referenced houses. My house is highlighted by a yellow box. House A, B, C, and D are marked by red box or red circle. Let us compare the current assessment per square foot between my house and house A, B, and C. This is my house, this is house A, house B, and house C. The current assessment per square foot of my house is close to house B, but higher than house A and C. The blue bar represent 2016 assessment. The orange bar represent the 2017 assessment, and the green bar represent 2023 assessment. From 2016 to 2023, my house value has been increased by a whopping 69%, while house A, B, and C have only been increased by 20%, 22%, and 30%. My neighboring houses with grade A or B builders have less appreciation than my grade C house. Let us compare annual home improvement assessment between house D, is orange bar on this graph, and my house is green bar.
No, green bar is house D.
I'm sorry. My house is orange bar and the house D is green bar. House D with B2 plus grade finished 2,496 square feet. Basement 1,248 square feet with 576 square feet detached car garage. My house is a C+1 grade, has a similar size with house D. Both houses were built in 2011. The home improvement value in 2012 for house D was about 1/3 higher than my house. This reflects the true building cost at that time. Magic things happened from 2016 to 2017. My house was appreciated by 16%. My house D depreciated, not appreciated by 17%. Look at the annual trend. My house appreciated by $17,751 annually, although no upgrades or renovations were made. While house D only appreciated by $9.09 annually, although it is located in a wealthy neighborhood and built by grade B2+. Neighboring house A, B, C, D all have similar assessments, favoring to their owners. Since my house doesn't have the same treatment as my neighboring houses, we are appealing for fair treatment. Fair assessment option 1 is to use my neighbor's current adjust base rate, which is 104.3, and the neighborhood adjust rate, which is 0.885 for my home improvement assessment. My home improvement assessment would be $296,608, which is $151,000 below my current assessment. My current adjusted base rate and neighborhood adjust rate are much higher than my neighboring houses. This unfairly pushes up my house assessment. Fair assessment option 2 is to apply the same appreciation rate of my neighboring houses. The highest appreciation rate from 2016 to 2023 is 30% for house A, and the lowest appreciation rate is 13% for house D. My home improvement assessment should have been between $300,517 and $344,630. Conclusion, to follow the assessment uniformity rule based on concrete assessment on 4 of my neighboring houses. My home improvement assessment is inflated at least $103,000 and likely $151,000. So I have a question to everyone. Is it possible for a regular buyer to buy my house with grade C+1 at the same price as Old Trail houses with grade A or B 2+?
Thank you very much.
And complete my presentation. Okay.
Any questions from the board? Seeing none, move on to the assessor.
Okay, I'm gonna bring this up.
Do we want to take out the share screen? If there's anybody who wants.
We need to stop share.
Yeah,
Stop share.
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay.
There, some of the differences, I'll first start with the properties that are being used as comparisons. There's some differences besides the grade. Birchwood Hill properties are in Old Trail, they're not in what we call Prose 1, and I'll bring that up so you can see the difference in our assessing neighborhoods. Our Old Trail is a pretty contiguous group. The ones that are being referred to are in Upper Ballard. They were right here, right? On the map that she showed. Yeah. Okay. So they're in the Upper Ballard neighborhood, which is a higher end homes in that neighborhood. And we have the Prose 1 is a neighborhood that catches a bunch of different pieces of the Prose residential that is not actually part of a specific neighborhood like Old Trail or Upper Ballard. So that's the difference. That's one difference between some of these comparables that the applicant provided and their subject. Also, besides the fact that they have different grades, the higher grades, they're 2 stories instead of 1 story. A 2-story generally, definitely not generally, has a lower price per square foot than a 1-story. We have 11 sales, or I'm sorry, 9 sales within the this Prose 1 neighborhood. There's a range of properties that homes that are in this group. They range from D grade up to A-1. So there's a variance in the prices. There's a variance in the grades. There's a variance in the relative location. But the valuation of these properties is relatively tight, and all 9 of these have ratios that range from 91 to 116%. And the majority of those are right around 100. We have it, we did an inspection of the property. We have the description of the property correct. I was trying to figure out, looking at that one example, the one slide that was presented with the their property going up and the other property going down and up. I was trying, not knowing about that slide in advance, I would have figured out what was going on with that other property. There are lots of reasons why an assessment on a specific property might change. Could be that we did a review and we found there's something different after those first few years and lowered it. It had nothing to do with the market. Certainly, there was no down market in 2016 to 2017, but there could have easily been an issue with the neighborhood it was in or that parcel itself that caused that value to go down. Not saying that values generally were going down. So as we've discussed before, the effect in different neighborhoods can vary when you're talking about changes and when you're talking about the amount of changes in the same year. But that's all the information we have outside of what was presented in the packet, but we certainly will take any questions.
Yeah, I do have question.
Well, we're gonna, I think it's directing to the board and then I'll go back to you all. Does the board have any questions of the assessor this time? Okay, now it goes back to you all. You're welcome to ask a question if you'd like, but it's your
The
rebuttal.
question is, my house is a blue box there,
Correct.
so most likely it's a green area. High-end house, purchase the land from that area. So my house is more compatible to the green area, not district close to one. My second question is that you say house D is kind of the abnormal property, but unfortunately, that statement is wrong. This is across board for green area. In 2016, higher property assessment, 2017, then decreased for all of 4 property we mentioned. It's not specific for D, cross board. I don't know what is the catastrophic event for them to make their value go down. Then what is a kind of a good news to make my property value have more gentrification?
So I think, Michelle, can you pull up the map real quick with the green and the brown and just want to make clear.
Yeah, I can go this issue.
Well, I just wanted to make a point before you, if you don't mind. See, if you were put in the green area, their base rate for the land is 248,000, is that right?
That is correct.
And then in their, what's their one? It's 160,000?
160,000.
160,000. So if they put you in the green area, your land value would double, right? So that's
One thing is different. They all have public sewage. It will be have a public sewage connection and laser pipe. I have just a private
Right,
separate tank.
and that's-
So it will be
but that's
40,000 difference.
right. So that's, and I'm trying to help explain why they do it the way they do it, because it's kind of hard to kind of pick and choose, like say, okay, well, they're using and we'll go through it, and whether or not it's correct or anything else, we'll still talk about it.
We are to not compare the land value, right?
I know, but you can't come and tell us, I'm just throwing it out there, but you can't come in and argue.
Right.
Yeah, but you can't, but if you're gonna argue that they're using the wrong values for land, well, they're just saying land is okay, but use the res factor, yes, but you're saying use that, then your value, you can't pick and choose. Do you see what I'm saying? Because if you come in and say, we're looking at the whole value of the property. And so if you look at the 160, they put 240, if they put you in the green, your improvement value is gonna go down based on that, I'm assuming, based on the res factor. But then your land value would have gone up
Okay.
a good amount, enough where it's gonna be maybe even more than what the value you have.
Okay.
So I don't think you all are disagreeing. You shouldn't be put in the green because you all have septic and well, you don't have public water, right? Is that what you were saying?
Can I
Yeah,
say
please,
something?
please.
Okay, so those houses are in Old Trail neighborhood. They have, like a children's playground, they have a swimming pool, they have a golf club. So they are in the wealthy neighborhood. Of course, their land
Sidewalk.
value are much higher than my house in Jarman's Gap Road. We do not have swimming pool, we do not have children's playground, we do not have public sewage, we do not have golf club, right?
Sidewalk,
Yeah, that's why my land value is much lower than the houses in Old
No.
Trail neighborhood. So we are comparing home improvement assessment.
I understand that. Yeah, I understand. And that's why, and you're not questioning the land value. We're not gonna be
Correct.
questioning the land value.
Yeah,
But that's only be the that's the only thing is when you're comparing these, your better comparison may be the one you all had one with Jarman's Gap, and we can look at that one a little bit closer because it's in the same kind of market. I don't know if it was a sale, but it was the assessment. But when they're doing it, and I'm not gonna explain their job, but the general, when we're looking at it and all these numbers they threw out and you put the base rate of 885, they're looking at our understanding is, they're looking at it, they're saying that the houses in that neighborhood, the improvements, yes, that compared to what the cost valuation or whatever it is, they have to do it by 0.885 versus in your neighborhood, they're considering you in a different neighborhood, the land is cheaper, depending on the structures, then they put that 0.1, whatever that factor is,
so
so.
may I say something?
Yeah, please.
So, our disagreement is the current adjust rate and the neighborhood adjust rate in Old Trail neighborhood is much lower than my house in Jarman's Gap Road. That is not fair.
And I hear you. All I was trying to do,
It's not fair.
all I
They
was,
have a better design, constructions, and better material.
Right.
And their neighborhood adjust rate and another rate is county. Let me see. The county adjust base rate. Those two rates are much lower than my house. This is not fair.
I hear you. All I was trying to do was simply explain why there may be a distinction between Old Trail and your neighborhood is because they're looking at it, they're two different in terms of when they sell or anything else, there's completely different neighborhoods for their purposes. So they're looking, and this, you all can
Yeah, I
correct me
can
if I'm
explain
right.
a little bit
Yeah,
further.
please, yeah.
So what we have to do is we have to balance both the land and the improvements in order to reach the sale prices of the properties. So if we have land sales within that subdivision, we can't have a land assessment rate that is off from those land sales. Those land sales will help us determine the land part of it. However, once we establish that land value, we still have to match the overall sales of improved properties. So we have to adjust that the improvement modifier in order to match both the land value and the total value. In this case with Upper Ballard, that causes what looks like a big difference between these two neighborhoods with a 85% adjustment to the improvements, yet a much higher land value in the Upper Ballard and 115% adjustment to the improvements and 160,000 land value. So as Mr. Arsali was mentioning, you can't just say, okay, my land's okay, but my building's too high, because both of those are part of the same model. You can't adjust one part of that model without the other one being thrown off.
okay, take one step back, okay? Even you treat my land value as my neighbor, $200,000. But if you knock down the property, it will be $150,000. But I question my land value, it is worth $200,000 because I don't have this community amenity at all. Swimming pool, sidewalk, public sewage, I don't have anything for that.
We agree, and that's why your land value is lower. You don't have the amenities that are in Upper Ballard or even Old Trail, and therefore your land value is lower. However, in the end, in the end, what the question is not how much of a change from year to year you get or over a number of years, is 567,600, is that the correct value? Yeah, 567,600,000. Is that what this property would sell for? If it is, then our assessment is correct. If there's something that shows that you could not sell your house for 567,600,000, that's what we need to show that the value's wrong. But the analysis, I mean, I'm not going to speak for the board. They make their own decisions. They're independent. But the determination of market value is not based on how much a value changes from year to year. It's how much you can sell for in a
My
specific.
wife just said, we are not comparing the sale house. Before the sale, they usually do bigger renovation. Like my neighbor sells a house, put the deck, changes the roof to add a solar panel, add additional structure. Yeah, they almost reach the assessed value. But I'm just living there. We don't want to sell. I doubt that is a fair market price. It is not. So basic fundamental question, regardless of all these factors, my house is able to sell like an old trail house, the same price for the building.
Well, I think we understand your arguments. I don't know if anybody has any other questions, but
Well, I do. I'm looking at those two sales, and I'm just looking at last year. And so we have, well, I can't remember which one was A and which one was B, but 7681, 7681 Birchwood Hill Road, 7681.
We don't have this information.
So
Oh,
you talk about
oh,
my map.
that,
One of your,
Which one?
that was
it's the top of on the two that they use as comparables down the bottom.
Right then.
Yeah.
your A and B. I
A
think
and
that
B.
your A and B.
Okay,
So the building assessment increased 25% from 396,000 to 495,000 last year. It increased 26% on the last year.
so let's look at my graph. So for which building we talked exactly? Can I share my screen?
yes,
Sure, yeah, please do that, because I'm a little confused about your data.
Yeah. Okay, let's share. Yeah.
oh, I'm sorry.
You need to
I had to switch back to, there you go.
So go
Okay.
to the
Yeah, can you go
This
yeah,
one?
up to,
this one.
This one?
Yeah.
A.
Yes. So
Yeah,
which
A-
house you talk about?
A, okay, let's look at A,
Okay, look
A.
at A.
Okay.
Okay, A just
7681.
so-
Go to the bar. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah. This one.
so
So
house A,
which A?
So you're including in your land value in this grid, are you
No.
not?
not,
No.
we don't compare
Largely,
land
it's the
value,
same.
because we cannot compare the land value. We do not have those amenities, we do not have public sewage. So we only compare home improvement assessment.
Okay,
So
so if your improvement value
Mhm.
in 2022 was $420,000.
Mhm.
I'm looking at the assessment data.
422.
Yeah,
okay,
Okay.
and then it
So
went
they-
up $20,000. It went up to $447,000.
Okay.
So it's insignificant. That's 5% increase. So I'm not quite sure. I'm not following your numbers.
okay, right.
Okay.
So
let's talk
from
about-
this graph,
Mhm.
the blue bar represent 2016 home improvement assessment.
Well, I'm talking about last year. Let's look
Okay,
at
I do
2022.
have,
Look at all broad area.
yeah, we compare, this graph represent from 2016 to 2023
The
assessment.
latest time.
So you did a jump from 2000, you didn't
The blue bar
We are
is
not
two
looking
thousand
at the
sixteen
specific year.
assessment. The orange bar is 2017 home improvement assessment. And the green bar is 2023.
Right now,
Yeah,
So from 2017 to 2016.
2016 to
So we're missing the
2023.
data for 18, 19, 20, 21, and 20.
Okay, overall, from
It's correct.
2016 to
overall,
2023 is 69%. That's my home improvement assessment.
Right.
And house A from 2016 to 2023 is about 30%.
well,
And house
middle is
B,
up and down.
this house B from 2016 assessment to 2023 increased by 22%. And this is for house C. From 2016 to 2023, only increased 20%. This is all about home improvement assessment, not
Yeah.
about the land value.
No, I understand that.
Regardless of individual year,
Both of those.
that's the global picture.
Yes.
That could that help explain?
Yeah, we could put a home improvement assessment for 2018, 2019, 2021. We can put in, but because it's too much
But
data
is it-
on the one slide. So we just put 3 bars,
Mhm.
okay, for 2016,
Okay.
17, and 2023. But you can see the,
So appreciation rate, we are double there. At least. From 2016 to now.
I understand.
So you look at the bar, you see, from 2016 to 2017, it is cross board for my neighbor. They have deep appreciation.
I'm sorry, I wasn't,
Particular.
I wasn't understanding that that was just improvement value.
yeah, because we cannot compare land value. We are not in their neighborhood.
Right.
So
I
we just
understand that,
compare the
but
home
You
improvement
cannot
assessment.
compare just the improvement value either. You have to compare the total value of all the properties if they're improved. You cannot take one part of that. It definitely, if they're between different assessing neighborhoods.
Okay, put my land in that neighborhood.
So-
We
Woodfield
cannot
neighborhood.
put your land
So-
in their neighborhood because
so
we don't have
this-
public sewage.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. What I mean is that when I looked at your graph, I was trying to figure out why I think it was A, went down in assessment in 1 year and then came back up.
Right.
But it didn't. The improvement part of that equation went down and then went back up. But the value, as you can see on the screen here, from when it was built, 569, 594, it went up constantly
Let me-
from year to year, total
Yeah.
value. And what happened was the
So you
improvement
are
value
saying
went
my
down.
number is wrong, right? Go to 2016. Yeah, here.
Right.
I cannot see clearly, okay? So
We went up between 16 and 17 a lot on the land because we were having land sales that
Let me
indicated that
open
the
the
land should be
sheet, okay?
higher. What's that?
Well, we're running out of time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're running out of time. We don't have time. So we understand your point. What we have to look at is I understand the frustration and you're looking at improvement versus improvement and you're seeing this percentage increase and you're frustrated by it. I can hear that. We can't look at it like that. We gotta look at the total value, okay? So if your total value they're saying is $569,000 and change. They're saying the total value of that property is $743,000. So if you look at the percentage increase, I don't know what it is, but it's much less than that 69% that you're putting versus the 30 something. It's closer. Your arguments, the percentage, we can't. So that's not something we do need to equalize, but we're equalizing with this year. That's what we're looking at. We're not looking at 2016 versus 2023. So just to give you a last chance to we understand your arguments there. We will consider all those arguments. But just to give you kind of a last chance to, if you want to say anything else about it. One is, why do you think the value of your house is not $560 something thousand? and if you have a specific reason for it, please feel free to share it. This year, as of January 1st, 2023. And then, if you, when you're talking about these other houses, the only thing I would just add is, one, they're a different neighborhood, it's tough for us to kind of compare the apples and oranges. Is that, I mean, that house is being valued at $743,000, so it's being valued a decent amount of almost $200,000 more than yours. Do you think that this one should have been valued more, yours less? I mean, that's where, and I'll give you just, again, we're out of time really, but if you want another minute or two just to explain why you think that your value is too high, that's what we can listen to, and that's what we can make a determination based on that. So is it the condition of your house? Is there something with the condition of your house that you have a concern about? Especially if you're talking just about the improvements, that's where, yeah, that's kind of where we're at. So I'm gonna stop talking so you have your minute or two. If there's anything else you want to add, please feel free to share. Otherwise, we will use everything that you've said and we'll consider it and go from there.
Okay, our land value did increase over the year. However, the big difference is between home improvement assessment,
But so,
not the land value.
I
Because we are on different land.
so I just want to make this very clear.
Mhm.
We're not looking at, that's not our job to look at what happened in 22 or 21 or 20, maybe it was assessed too low, maybe it was assessed too high. We're looking at 2023.
Mhm.
And why is it that 567,600 is too high? That's what we need to know. What is your argument as to why 567,600 is too high? That's as your total value of your property, because that's the number that matters to us, is the total value of the property. Why is that too high?
Because the home improvement assessment inflate too much. Comparing my neighboring houses.
If I
That's
can just
our
add,
argument.
when you're looking, you have appealed this year's assessment. You've appealed this year's assessment. So-
The past several years are in pandemic. All the office are closed.
Yeah, we appeal.
Yeah, we don't want to even
2019.
meet people, you don't want to even meet people, right? In the past 3 years, we would like to appeal. In 2020, 2021, but we were unable to do it.
But-
Nobody wants to come.
Well, but we've been here every year. So, you have appealed this year's assessment based on your documentation. And so in looking at the comparables that you provided, the sales A and B, last year, their building value increased approximately 25%. Your building value increased approximately 5%. If you look at one of them went from 396,000 to 495,000 last year. That's an increase of about 25%. The other one that you use that's adjacent to your property increased from 476 to 587. That's an increase of about 25%. Your building value went from 420 to 447. That's a $25,000 increase. That is a 6 or 7% increase in the building value. And so we can't, I think your argument is very well presented. I was very impressed by it, but you are appealing this year's assessment only. We can't, I understand your situation. I understand your frustration and your position. But if we're looking at the data from 2022, your increase is substantially lower than those other properties this past year, and that's what you're contesting.
We are comparing house D, okay? From 2016 to 2017, their value can go down, depreciate by 17%. We are looking for that for this year.
Well, thank you very much.
you.
We appreciate it. We will deliberate and send you all our decision within the next 2 weeks.
Okay.
Thank you.
What time is it now? Sorry, from 42. Is the next applicant here?
I am.
Okay, so let's go ahead. I think let's go ahead and proceed with the next case. Then we'll go back to this one.
What's the protocol here? Right?
You're gonna sit over there one day. Thank you.
There's somebody from Whitehall here?
Uh, I think we don't have a Whitehall representative. Yeah, we're missing one.
That's where I-
Do just like a one minute break.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, we just, unfortunately, we had someone from Whitehall for the last few years, but
You don't have anybody.
I think Ann Malik is looking for somebody to.
I would miss.
please volunteer. We'd love to have a six.
Well, I could be president of our homeowners association here.
Well, I think you can even probably be added this year. We'd love to have you. We'd love to have another six person, so we don't have to have all of us here. for a
Retired and have the time.
quorum.
You guys like real estate people?
No, community volunteers.
Yeah. That'd be $45 a day. We were not supposed to, as Evan.
So that's. the
So
one.
let me start with my spiel until our two other members come back, but, so good morning and welcome. We're the Board of Equalization. The board is comprised of 5 citizens of Albemarle County who are appointed by the Board of Supervisors. We're an independent board. Here's how the hearing will work. You'll have 10 minutes to present your case. The assessor will have 7 minutes to present theirs, and you'll have another 3 minutes for rebuttal. During the hearing, we may stop to ask you and the assessor questions. Please note that per Virginia law, there is a presumption of correctness. The burden of proof is on you, the applicant.
Okay.
Before we begin, I'm going to swear in the witnesses from the assessor's office. I think everyone's been sworn in, so if you can just raise your right hand, swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony, both oral and documentary, which you're about to give, will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And do you have any questions before we start? Okay, so let's wait 1 minute. We're waiting.
The one question I have is, do you have the 4-page document that I sent? Has the GIS map on the front page?
Yeah.
Yes, I'll be referring to this. I didn't bring slides or a computer.
That's a
I'm
first.
gonna
for
try
us.
to keep this fairly simple.
That was the first for us. So,
Oh, we're waiting, Mr. Wade, I'm sorry, I was involved in that last hearing on Peter Lynch.
Ron Wade, Peter,
Nice.
nice to meet you.
all right, this is application number 35, PID 53571, property owner's name, Rollin Wade.
Great, thank you. My name's Ron Wade. My wife and I own a house at 1431 Trinity in Crozet. We've been here for about 4.5 years. We moved here to retire. I retired earlier this year. Our house is, it's 4.5 years old. It's a 4-bedroom, 3.5 bath house, 3,294 square feet. It had an assessment for 2023 of 868,700, which I contested back earlier this year. Using the sales approach, I sent some comps to the assessor's office. I didn't send those as a supplement. I presume that you have the previous information that I sent in. My understanding is based on a sales approach, most properties will sell based upon the size of the house, how many bedrooms, how many bathrooms, how much property, and what the living area is per square foot. And you look on Zillow or you look at anything, and price per square foot tends to be a pretty good measure of what a house will sell for. Okay, so the 4 comps that I sent back in, I believe it was April, all rotated right around $235 per square foot. 2 places on Trinity, just essentially my neighbors, one on Park Ridge, which is just around the corner, and one on Ravenstone, which is in the Park Ridge neighborhood. Again, very consistent, about $235 per square foot. My assessment was $868,000 and change. I suggested that the house should be appraised at about $771,000 based upon bedroom size, lot size, the comparable comps, price per square foot. Okay. I got a letter back from the county on March saying we've assessed it, we've considered the pertinent information, and we're not going to change anything. That's why I'm here, because I don't understand why we didn't change anything when I gave
data that looked like it would be sufficient to establish sales price. So I took a different tact. This time, the document that I sent along earlier this week. You'll notice in the GIS map, there are three properties that I outline in detail, and then 4 properties that are also 4-bedroom houses, again, in the exact neighborhood. And I heard some of the arguments earlier about land values and stuff like this. The picture that I'm showing on the development here is all comparable. I mean, these are all the land values are about $185,000. All the houses run from 3 to 6 bedrooms. They're all 10 years old or less. And so in this case, I looked at some properties. I tried to find properties in this neighborhood that were as close to my property in terms of bedrooms, bathrooms, land size, when the house was built, etc. And so let me go through those. The first one, 160 Marcos Avenue, which is number 1 on the map. The 2023 assessment, $749,000, which is $111,000 assessment less than my house. It's a 4-bedroom, 3.5 bath, 3363 square feet, virtually identical. It's about, mine's about 70 square foot smaller. It's on that equal amount of acreage. It has a partially finished basement. Mine's unfinished. If you look in my basement, it's insulation on the walls. It's 2x4s. There's no finishing in the basement at all. It's a concrete floor. This house is on a quiet cul-de-sac, so is mine. They back up to development. And when I mean that, in your backyard, you look at the house across the street. Some of the houses I'm going to show you here back up to open space, which real estate agents would generally say is a preferable view from your backyard. So I think this is the best property in terms of what I'm seeing in assessments that the county assessed in 2023 to my property. And so my question here becomes, why is mine assessed at $111,000 more? Here's some other properties. These are not as comparable in terms of exact specifications, but they're some of the best ones I could find. So 768 Concho Lane, built about the same time. It's a 5-bedroom, 4.5 bath, 4,494 square feet. So mine's 1,200 square foot smaller. It's on the same amount of acreage. It has a fully finished basement. It's on a quiet cul-de-sac, same thing. Backs to partial open space, which is maybe preferable. Its assessment's $48,600 less than my house. 1457 Trinity, which is essentially across the street, built about the same size, 5-bedroom, 4.5 bath, 3732 square feet, half an acre, same thing. Has a finished basement, quiet cul-de-sac, backs to development. Assessment is $64,000 less than my property. 1420 Trinity, again, just essentially next door, built 2016, so it's a couple years older. 5-bedroom, 4.5 bath, 3450 square feet, half an acre, same thing. Has a finished basement. Again, mine does not. It's on a quiet cul-de-sac. It backs to open space, the creek, which is desirable. And assessment is $15,000, $15,700 less than my house. I show the subject property here. I just put the data on here, 1431 Trinity, which is number 5 on the map. Additionally, so those are the properties that I looked at were as comparable as I could see to mine. Many of them are larger than mine and assessed for less. I found 5 additional properties in our development, in the Foothills Crossing development, that I show under additional information. These are all 4-bedroom, 3 to 5 bathroom houses. The livable square footage is within 100 or 200 square feet of my house. They're on acreage that are all slightly larger than mine, but essentially half an acre. And the assessments on these houses run from $139,000 to $178,000 less in assessment than my house for the 2023 assessment. So based on that, I asked the board to provide us some substantial reason, or the assessor to give me some reason why my house should be assessed for more than $770,000.
Thank you very much. Sure. Any questions from the board at this time? to the assessor now.
I will give one big reason why it should be assessed more than that. 781,589 is what was paid 5 years ago for his house. It is obviously the entire market has increased in the last 5 years. So that's the first indication that there's differences between the expectation of the value of this property and what it's actually worth. These other properties, I know that we've provided the sales within this neighborhood. There's 7, and they were all the same grade as the property, all B+2. Now this neighborhood has, and I brought this up, so to show there's B minus, there are B-1 graded homes and there are B+2 graded homes. They were built at different times and they were generally, I think the higher grades were built later. But there's a big difference between those B-1s and the B+2 houses. And I know that what Mr. Wade had provided on his comp sheet, his original comp sheet, every one of those houses in comparison were B-1 or a B-2, and then there was one B, but they were all inferior in quality to the subject property. They varied in year built. They were similar in size, but that grade difference makes a big difference to how much the property, a building is worth or a house is worth. With the properties, the latest, I thought these were the same properties that were originally presented, but they're not. There's the very first one on the new sheet that was provided is a B-1. That would explain the difference. There's a B+1, B+2, but I don't have an analysis in comparison as to the differences in these houses. Or what, and I'm assuming they're all in the same neighborhood. They're all in this, okay. Some of them are 1 story, it looks like, and some are 2 story. Was that in here? Or in the list of comps?
I didn't list anything. Just.
I think it's the group of 10, or we just don't include it. Okay. So, but based on the description of the property, the square footage, the grade, we have, and that grade was proof of the grade was in the original sale price. So back in 2018 when it sold, the grade was set and or was confirmed at that point. And sorry, I'm looking at different property, and that helps us make sure and calibrate the grades that we have on the properties. So that if it's sold and it was way off of what we had, that might be an indication that something is off, and that could include the grade or condition. But the fact that it's sold for that. Right, and in the 55,000, that price included $55,000 in upgrades, and that is typically the difference between the pluses and minuses when you talk about the B grades or any of the grades. But that's the information we have.
Any questions from you?
Just kind of touched on it just a little bit, but would you explain what the complete difference is between the B+2 and a B-1?
I kind of had the same question.
So upgrades is definitely a part of that. So if you're looking at a standard model, might be a B. If you strip it down, it would be a B- or -2. If you add extras to it, a lot of extras, it can go up to B+. Yes, exactly. Depending on what the standard was.
Takes it.
Exactly. Okay. So those items are definitely sought after in the market, and they produce a return when you sell the house. In a excessive amounts of them don't give you as much return as, a normal amount, but there's definitely levels of standard, strip down and additions or upgrades that do give you value enhancement. And that's the difference.
So one thing I noticed on your map when you're talking about grades, I believe there's a property at 1405 Trinity Way, Crozet, that's sold for $975. It's right there on the corner. Grade B+2, right there on the corner, Trinity and Leon, that one. That was in my original, $233 per square foot. That's the same grade as my house. According to this, I don't understand these different grades. I've been in many of these houses and I can't tell the nickels worth the difference. You walk into one versus the other. I mean, our upgrades were, we bought the house to retire in, so we didn't put carpet in the house just because it's difficult to maintain. That costs money. We put cabinets in the house that cost more so that you don't have to replace them or paint them after a few years. We put better hardware on the doors, so it wouldn't fall apart in the 15 or 20 years that we're gonna live there. My suspicion is real estate agent comes in, looks at any of these houses in the neighborhood, and the difference between a B-1 and a B+2 in this market, I certainly don't see that affecting the sales price much at all. The other thing that I'll mention, and I asked if there was somebody from the Whitehall district here, because I presume that none of you live out in Crozet. All right, yeah. So I don't know if you know what's going on in development in Crozet, but in our neighborhood, if you put the map back up there, kind of blow it up a little bit. Just the general map, yeah, kind of sink it down so we can kind of see what's going on a little bit more there. So you see the neighborhood right there. So this is interesting. So you get rid of all the things. There we go. So we're right here, right? So this is Foothill Crop. This is my neighborhood right there. Okay. This was, when we moved here 4.5 years ago. This has all been built since we moved here. And there are a couple of hundred high density units going in here. Here at the end of Eastern, there's a couple of hundred high density units that are proposed here that the county supervisors are looking at. And here out on Park Ridge, there's a high density unit that's here. So what's happening is Park Ridge Drive has become a major traffic congestion area. And again, I mentioned I'm president of the homeowners association here, so I talked to a lot of people. I hear a number of people along Park Ridge particularly, but it happens on Leon and Cardinal Crest and some of these others, that there's so much traffic congestion here and down through downtown Crozet and then out at the 240, 250 intersection. They're saying once their kids graduate from high school, they're gonna move. We're going to move out of this because of the high density that's being built in a neighborhood that 4 years ago, it wasn't there. I don't know what that's going to do long term in terms of sale property values, but I can tell you that there's a house across the street, 1462 Trinity. You can pull that up. It's right across the street, a few houses down. It was listed for $875 and it's under contract. It's a 6-bedroom, 7-bath, 5,744 square foot house. 6-bedroom, 7-bath. It's across the street, about 3 houses down, listed for $875. And so my suspicion is that the values of property, and again, when I pulled the comps last year, including that one on the corner that was a B+2 for $975, we're at the peak of the market, bottom of interest rates. So the comps that I'm looking at in mid 2022 are about as high as property values are going to get in this year or next year, likely. I don't know. That's kind of what I have. I've presented at least, more than 10 properties, 4-bedroom houses in our neighborhood, thinking about what are these houses going to sell for, if they sell, if people put them on the market. And it looks like my house is appraised at $80,000-$90,000 more than everybody else's house there. I'm happy to pay taxes on, a fair appraisal value, but I just don't see it.
So, Mr. Wade,
Yes.
do you believe that the grade is wrong, that it shouldn't be B+2, it should be probably B
No,
minus one?
I have a nice house, so does everybody else. Like I said,
Okay.
I don't know how to grade the house. Is there something better than B+2? I mean, I've certainly been in houses that are a lot fancier than mine with marble so is B+2 like as high as it goes? No, okay.
Let me, just a couple things, just so you're just aware of, or just, one is like, you're talking about the 23.
Yeah.
It might be next year, it might be a completely different story. We can only look at January 1st, 2023. That's our evaluation date. We can only look at anything before that.
And that's why I'm looking at 2023 valuation.
And you have the 22 sales. There's a couple of sales that you have and the assessor has, so those are good to look at, but they're B+2s as well.
Mhm.
So 1405, you mentioned 1405 Trinity, which I think was the one in the corner.
Mhm.
Just note, I think you're looking at price per square footage with the finished basement. And when they're valuing it, in general evaluation that we've seen, is the finished basement is not gonna be valued the same rate as the first two stories. So that's, so you can't really take the.
And in my calculation, I valued the 1,115 square foot finished basement at 669 square feet, which is 60% of that living space, which is a commonly used metric in real estate sales. So I didn't include the full 1,115 square.
No, okay.
Yeah.
So, that's
And that's true with the other ones with the finished basement.
the same thing. Yeah, 1457 Trinity had the same thing.
That's right, that's right. I only included 60% of the finished square footage in the basement.
Sounds good. Yeah, that's, so what we'll do, if you have nothing further to add, this is all really helpful. We really appreciate it. We'll kind of go through it all and see what's, see if there's any
So
discrepancies
we don't get
there.
an answer today.
I don't know, because of the timing and because we're taking so we had 16 hearings yesterday, we have 16 today, we're having every half an hour. There's a lot of appeals today.
Yeah.
We probably will not, I don't know with the timing.
I mean, we
feel like
have 25 minutes.
we have 10 minutes till next one.
Oh, 10 minutes. Oh, it's a half an hour. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
so and it takes us a bit longer than that to deliberate, so what we'll likely do is, there will be a recording this, you're welcome to go back and watch it. But what we will do, you will have a decision within the next 2 weeks, like I said, I don't know when they post the recordings, if you want to find out sooner than that, you're welcome to. But that's pretty much how I can leave it with you, we thank you for your time. We will review it, we will look at these comps, and make a decision accordingly.
In response, will I expect to get something more than? We're just not gonna change anything? I mean, is there gonna?
Probably not, so you will get either, we're gonna reduce it, you're gonna get the numbers, but again, like I said, you're welcome to see the recording and see what deliberations we did make, to the extent we make them, which we will, and we'll go through the properties and go through your comps and see if it was appropriate or not. That's really what we do. So,
Okay.
and we try our best, and go from there.
Yeah, your volunteers, I thank you for that. I'm a volunteer myself. I just think, I just presented information that I think is pertinent in terms of,
It's a very good presentation.
fair is fair.
No, we appreciate the presentation. It's very well done, and we will definitely consider all of this.
I won't waste any more of your time.
No problem at all. You're good. Yeah, not always. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. White.
Thank you.
Let's see what time it is. 11:06 is our next applicant here yet? Okay, do you all want to discuss this one or you want to discuss the last one first?
Let's discuss this one since
It's fresh. Okay. So the question with these are the two comps. I'm curious about the San Marcos. So 160 San Marcos was the first one he gave. It's much less, but that's the B-1. Do you do you have what was that? What did that sell for new? It was in 21, so I'm assuming a little higher than they were, but
I'm sorry, hold on, just.
sure. This is 55311. This is the one that's like identical, pretty much identical, or no, actually, it's not identical, but it's pretty close.
B-1. And what did it have to sell for?
Yeah, new.
606 and 22.
In 22, it's sold for 6. Okay, so that was substantially less, or 21, looks like, right?
It was built.
Oh, January 22 is the entry date, but
Built in 21.
okay. But it sold for 606 versus this one sold before that for 780, right? Okay, so that's where a lot of that's coming in, okay. So 1457 Trinity and 1405 Trinity, I think are the closest ones, but those actually sold. One for 850, one for 975. They sold for quite a bit more than the assessed value on those. Same lots. Those are the ones that have the big finished basements. Only question is, are we accounting properly for that? I think that's the only thing I see with those, but again, they've sold for more. I mean, I'm talking, I'm the only one talking. Anybody else have, anyone else want to chime in or?
I think a big distinction was the grade.
Yeah.
And when he kind of conceded that he felt like it probably was a B2, that he had the upgrades in his house that would make it that, it was really nothing after that.
Well, one thing that he didn't consider, that he didn't say is, and it's what I consider in this neighborhood especially, most of these homes are Stanley Martin. Stanley Martin builds a nice home, but he had a custom builder, Evergreen, I think, built his house. That's another distinction between the B minuses and the B pluses.
Okay.
When you have Stanley Martin, Craig, Evergreen, you have Greenwood builders, you can't see like a 2x4 versus a 2x6 exterior wall, that kind of stuff you can't see standing at the street, obviously. So that's how we capture that value by upping that grade. Like he said, he couldn't tell the difference between a B-2 or a B+2. Most people can't, if you don't see how it's constructed or know.
Yes, thank you, John, because there's more to it than just upgrades.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure exactly how to say it.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you bring up a really good point because that one on the corner that sold at 975 was an evergreen.
Yeah, see, that's
Yeah.
I knew it and I didn't bring it, but I mean, you get into these higher end custom builders,
Mhm.
they add a lot of stuff that you don't see. I mean, he bought $55,000 worth of upgrades that he could see. But there's also Evergreen built a
Mhm.
nice
there's-
house starting out.
Yeah, so 606 to 780 he paid, and the difference is less than that. I'm looking at San Marcos, like the one it was, well, it was a very similar square footage, but then.
Yeah, I mean, and the sale price, that tells you that's probably a basic Stanley Martin home with,
Yeah. Not really.
entry level finishes.
Any further discussion? Do we have a motion?
I make the motion to affirm.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
On to our next hearing. This is application number 75, PID 10138, owner name Masterson. Mr. Masterson? You can please come have a seat. Good morning.
How are you?
Good. If you don't mind sitting all to that seat,
Okay.
because the assessor's office is gonna have, they're gonna have that from the appraiser's office.
Usually put something here for the plaintiff. Something. Okay, Judge Judy. Okay, so here's, I had to bring my own copies because even though I'm getting assessed for much more taxes, the county of Albemarle can't afford copy paper, I guess.
They gave us, we have a.
No, that's-
from you. I think it might
It's just the letter, but that's not for the board. He said, bring 7 copies for you guys.
well, thank you.
Happy to.
Before you start, let me do the introduction and the swearing in, and then we'll go from there. So good morning and welcome. We are the Board of Equalization. The board is comprised of 5 citizens of Albemarle County. We're appointed by the Board of Supervisors. We are an independent board. Here's how the hearing will work. You will have 10 minutes to present your case. The assessor will have 7 minutes to present theirs. You will have another 3 minutes for rebuttal. During the hearing, we may stop to ask you and the assessor questions. Please note that per Virginia law, there is a presumption of correctness. So the burden is on proof. Burden of proof is on the applicant.
Burden of proof of what?
That the assessment's incorrect. So per Virginia law, there's a presumption of correctness. So we are presuming that what they provided is correct. Unless you prove otherwise. That standard is, so that's the law we have to follow. So I will start with swearing in the witnesses, so you can please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony, both oral and documentary, which you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Okay. And the assessor has previously sworn in, so they didn't raise their right hand. Do you have any questions before we start?
Yeah, so what's your track record on increases, affirming or decreasing? Because you're charged with this, right? From the state saying that you have equal chance before you for a decrement or.
Increase or
right?
decrease?
Yeah,
Are you
so
talking about
I'm
decrease?
number 75, so.
Well, we only,
71.
you're not,
74
it's
at?
not in that order. So we had 16 yesterday, it was our first day. Today is that, you're welcome to go back and watch the tape and see what, we do what we are trying to do what's right.
Okay.
At the end of the day, like I said, we are an independent board. We are not part of the assessor's office. We're all volunteers, even though we do, as I've been corrected earlier, we do get a $45 a day stipend, despite the fact that we work from 8 to 5. So, we're making the good money. So we are trying our best. We are trying our best to make sure that your assessment is correct. And so that's what we do. Do we increase assessments? No, we haven't done that. So just, we can, we have the right to. Have we ever done that since I've been on the board? No. So, if you have any other questions, otherwise, please go ahead and proceed.
Okay, so my main point is that over the last 2 years, especially last year or 2023, there's an overly exuberant property assessment increase that I'm not seeing in terms of sales around my property. Okay, and when they came out here and looked at my property, she told me the average of Albemarle County was 13.1%. Okay, that goes from everywhere. You know, North Garden, Scottsville, all that kind of stuff. But so mine is 26%. Okay, I cannot justify it for the sales I'm seeing around my house and what Pentagon Federal Credit Union, my mortgage lender, is providing. Okay. And if you go to the uniformity of properties that Pentagon used, their assessment for my property was at the slice of time that I took it, which was when I received this letter from the county saying they're going to increase my property tax by 30%, 28.1% over 2 years, or $190,000 over 2 years. That the home value, most likely home value, was 172, which is a lot less than $650, $800. Okay, and the bank has to put their money where they think it will return in the value of the property. They're not going to lend money $680,000 on an assessed value of their assessment of 572. So I think this assessment is for this particular house is arbitrary and overly exuberant. Okay, and then I want to bring out the other points that I think is very important. As a property owner in this county since 2003, when I moved here, when I was assigned here in the military, I'm now a foundational investment in Albemarle County. Okay, and that foundational investment in property taxes, I should get some return. Okay, my property is adjacent to Baker Butler Elementary School. Baker Butler Elementary School has city water, city sewer. I'm the adjacent property, doesn't have it. No fire hydrants. Okay, they have natural gas, I don't. So you haven't cast that net for legacy property owners to increase the value by providing county services. Okay. County doesn't provide trash or debris pickup after storms. No leaf services, nothing. I went to borrow a book at the library. The only county service I used, they wouldn't even buy the book that I wanted. I had to get it I had to do inter-service library from UVA. Okay. But more importantly, and I've talked to all the landowners that were before me, is that when the public school engineer. The property for where Lamford Hills is was originally part of Forest Lakes. But because the county didn't want to put a sewer line across the stream that's down behind Baker Butler, they turned it from 33 properties to 8. Okay, but 7 years later, they put the property, they ran the same line across the same creek for the school and ran it into the sewer line and water lines that run behind Forest Lake, between Forest Lake South, Forest Lake North, along the east side of the property. But they haven't cast the net wider to come over and take care of us. All of us have wells that are high iron content. One guy spent $4,500 on reverse osmosis to get water. We only have only one house has sweet water. Everybody else has to treat it. But the main thing is, if you look at the Baker Butler, if you go out a little bit, so there, Prophet Road before Baker Butler was put in, there was no curb and gutter in. Okay, and the neighborhood on the west side of Baker Butler, or the north side, depending on how the arrow is going, north side. Okay, it has curb and gutter and drop down drains. I have 162 feet of curb and gutter that's taken, that's 0.68 acres. That 162 feet times 16 feet, 12 feet is dumping water on my property with no drop down drains. Okay, if you look at the pictures I provided, yeah. Right, one's mine. First picture is my property. So going back from the dotted line turns into curb and gutter, goes all the way back to Baker Butler. Okay, 162 feet. And they didn't put any drop down drains. Now you go anywhere where new property is being developed in Albemarle County, the county's making them, requiring them to put drop down drains in. Go down Berkmar Drive behind Sam's Club, drop down drains. Out into Prophet Road where they're building those all those townhouses. Last time I counted was 36, but I see they're building another section. All those have city water, city sewer, drop down drains, curb and gutter. Okay, but you're not doing it here. And every time it rains, I'm getting erosion. If you look at the second picture, is the drop down drain on the, I think it's called Crestview. Okay, and then the next picture is the erosion on here. I called the county engineer and told him about the problem, saying that the school engineer didn't do the right thing when they put the curb and gutter, and when you approved the road, he started laughing at me. Say, you don't have a crew to come out and fix these minor things for right of way? I mean, we're getting you the right of way. And the intent of a right of way is, if you get the right of way, you have to maintain it. If you don't maintain it, then it reverts to the property owner, correct? I mean, one of you guys is a lawyer, right? There's two of you here, right? If you don't maintain the right of way, the state doesn't maintain the right of way, doesn't it revert to the property owner?
Couldn't say.
By Commonwealth law? Okay, and so I'm getting tree erosion. 18 years from now, if you use the calculations, the erosion is gonna go into my septic tank filled. Okay, if I do nothing. Well, why should I maintain a right of way property when it should have been drop down drains? That's my main point, is I'm getting no services from the county. You're increasing my property, you're increasing the property value by $200,000, which ain't gonna happen. Cause truth in real estate, right? You're a real estate guy.
I am.
You have truth in lender. I'm gonna have to tell them that I've had to have the VDOT out there, that I got erosion. I brought 70 tons of soil in to redo the ditches. That they're not supporting the right of way. I'm gonna have to give that to any seller, right? That's not gonna let me sell the house at $680,000. Okay, so bottom line, I think the assessment that Pentagon Federal Credit Union is, because they're willing to put their money in it, is the correct assessment. And the assessment from Mr. Lynch is wrong. And I'm respectfully asking you to, within your authority of the board, to make an exceptional decrease in the valuation of my property to go back to, at minimum, what a lender is willing to lend money on.
Appreciate it.
But I also ask you, I mean, you can take a bigger decrease, or you can waive my property taxes until you can fix the road and the drainage issues.
Any questions from the board this time? Before I pass on to the assessor, because I know I can hear your frustration, especially with the county services. Just know that that's not our purview. Yeah,
But taxes are for a purpose, right?
but we are not concerned about taxes whatsoever. All we are concerned with and all our duty is.
Okay,
to
let's
determine-
let's get down this list then real quick. I got a couple minutes. Okay, Chesterfield, city water, sewer. Ridgefield, city water and sewer. Crestfield, city water and sewer. Lamford Drive, well. Lamford Drive, well. Okay, that 2275 is the exact same mirror house as mine. 427 sold for. Now, only difference is mine has unheated garage. And a storage area above the garage. Okay, and a 2-car garage is not worth $240,000. Okay, Winterfield Circle. City water and sewer. Jefferson Court, city water and sewer. Ridgefield Court, city water and sewer. Tompkins Drive, city water and sewer. Colonial Drive, city water, sewer. Profit, none. Chesterfield, yes. Profit Crossing, yes. Profit Road, no. Colonial Drive, city water and sewer. Okay, Thompson Drive, yes. Chesterfield Court, yes. Columbia Drive, yes. Okay. That makes a big difference in the valuation of the property, having sweet water and sewer.
And that's something we will consider. Like I said, that part of it we will. The fact that if there's a valuation difference between public water and sewer and well and septic, that's something that's within our purview. The fact that you have some sales on your road, very helpful. We'll look at that. Look at that.
The one that's 427 is the exact same house as mine, except the previous owner added a garage, storage area above the garage, both unheated.
And we'll, like I said, that's, and I just wanted to clarify that all I'm doing is usually I don't necessarily jump in at this point. I'll give the assessor a chance, but I just want to clarify what our duties are. All the arguments regarding that, the erosion issue, the water issue, and the sales next to it, those are all we can consider. The fact that the county didn't provide you certain services, we can't necessarily consider that, other than the fact that it affects the value of your property.
That's all I'm asking.
No preparation for that. Yeah, sounds good. So I'll turn it over to the assessor at this point.
Thanks. So the Mr. Masterson purchased property back in 2007 for $527,000. We're now at $650,000. Essentially, it was a 1.4 average 1.4% increase per year over that 16 years. We have 21 sales within the market area, and the market area is a rural area market area. The issues that Mr. Masterson is talking about that affects his property are generally the same across rural areas. And so they would be the same effects on the sales. So I would agree to the point that the way those things affect his property, as long as they are affecting the sales that we're using to assess his property, then it's being taken into consideration. So there are 21 sales within the market area 202, which is what we place him in. We describe that as, and those properties indicated a value for his property at the 650,000 level, but we've provided some details about some of those properties for you. I don't know when Mr. Masterson took out his loan, so I don't know when the lent him the money. But what is presented in his what he has presented is a kind of a automated valuation, which is a computer model that considers different things. I don't know what the list of properties are afterwards.
Those are ones that were on Pentagon Federal Credit Union that they made the assessment from.
But if they
On their dashboard.
are they sales or are they?
They're sales. date of sales on there, the number of bathrooms, the number of bedrooms, the date the property was built.
Don't see a sale price. I mean, I don't see a sale date. I
That
don't
left,
see a sale price.
the far left column, that's the sale dates.
2021.
Oh, the date sold, okay. So
22
the date sold,
And then I think the fourth column
Sales
is the
price.
sales price.
okay, so their sales back in 2021, when was this run?
This was
Here's
one,
2022.
this was run on 2/28/23, right before I had to turn in a letter to you.
So it has 21 and 22 sales. It is kind of a general analysis, which doesn't take into account any details. And these computer models like Zillow and, you know, this is probably similar to what Zillow does. Nobody depends on that to lend money. If they were to do a new loan on Mr. Masterson's house, they would hire an appraiser to do an appraisal of the property. They wouldn't rely on a computer model unless they were lending $200,000, far less than what the model came up with. If it was anywhere near full value of the property, they would depend on appraisal to make sure that they were covered. So I don't think we don't rely on these. You know, you could very easily have come up with a $700,000 value with these computer models. We get these Zillows all the time, so we start looking at them. And we usually only get them when they're below our assessment, but every once in a while we'll look and they'll be way above our assessment. And there's not necessarily any rhyme or reason. There's certainly nobody that goes to the house to determine the differences between the subject and the comps. And you know, at this point, these models aren't sophisticated enough to actually come up with a reliable value. But that's basically it. The sales that we have to support the value are based on the same influences that subject property value is based on.
So every one of those property has his own well. Has to treat their water. All those properties have a irrigation problem with the right of ways.
Well, let's, Mr. Master, I'll send it back to you for your rebuttal, but do we have any questions for the assessor at this time? Okay, you're gonna have time for your rebuttal. I believe, and this is, we can request or ask this question, assessor, in this market area, since it's rural, all the comparables you all presented are gonna be, they're not city water and sewer, there are some that do.
Rural area is defined by no city water and sewer. Typically, if there is a subdivision that's, you know, they provide water and sewer to, that'll be separated.
Okay. Yeah, so,
I can't guarantee that every single one of them doesn't have city water and sewer in it.
but we can go through it,
That's
that's,
the basic definition of the market areas to be rural.
right, okay.
And we do, and I just want to add, we do adjust this property for drainage. So we wouldn't have that in the, I mean, drainage isn't a normal problem with rural area property, so we wouldn't have that in the model, but we do adjust this one separately. So we always adjust the property that's different than the basis.
But adjusting the property affects the house.
So I will turn it back to you for your rebuttal. Is there anything else you want to add?
Yeah, I want to know how many of those 21s you're using are all in well and septic tank. Okay, that you assessed it to. Then I want to know how many have a erosion problem that affects the property value. I mean, your decrement for the property value was $7 grand, $6,500. Come on now. If you had to put a drop down drain and curb and gutter there and tie it in at the bottom of Lanford Hills, it would cost $200,000 minimum. Plus you'd have to repave Lanford Hills Road. Come on now. Okay, and that's affecting the property. I every time we have big rain like last night, I wonder when I come out my driveway, if my driveway at the end of the driveway is gonna be left.
Mr. Masterson, if I may, if you can direct it to us, because we're the ones making the decision here.
No, I know, but he's the one who, I almost laughed when I got this thing because they came out and visited. They measured my shed. I'm going like, why are you missing the shed? It's not property. It's not attached to the ground. When I go back to God's country, North Carolina, I'm gonna chop down a tree and take that shed with me. It's not property, but they're out there measuring it.
I don't know if they put a value on it. We can look at it, but
I got my cameras. Okay. And they're all concerned about number of fireplaces, number of bathrooms. You gotta put the whole picture in there. It's just not counting. Okay, I mean, you can get all kinds, you can get heated rear seats on a Honda, but it ain't the same as a Mercedes, okay? Okay, and there's a valuation difference between there. What I'm saying is that, you know, this thing is exuberantly valued. I mean, $1,200, okay, increase this year. That's a lot of jack. All right, and I'm not getting $100 more worth of services. Then there's no way I could sell this thing for $650,000 and 800. I tell you what, if the county Albemarle came out and did it, I'd do it. But I'd have to tell people honest what it was. And you know, around 550, I'd say, yeah. Especially if you have kids that want to walk to Baker Butler, that'd be a good deal. Okay, but I don't know that a family with small kids that are in elementary school could afford $550,000 in Albemarle County and pay $6,000. Whatever the property tax is, $5,600 or whatever it is, up from $3,900 in 2 years ago. Okay. There's no way this house has increased $190,000 in 2 years. Period.
understood.
Okay, and do I get any, if I sell the thing and put it on the market for 650,800 plus real estate fees, right? How much real estate fees? 7% right now? 6. So 3 for the buyer, 3 for the seller. So what's 6% on 650,000? You got to go on that, right? Okay. Okay, so you add the 6% on top of that to net the property assessment. Okay, it's 680,000, 650,800. That's 36,000. 39,000 on top of that. So that'd be $690,000.
Well, we have to look at the market values of
No,
the sales, the closing costs, all those costs are not associated, but
okay.
we hear you.
Okay, and so, okay, so here's another thing. So last year's assessments. Rural market. What's the difference? Say, give me 10 pieces, 10 property of what you assessed it versus what it sold.
That's what they have. That's part of the information that they provide us.
Okay,
And that's,
so
they have to
what
stay
it is,
within a
so
range.
what did they assess it last year? Say the average was 500, and what did it go up? What were the sales of those 10 properties?
Well, based on the information that they provided us, so I won't go to this too much further, but I just want to, because you're asking that question, I'll provide. It says median assessment to sale ratio was 0.999. So the median was almost 100% of what they were assessing in that market. We will look more specifically, because it's a big market.
You
When
see
we
what I'm
look at-
saying there?
Yeah, that's something we do consider. So what we're gonna do, you've provided us with a lot of information. There's enough information for us to go on and try to figure this out. I think the sales are gonna be the main thing we're gonna look at around that area, especially on the Lanford Hills. If there were sales on Lanford Hills, which it seems there were 2. Those are gonna be a better indicator of what it is. So we'll have a discussion, we'll go through and make a determination and get back to you.
Okay,
Thank you very much for coming in.
thank you. All right, thank you. Good luck.
I will suggest it's 11:36 now. I wouldn't mind a break. If everyone's good with that, we can wait till 11:45, or we can reconvene a little bit earlier than that, but 11:45 good, or should it 11:40, I guess?
Switch to 11:40 because we're starting to run behind. so-
Yeah, okay, all right, I'll be back,
Okay.
especially since I'm next.
I'm going to pause.
I'll pause.
Good morning, Mr. Arsali.
Good morning.
I'm Karen Pate. Vice Chair of the Board of Equalization, and I will dispense with all the other description of
Thank you.
time as well as everything else, but I will ask you to raise your right hand. You solemnly swear to tell the whole, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do. All right, good morning, everyone. So I'm gonna keep this try to keep this as simple as possible. So as you all see, the value of my home was $652,000, 600 as of last year. It increased to 979,500. I did request a review. It wasn't quite that high. It was closer, it was in the low 800s initially. I requested a review based on a couple points, the grade of the home, and the fact that we have like a 700 square foot second story, which is a converted attic. So based on what we've been doing, I thought it would qualify as a 1.5 story. I guess it doesn't because it's under a certain threshold. And so anyways, those are kind of all, there was adjustments based on land value, and that was decreased based on the sale next door. But the improvement value increased. So it was 361,800 last year. Now it's 704,000, so nearly doubled. And just by way of history of our home, it is in Keswick Estates. We purchased it in 2017 for $500,000. We did buy the lot next door with $4 or $5, like it was all together. We then sold the next door lot the next year for $225. So effectively, we paid $275 for this property. When we did, and the reason why it was as inexpensive as it was the fact that the house had serious issues. Had a lot of deferred maintenance. We had a lot of water intrusion. All the windows were shot, even though the house was built in 2000, but the build quality wasn't great and they just weren't maintaining it. And the windows were herd windows, which as a company went bankrupt soon thereafter, and the doors and everything else, and just not very good quality. So that's what happened. And because of the sale, I came before the board of equalization before I was on the board, and I requested that it be reduced, and it was reduced. There were certain, so the condition was reduced to poor. I think the quality remained the same, and there were certain factors taken into account for the lot because we were very close to the highway. There's a maintenance shed for the golf course across the street, and then there was an additional factor because the water was coming in. It was pouring into the house. There was water pouring into the house. We went about, and as I noted here, there are two main improvements we did to make sure that's not happening. Water is still seeping into the crawl space. We have not figured that out yet. That might be a bigger thing, or it just might be a continuous thing. We have some pumps down there. So anytime it rains, we got some pumps going and getting the water out. But now that when we put in new windows, most of the windows we put in new windows to help solve the issue with all these rotted windows. We did not change the doors. So these doors are still those herd doors. There's still wood rotting, but because there's a little bit of overhang, there's no water coming in. So we didn't, and the cost was excessive to do that. So we spent $45,000 to replace all the windows. Some of the windows in the house. There's some in the garage we didn't replace, and there's one in our bathroom we didn't replace. And then the other thing we did was we changed our kitchen countertop. We had these granite tiles, and with our little girls, they were problematic. It has like grout and everything else was all coming apart. So we put it on a quartz countertop with a cost of $3,000. Otherwise, the house remains original to 2000. The flooring is the same, the cabinets are sitting. After January 1st, 2023, we did replace the vanity in my girls' bathroom, but nothing else. So the reason why I'm bringing this here, and I don't take it lightly because obviously being a member of the board, I kind of an awkward situation. But the reason why I did so, and is kind of a single issue that I'm bringing up, is the fact of the condition. And the condition was raised from poor, it was raised to fair a couple of years ago, I think, around the time when we changed up the windows, and then raised to average this year after the review, once Dana came to our house, and it was raised to average. I have the language here. Excuse me, I'm going to walk up the other side of the paper on that side. Sorry, I misplaced that. It's the guidelines. There are the assessor's guidelines that might be. there. Okay. This is from the Albemarle County Assessor. These are the grade standard operating procedures, page 62 and 63. These are the condition category definitions. So average is there are no obvious signs of required maintenance. Condition is typical for its age. Fair is there is noticeable deferred maintenance, refinishing, and or minor repairs are present. Components in general are functional and have some remaining economic life. So those are the distinctions. So my argument is we're on the fair side, not the average side, because there still remains a lot to be done. So our HVAC, both HVACs are original from 2000. They're still working. We didn't change them, but they will need to be changed. Obviously, they're past their functional life. The roof is a cedar shake roof. It's the shakes are the cedar planks have been coming off. It's past its functional life. And unfortunately, in our neighborhood, I can't go, well, fortunately, unfortunately, I don't think I would do it anyways, but I can't go put a shingle roof on it. I would have to put a similar roof. It's going to cost somewhere between probably $60,000 to $70,000 to do that. Our windows, we corrected that. Like the shutters, you see those larger shutters, they're rotting wood. We have to replace those. Those doors, our estimate came out to about $15,000 to replace the doors that we need to replace. That's going to have to be done. The windows were another, I think, it was over 5,000, but we have a generator that has a pretty large value, but again, it's original to the home and it doesn't function right. Sometimes it comes on, sometimes it doesn't. The whirlpool, same thing. So our bathrooms are original, they're all 2000. For our neighborhood, it's good, or I mean, in terms of real estate, it's great, right? You have like the worst house in the neighborhood. We're in Keswick Estate, it's a beautiful neighborhood. Our house happens to be the worst house in the neighborhood. That's how we were able to afford to live in that neighborhood. So with all that said, going back to, and this is going to the formalism, we do this all the time, right? When I'm sitting on that side, we're looking at the numbers. There is the difference between fair and average is massive in terms of valuation. So if our house was considered fair, which it was last year, the effective year built would have been 1997 and the physical depreciation would be 26%. Because now it's gone up to average, now my effective year built is 2012 and the physical depreciation is 11%. So that's the 15% difference that I don't think is appropriate here. Because of the fact, I think it fits within fair. Like I said, by the definition, I feel like it fits by fair because there's still quite a bit of deferred work that needs to be done at our house. So I think that's the appropriate way to look at it, is to make it fair, and I think it'll reduce 15%. There's still going to be a huge jump, but I think it's going to be. It has obviously gone up. We've seen it. Properties have gone up, but not to that extent. And then the second option is some kind of. I think that's more appropriate, but to the extent you feel that it should be less than that, there still should be something taken into account for the fact that there is this original roof that needs to be replaced. These are the HVACs, the bathrooms, the kitchen, that all remain original with the exception of those few things that we did. That should be, if you're not taking if you're keeping it as average, then there should be some deduction, say 10% or something like that, of some kind of obsolescence number that should be applied. So that's pretty much it. That's my arguments.
Thank you.
Right, Mr. Lynch?
So, yeah, everything, we agree with everything Mr. Arcelli said, and we're aware of all of that. Dana did an inspection of the property, and Dana, will you give a description of the property, the interior of the property, the condition? It comes down to condition, is what this.
The interior of the property appears to be quite livable. Finishes are not, or do not appear to be in poor condition inside the house. The exterior, there is chipping on the patio. Those are surfaces that do need to be redone. The exterior elements, they are original to the age of the property. Yes, they're showing, they're showing some age on them. But inside the house, I felt was clean, habitable. No obvious repairs on the interior. Didn't see any leaks. Um, Didn't see anything adverse in the kitchen or the bathrooms that would prohibit normal function in the house.
So basically what we're looking at is a house that has some issues, but also has some upgrading, or replacements, not upgrading, but replacements. And we were balancing the amount of replacements, and I can't remember, is it 19 windows that were replaced? Is that
Something
number
like that.
comes to mind? And typically when we're talking about condition, we're talking about average means the average for the house built at that time. And it would have no upgrades from what a house built, let's say in this case is 2000 or so. 2000. So average for a house that was built in 2000. So average wear and tear, but no updates, but also no, extra problems like roof leaks or something that cause damage inside the house. So in order to weigh those things, still having a few things to replace, but having replaced quite a few things, there were positives and negatives, and we were saying that that should be average. Now, also on top of the average, we did reduce for abnormal physical depreciation 10%. So while I just changed this to fair to see what would happen, but here's average, but we also have that 5% abnormal. And as Mr. Arsali mentioned, we don't consider this a 1.5 story because if it's between 1 1/4 and 1 3/4, it falls into that range. If it's below the 1 3/4, we actually call it a 1 story, but we add a 5% adjustment, a functional adjustment, to basically recreate what it would be if it was valued as a 1.5 story. So we're adjusting for those things. We feel that we're adjusting appropriately. Now, we did increase the assessment initially because this neighborhood had very large increases. And because of sales that took place in the neighborhood. However, even though his assessment went up a lot this year, when we did the inspection, we realized that we have not looked at this property since that last Board of Equalization appeal 5-6 years ago. And we were unaware of all of the work that had been done on the property. So we actually were assessing it as fair condition plus 20% abnormal to take into account all of the issues that it had at the time. And most likely we had set some of that as part of the Board of Equalization hearing. As we discussed, what do we want to do with this property? But it became aware when we did the inspection this time that it really wasn't fair anymore. And it didn't need 20% on top of that. It really needed to be adjusted on average to average. And then with the 5% for some of the lingering maintenance issues. And yes, the difference between average and fair is huge. In the future, we're going to come up with something that's in the middle and in a definition that says when you should be at that level, when you should be at the other levels. But to make up for some of that difference, the fact that there are some ongoing problems, we use that 5%. So that's where we are. I didn't really talk about sales. The sales in the property, there's a very old property. It's probably the lowest value property in the neighborhood because it's the original farmhouse, I believe. Other than that, most of the properties in this neighborhood are pretty high value. And they wouldn't directly relate, and compare to Mr. Arsali's property. But if there's any questions that we can answer, then we certainly.
Does anybody have questions of the assessment?
I want to know what the assessment difference would be on this between fair and average.
So, yeah, that's why I just changed
All right.
it, just so I could get an idea. It was 845.9 is what would drop to. Now,
Oh, wow.
if you call it fair, you wouldn't need abnormal physical, so, you would actually be looking at there you go. 890, 400. If you're just comparing average with the 5% to fair without the 5% additional, then you would be talking down to 894. So,
All right.
My question, in your assessment, you know, obviously you bought it where it was, you guys have been making progress. What would be the tipping point, in your opinion, where it would go from fair to average? What are the next 2 or 3 things or 10 things you would have to do in your assessment?
Yeah, and it's tough because there's big ticket items we gotta do, and I think maybe we'll jump into good at that point. But there are a number of big, so one thing I forgot to mention was, so the cabinets were all done the same way. They're all thermofoil cabinets from 2000 to 23 years old. They're all peeling. So we will need to, in the kitchen and the bathrooms. And then the other thing they did in the kitchen, which we replaced, they used tile for the countertop, and those are all coming apart. So to the bathrooms and kitchen will need to be updated. We're gonna have to change the roof, we're gonna change up the HVAC. Once we do all those things, I don't think it even goes, that's definitely not average. We're at that point where we're good. That's where kind of the problem is lying here, is the fact that I don't think one is because it's so drastic between average and fair, the difference, and I don't see this as average as a 2000 house, just because the history of what we have. And the 5% we're talking about that was there before with the average and 5%, that specifically had to do with the continued water intrusion. We still have water getting into, we have a sealed crawl space. If it was an open crawl space, it's a different thing. We have a sealed crawl space with water getting into it, lots of water getting into it, regardless when there's a rainstorm. We're able to live there because we have this sump pump system. It's not great for the girls because we have a sump pump right below the roof, so when it rains, they're not happy. But anyways, that's where the 5% came from. The other 20% came from the fact that the windows were doing it. But like I mentioned before, it was brought down when we did the Board of Equalization. It came down to poor. It wasn't fair even. It went down to poor. My understanding is after the windows were done 2 years ago, and I think that question came up, and you all asked me because in the board, and I was asked, did you end up doing anything? I said, yeah, I went in 2 years ago and I did the windows, and that's when it went up to fair.
okay.
But this year, after coming in, it went to average. We didn't do anything else. So that's where kind of, like I said, going from poor to fair and now to average, that's my problem. The going for fair and taking off the 5% adjustment, I think that's fair. I think that considers that water intrusion plus whatever, that's fine. The last point I'm gonna make is, again, because with average, what's happening with the model on a 23-year-old house, if you're considering an average, the depreciation is only 11%. And I don't think that's appropriate on our house because of the expenses related to it. If we had a 2023 house with that 0% depreciation, our house would be the $2 million plus with the houses are, and that's what the sales were. So a lot of the sales in our neighborhood are, I think almost all of them were spec homes built by the Hall. The back on Palmer Drive, they built 5 spec homes which sold for large amounts of money. They're very luxurious and they're brand new. The only comparable is really the 4062 Wood Lane. That's a much superior lot than ours because it's further away from the highway. The house is older, but it was remodeled. So that's the only, unfortunately, we don't have comps. There were 2 older homes that sold 2 years ago, 2 years ago. Club Drive, one sold for 500 something, one sold for 400 something. Those were the lowest sales other than ours. But beyond that, there's no other older house. There's no other houses that compare to ours in our neighborhood. So that's it. I don't want to keep us too long. Sorry, 12:03. But that's pretty much what I wanted to present.
Anybody else have any questions, Mr. Marston?
Do you want? Sorry, I was just gonna say, do you want me to step out while you confer? Or, I mean, it's whatever comfortable.
You're entitled to stay.
I know I am.
It makes me know.
You usually run people out.
I know. That's so it's.
You'll get your letter of determination. in 2 weeks.
And please address us. I can say, before he steps out, that we definitely talked about the condition a lot before making this decision. Mr. Asali does not see this as average. We just don't see it as fair. And that's where we were stuck. Yes, there are some issues. There are issues with the property. We just did not see the fair. That's all. That's what our decision was based on.
Let me ask you this. So it went from poor to fair after the windows.
Correct.
What took it? From
It was
fair
a
to
number,
average?
it was a number of windows.
Right. But what took it from
But there
fair to
was-
average in your position?
Yeah, so it was the overall, it was windows and
Yeah, what changed? Did anything change in terms of it? Like what changed that took it from fair to average?
Was I at your house actually?
I don't know if you were, I think it might have, but we had an email, but I think we had an email. That's where it changed. So if you look at the history of it, there was a change because that question came up. It was informal.
Okay.
And I think you said, oh, do you want to, can I come back or something like that a couple of years ago? It was like, not last year, but the year before. And I just told you, I gave you the information and so, okay, these are what we did. These are the windows. And that's where that changed.
All right, so this is only the second time I've viewed the house and
Yeah, I don't think you came in that time.
I
Yeah.
didn't. Oh, was it a COVID?
It might have been.
Okay. So yeah, it was actually going inside the house and seeing that, that it does seem to be a fully functioning house. With a decent interior and, the issues, I think in my view anyway, the issues seem to be more confined to the exterior, which, are taking the weather and are being affected by water infiltration in some areas and also, just the aging components of the house.
so it was more of the general view of the house and that generally it looked in average condition based on the replacements that we knew about and what Dana saw. That's the difference between what we found out a couple of years ago and what we know now.
Well, what I'm finding interesting is that, so he's only done 2 things. He's done the windows, he's done that one countertop. So, he's corrected deferred maintenance at about $58,000, roughly 58 something $1,000. But yet, then switching from fair to average has decreased his depreciation threefold to $143,000. And it's not even when you're replacing a deferred maintenance item like that, it's not even really a 1-to-1. I mean, when you're replacing bad windows, you're not getting the value of the 55,000 because everybody expects windows, right? So it seems to be large. And as he was talking, I was thinking, okay, well, so yes, maybe it is average, but at the same time, there are deferred maintenance items. Roof is expensive, correcting, water in the closed crawl space is going to be expensive. Replacing the countertop or replacing the kitchen cabinets if they have to be replaced. Those are very large ticket items. So is there something between? Is there an additional depreciation that can be added to bring it, to equalize it so that you can reflect the components that really are not in average condition? You see what I'm saying? Yeah.
So there's not a category we can add this year,
Okay.
but there is a percentage that we can replicate what that would be.
Okay.
So, basically, if you use 15% instead of you have it in average in 15%, it's 889 or 888.
Are you
It's
using
almost
10
the
right
same.
now? Are you using 10 now?
Well, right now, we're using average in 5% to get the value that's being contested. But if you change it to just fair, it would be 889 too. If you changed it to, if it was average and you used 15%, I think that's almost exactly the same thing. 889 too. That's exactly what the fair is doing, is 15%.
I see.
So if you thought that something in between average and fair was appropriate, we could just do it by choosing a percentage that was in between.
That's what I like. That's what I think.
Yeah. What do you two think?
I agree. I think that it's a line drawing problem and made an incremental upgrade to the house and that resulted in a classification. It's just it's a clunky categorization problem.
It's a very difficult, condition is a very difficult
Oh, yeah.
part of the valuation.
The resolution to select the percentage between those two percentages.
Well, is that the recommendation?
Yeah,
Yes.
I think so.
Yes.
Just wondering if everyone's in accord, that would be a resolution that we could, that is workable.
I think so. Yeah.
Yes. So then the question is, what is the number between, is it 11 and 26? I mean, those are the two choices, right?
Yeah.
And so, I would submit, given the, quantity of the fix,
Mhm.
to me, it's closer to 11 than it is 26.
Mhm.
Certainly wouldn't put it halfway. And then I'm gonna throw the ball to somebody else to take the next step.
Throw it to me. Well, what
So
you,
what would that do? That change the number to?
well, he's saying we pick a depreciation rate between 11 and 26. So you're looking at large ticket items that need to be replaced. And his position is that we want to go with,
What's the middle? Yeah.
well, the middle would be, 18%.
18.
Yeah. But, Evan was saying it should be a little bit higher because of the,
Oh, sorry, yeah, I think I was trying to say closer to 11 than 26. I meant closer to 26 than 11.
Oh, okay.
If we made it 20, what would that do to the number?
So. Okay, so right now. You're at 21% depreciation. It's actually 21% depreciation.
okay. Are we good with
Because we have the other
functional
functional and the,
Right.
and the additional abnormal. So,
What if you added 8% to that?
okay, so 13,
That kind of gets that sweet spot between the
right?
base rates.
So that would take it down to 907.
What do you think about that, Evan?
Sure. Just calling it fair with no additional number
Mhm.
would have brought to 889.
Why don't we just call it fair?
Yeah, I guess the only consideration there is just thinking about the future, right? Like you're gonna have the same problem as between the two of those whenever it gets
There's
updated.
gonna be a significant jump whenever it goes
You've
from.
got to peel off the individual adjustments. So probably if the numbers are so close, I would go to fair, just with the understanding that it's not entirely not perfectly accurate, but it's
Right.
more accurate than the other.
Because then you're reducing some of the functional obsolescence when you go to fair, is that right?
Not the functional, because that relates to the second floor, the
Okay.
abnormal
The
physical.
water condition.
Yes, yeah.
You're
I would say the water condition would be included in it if you call it fair.
Okay,
If you, I mean, that's up to you to agree, but
and what would that make it?
889, I believe was
Okay.
the
that
answer.
makes it-
200.
889, 200, correct.
All right, I'll make the motion that we change it to 889, 200.
Second.
Well, and I have one other final question. I'm just trying to understand this process. Oh, I think I understand it now. The $143,000 increase was not just going from fair to average. It
No.
also included some of that second floor area or some other.
There's the neighborhood going up by
Neighborhood.
30%.
Okay,
No,
the review.
Oh, on the
Changes,
review.
yes.
Oh, I'm
It
sorry.
was actually, sorry, I'm here. So the improvement value actually went up 200 something thousand. There was a reduction of like 50,000 on the land and like a $200,000. So it was the review increased the improvement by 200,000.
because there were other issues other than just the quality. It switched to a,
That was the 20%. There was another, it was fair and 20% physical, which they removed the 20% physical, which I have no objection to that, yeah.
okay, great. All right. Do we have a motion?
Yeah, there had a motion and a second.
Oh, okay. Did we already have that?
But then
Sorry.
you had a question, so.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
The new number? 889
889 too, correct.
I will take my seat, 12:14, so we'll go ahead and adjourn for lunch.
Sure.
Go pause it in order.
She's here, yeah, lunch is here.
Do that again.
Oh,
Nope, not.
No, I don't mean on you.
No, take the chair. Pete, did you pause the recording? Or-
thank you.
All right, do we have time?
Okay, before we start with the individual case numbers, but we're just gonna run through your cases. Like, we're not gonna go into a little bit in between, we'll just run through all three straight, so
You got it.
imagine you appreciate that, to be able to get out. to.
Totally fine. Yeah, whichever you want to do.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, I guess.
All right, we're recording now.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. This is application number 15, PID 23538. Applicant is the MAALP Stonefield Commons LLC. Let me do my little spiel real quick. So good afternoon and welcome. We're the Board of Equalization. Our board is comprised of 5 citizens in Albemarle County who are appointed by the Board of Supervisors. We're an independent board. Here's how the hearing will work. You'll have 10 minutes to present your case. The assessor will have 7 minutes to present theirs, and you'll have 3 minutes for rebuttal.
Okay.
During the hearing, we may stop to ask you the assessor questions. You already probably know about presumptive correctness, so I don't have to go through that. The one thing I do want to note with the applicants who are a little bit more sophisticated and are represented by a representative, the level of expertise or experience in this board is pretty high, so just
Excellent.
you don't have to dumb it down for us.
Thank you.
So before we begin, I'm going to swear in the witnesses. So all who intend to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony, both oral and documentary, which you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Thank you. Do you have any questions? Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying the level of sophistication.
Yeah, I don't mean to be like, this is just.
No, I've been to all sorts. I've been to
Cosmopolitan people.
clearly, and hey, it was that way. All righty, so the first case is for the Stonefield Common Apartments located at 3105 District Avenue. It is a property built in 2013. I believe there are 250, yes, 250 units. It is located right by the Costco, really great location, I have to say. I drove by it today and got gas while I was there. So it is in a great walkable location, don't disagree with that at all. And we all know here apartments were super sexy last year, and we saw a lot of sales activity. And these are Class A, this is a Class A property, definitely very desirable. Obviously, the average unit size for this property is about 962 units, square feet per unit, which is pretty common for the area. Has outdoor pool, clubhouse, little gym. It appears to us that this is more workforce housing. It doesn't have too many 3-bedroom units, so I don't know how much it caters to the university. But obviously, the elephant in the room is the increase in value year over year for us, and that's why I'm here with all three properties, obviously. The current assessment of 79,434,100 represents a 28% increase in value over the prior year. Whereas the income at the properties only increased 2% year over year. And what I'm just going to get into right away has to do, and I'm sure I'm not the first one to bring this up, is the capitalization rate that was used on the income. I work all over the state. I work all over the DMV and South Carolina, and 4.25% cap rate is just a little too low. I'm sure I'm not the first one to bring this up, but I am part of CBRE, which my group falls under the appraisal group. So we have a lot of data of actual appraisals that were done on properties throughout Virginia, where we've had actual income and actual cap rates. And so that's kind of what I've used to support our analysis. This is strictly based on income primarily. I did include some sales here. Mostly sales, in my opinion, or in ownership's opinion as well, is that most sales that would apply to this market are kind of south of Fredericksburg down to Richmond and over. I don't necessarily think that the Tidewater area is a comparable market necessarily, but you know, that's very much debatable. So obviously the cap rate is the biggest discussion point for us here. I did include a list of sales. I tried to keep it as close to this area as possible. I did include a sale in Reston, Virginia, which is actually where I live, just to kind of show a high end in value and also in cap rate. Bless you. Or I should say in a low end cap rate. Oh, I'm sorry. This is page 10, labeled at the top. Yes, thank you for asking. And as you'll see, these are all sales. There's a couple here that took place in Charlottesville. They tend to be smaller sales. There was one in October of 21. It was a property built in 91 that sold in October of 21 at almost a 5 cap. There's another smaller property that sold in August of 22 that was also built in 22. That sold at a 4.83% cap rate. And then there are a couple up top that are definitely inferior markets, but kind of put a cap on the cap rate itself. And then I'm not sure if it was this owner, probably this owner. This is Mid-America Apartments, and the tax guy there loves to get involved in these things personally. And if I'm not mistaken, he probably spoke to someone here at the county before reaching out to me. So he did provide the cap rate support that the county provided to him, which was something that I did dig into a little bit. Just looking at where the cap rates were coming from, which sales they were based on. And once again, the sales look like they were primarily from the whole state, including the Tidewater area, which is what I excluded from my analysis. And in looking at regional cap rates, the average was 4.7%, with our sales being at 4.87%. So I did go kind of on the higher side. Yes, this is probably one of the nicer of the 3 properties that I'm representing. But I did apply the 4.87% cap rate to the 2021 actual income, which results in a value of $70,997,000, or let's just say $71 million. The sales, the average of the sales is 62 million, and we're not necessarily going for that. The county's analysis was based on income, so we're going to stick with the approach the county did as well, based on income, $71 million for this property. In the back of the evidence is a listing of the sales that were within CBRE's database, which have been verified and were used for independent appraisals throughout our Virginia market. So I think those start for you on page 30, where you can see the sales themselves, and then also CBRE produces market reports. And while the data value is 1,123, we're already seeing drops in cap rate from first half of 22 down to second half of 22, which is the last page of this analysis. And from the Richmond market, which is the MSA that I guess reaching probably, but Albemarle County would probably be considered part of that. The cap rates were already starting to trend down, and for second half of 22 ranged from 4.5 to 5.25. So I feel like at 4.87, we're kind of nicely in the middle. It is a Class A property. We're not disagreeing with that at all. It's strictly numbers, and 4.25 is just a little aggressive. I know there were some sales used from the Tidewater area. I've just completed a bunch of appeals in that jurisdiction in Newport News, and their Class A unloaded cap rate was 4.4%. So 4.25 is probably what DC would use, but I feel like in this market, it's just a little aggressive. So we've increased the cap rate on all three of these, and you'll see this consistent theme throughout each property. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the board at this time? Turn over to the assessor.
Thank you. So there were a number of sales last year of apartment complexes. This is a very, very nice property, prime investor property that we believe would be at certainly the top of the range of properties in the region, and at the obviously the bottom of the cap rates scale. And we'd have this as a grade one appropriately, which is the highest grade. And this property, we have not ever received income and expenses on until this year. Actual statements from the owner. And so if you're looking at page 3 of our write-up, it's just the worksheet for the income. And we basically show our estimates through time, and then we show the last 3 years actual income and expenses that were provided as a result of this review. And those actually are higher, would create a higher NOI than the estimates that we used. But we kept the estimates in place. We believe the cap rate is supported. We provided the list of sales that took place in the market. They range from 3.25 up to 6.5%. They vary in quality and location, but definitely have support for a cap rate range that we have. We have local sales also, which include a 2004 property that sold with a 4.5% cap rate. The assessment is at 100% of the sale price, and it's not the same size or scope of the subject property, but it's a 1A instead of a 1, but it is the one. It's the closest indication. Actually, there are two. There's another one. So these are the 9371 and 10097. That one, actually the second sale that I mentioned that was sold for $32.5 million. So it's closer in scope to the subject property than, but it is older than the subject. It's 1991, which is why it has a slightly lower grade. It's still a prime property, but with the older, being an older property, and then using the cap rates that were in cap rate schedule or results that were indicated by PwC Those also support our range of cap rates. Obviously, the top of our range or the top quality property with the lowest cap rate is going to be lower than the averages that are shown in a survey. So, you know, we basically provide all of this information to support for our cap rate and believe that that is appropriate for this tax year and at this time for the valuation.
Any questions from the board?
I have a quick question. So I see that the cap rate that you've developed on the Hollymead sale is 4.5%. And is that based on actuals? Because the cap rate on page 30 of that very same sale is 9%.
So that's the cap rate we use to value it. And actually it's
What's the cap rate?
so we wouldn't be able to share the actual cap rate based on the actual income
Okay.
if we have that information.
Okay.
But so it was that, I'm sorry, you said on another page.
Well, there was just, I thought that was the cap rate that was indicated by the sales price, and the cap rate that she's got indicated on page 30 of her report is 4.9%.
Yeah, so based on the fact that the sales ratio is 104%.
Yeah,
Means that the cap rate would probably have been a little bit higher on that parcel from its
Yes.
sale
Right.
would have been a little bit higher than that 4.5% in order to get to 100% ratio.
yeah.
But we're looking at the groupings
Right.
of sales and properties to create the model and then applying that model to it.
Gotcha.
So you know, we'll, like you see on here, some of these sales are at 98%. Some are, you know, this one's really the only one over 100%.
Right.
The first two are right at 100%.
We don't have any discrepancies on income on this one, do we? It's just cap rate is really the only valuation.
Well, I
Well-
think it was beneficial for us to use the estimated income rather than the actuals that were finally provided to us because it provided a lower value. So Pete didn't change the
It's
assessment.
beneficial to the applicant.
Applicant,
Um,
yeah, I'm just using it, but if you used it actuals, it would have been higher.
That would have gone up for, yes.
But beyond that, it's just the cap. The only thing really at issue is the cap rate.
It
on this
sounds
one.
like it.
Okay, anything further? Well, rebuttal.
I guess all I would like to add, we did provide the rent roll. Obviously, I'm at the mercy of my owner as far as providing information. You all know this. So I tried to provide as much support as possible. I don't think on the NOI that we're that far off. And I think that's the case on most of these. I think you all have enough data. I'm still hanging my hat on the cap rate, just because on some of the sales that the regional sales that were provided on the county's analysis, CBRE had done the appraisals on these properties at the time. And there are definitely some discrepancies. I would say the cap rate in Richmond that was 3.25 was actually 3.62. That was the lowest one there. The one below that was indicated to be a 3.8 is actually a 4.26. We've got another that was indicated as a 4.3, which was a 4.79, so forth and so on. So I'm still hanging my hat on this cap rate. The 4.25 is the most aggressive cap rate I've seen in the state. And Albemarle County has wonderful real estate, and I absolutely give you that. But for no other jurisdiction in the state of Virginia that I have encountered so far, even in the DC metro area, City of Alexandria, right across the river from the district, is using 4.75. 4.25 is just too low, just period. And if we want to look at it from a whole state perspective, it's still not going to pan out. It's just too low. And I'm afraid that you're going to see such a dramatic swing this coming tax year with cap rates already going up. There has to be some sort of happy medium, I would assume. So I'm still hanging my hat on the cap rate. I know it's always a hard argument for jurisdictions to swallow because it would affect everybody, but it's just is what it is. Yeah.
Anybody have any questions?
Could you clarify what you just said? You were going through some discrepancies. I just want to make sure I understand what you were saying.
Yes, so, and excuse me that it's microscopic. I can barely read it with my reading glasses on. It's page 20, which is the county's cap rate support. Albemarle County apartment cap rate schedule. Which is what we were just discussing with PwC averaging. It looks like third quarter was 4.75, if I'm seeing that correctly. And below that were regional sales. I had filtered out the Tidewater area sales just because I didn't think they were fair, they were comparable. And then added another column where we had done the appraisal on the properties. And so in the appraisal, we obviously have actual information. We know what the actual cap rates are of these transactions. And that's what I was just showing comparisons on, is that the
That
pro
green
forma.
column. Okay, great.
Yes, it
Thank
is
you.
green.
Yes, okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Comment about that.
Please.
Certainly having been an appraiser and assessor in Virginia Beach, I know the Hampton Roads area. And I do think it's similar to Albemarle County in its market for apartments. And about the cap rates. So the cap rate will change depending on what information you're using. So in our analysis, we are using 2021 income. When somebody is doing a fee appraisal on a property, they are not going to be looking at 2-year-old income to determine a cap rate. They're going to be typically looking at pro forma, or at the worst, the trailing 12 years. I mean, sorry, trailing 12 months. And so that is going to just the general trend. And certainly we've had a change in rents over the last couple of years. That is going to affect how those cap rates come out. So if we're talking about a difference between 3.25 and 3.6, that isn't throwing it. That's not a difference between 3.25 and 7. It's not really throwing off what we're saying. It's just saying that using different information, you're going to come up with a little bit different cap rate. But we're still in that range to support what we're using in our cap rate schedule.
I mean, we all know a quarter point makes a big difference. I mean, it really does. I'm a fee appraiser by trade. I'm still certified in the state of Virginia. I don't disagree, but the cap rates that are being used are from 21 and 22 sales. Or 21, it's the year before. If it's 22, it's 21 income. So I think we're saying the same thing. It's just we have actual evidence of what the cap rates were, and we have sales to support it. I have other jurisdictions, Newport News, on the Tidewater area using a 4.4. It's just, there has to be some sort of consideration there. Like I keep saying, 4.25 is the lowest cap rate in the state that I have encountered so far. And I do a lot of apartments. So I just figure some kind of adjustment has to be made in the cap rate, period.
Any other questions? All right, let's move on to the next hearing. That's application number 16, PID 4761, Berkmar Apartments LLC. Please feel free to start whenever you're ready.
Okay, yes, Berkmar. This property actually was a little more challenging just because it's brand new. And ownership, I work most of their properties in the state, and they brought this one to my attention because it sounded to me like they had tried to discuss this with the county and try and understand the valuation methodology on it. So the property, let's see, get to my verbiage here. Okay, as of date of value 1/1/23, the property was 62% leased and not yet stabilized. I did drive the property this morning, and it looks pretty occupied. It's kind of tucked away. It's kind of a little nice, quiet little corner. So what I received from ownership was the county's valuation analysis. And I'm not sure what was provided to the county, if anything. However, I will say there's an error on page 10. I kept in the wrong chart. I was just cranking them out that day, so please excuse. It is the same sales, just wrong property indicated in there. So the property was definitely still in lease up. The county used a 5% deduction to account for the lease up period of 3.6 million. With the stabilized value being 72,447,000 approximately, with the 5% deduction in lease up. I'm not sure how that is calculated, but we just went ahead and took that 5% as well. And obviously, because the property was just completed, they gave me the rent roll. And so I took the potential gross income from the rent roll and then applied the county's other assumptions that the county had made in their income analysis, but using the potential gross income that was implied on the rent roll, which is just starts on page 24, and the potential gross income is listed on page 40. So that's basically what we applied here. And like I said, took everything else as the county had indicated. Once again, I didn't go too aggressive on the cap rate. I did pop it up a quarter basis point. It is brand new. And then took for the lease up discount, took the 5% that the county was using as well. I'm not sure if that was the correct way to do it, but I didn't want to make it too complicated. So the indicated stabilized value, and it's strictly based on the potential gross income, just overreaching a little bit there, indicates a value of 67,057,000, or this is 67 million, with the lease up deduction of 3.3 million, brings the as is January 1 value to 63.7 versus the 68.7. And
What page is this? Okay.
oh, I'm sorry, this is on page 11. And I'm somehow miscalculated a little bit on the potential gross, but that's neither here nor there.
Any questions from the board? That's everything.
Yeah, I mean, the cap rate discussion we just did. So
No problem.
we can do all.
And this one's 4.25 as well?
Yes, it
But
was.
with the 5%.
Yes, and I added another quarter basis points onto that.
Any questions from the board? I'll pass back to the assessment.
This property is, like she said, brand new, actually not even complete yet, or at least wasn't complete as of January 1st. We provided kind of the breakdown. We would pick up these buildings as they were completed, or we're required to pick them up as of January 1st, as of however much they are completed. So the fact there are 10 separate buildings here, we would pick up each building as the building was completed. So we have a schedule that as each building is complete, we add 10% because there are 10 buildings. So the 94.4% total just reflects the weighted average of each building toward the two. So what we did was we went through normally and calculated the value and just reduced it based on how much completed it was. We reduced the improvement part of that value by that percentage. So the actual calculation of the income and expenses came through a rent roll that was provided by the property. And so it's similar to what was provided in the back, but it looks like it's slightly different in the totals. We're at including all, other income and everything in a 5% vacancy, we're at $5 million in total revenue. I think the 411,000 shows up at the end of this rent roll per month. Equal just under 5 million.
Yeah.
So we're pretty close in those numbers. And of course, the cap rate, we are at 4.25 for a brand new property, is very well located, even though it's not as well located as the first property. Do you have anything to add on this one, Jen?
No, I will say that the northern growth area is very desirable and it's where our development is going. So this property is very well positioned.
Any questions? I guess let's start this time. I'll go back.
Yeah, I don't really have too much more to add. I mean, I think we agree fundamentally here, other than the tiny adjustment in cap rate again, and the income just being what was provided to me versus what the assessor had received at the time.
Appreciate that. So let's go to the next one. Our last one for you is application number 61, PID 29857. Applicant is RAIA 5th Street Woodbury TIC LLC.
Okay. All right, this is known as 5th Street Place Apartments. This disclosure, I have my 15-year-old with me, and she wrote all the properties with me today, and she didn't like this one at all.
Well, we didn't build it.
It's not mine either, but she's like, I wouldn't live here. She cracked me up. Okay, so this is the 5th Street Place Apartments. It is probably of the three, the less desirable property. I mean, it's tucked away, it faces the highway, it's got a tiny little pool, it doesn't have really many amenities. It definitely would be considered workforce housing again. Average unit size is a little on the small size. It's about 877 square feet, average unit size. Once again, this is another one that definitely saw a pretty big increase this year, obviously, most likely due to the cap rate again. Increase in income was only 3% year over year. So obviously the 24% increase in value and how that's going to affect their tax bill is quite dramatic. I'm not going to go through the cap rate discussion again. We've done it. You know my points and what I feel very strongly about. So all we did was took the 2021 year-end income. I'm not sure if the county received that prior from ownership. All of these properties were new to me this year, so I don't know what previously was provided, and nor did I have much more before that either. Once again, we use the average cap rate of the sale comps. We could definitely use the county's average of 4.7. Happy to change that if it makes it a little less painful. Yeah, just going through the numbers, using the actual year-end income indicates a value of about $44 million. The sales indicate an average of 49 million. Also not too crazy. The actual is 50 million, but just strictly based on income, which is what we've been doing here most of the time, the indicated value would be 44 million, and in line on a per unit basis with some of the other ones that we've looked at.
Any questions from the board? Back to the assessor on this one.
So we would agree that this property is worth $44 million if this was 2018, because that's what it sold for in 2018. But we don't believe that 5 years later it's worth anywhere near that. So honestly, it took us a few years even to get to that value, and at that point we started getting actual income from the property. And this one is based on actual income from 2021, income and expenses. So it's the cleanest of the three that we have when it comes to income analysis. This one, you know, if you look at it, it's probably not as premium as the other two. I would agree with that. We still believe it's a grade one. It certainly sold as a grade one 5 years ago. And, you know, so I think that the income analysis is really, you know, speaks for itself when it comes to this property and this. Did you have any?
Nothing.
On this?
Any questions from the board? Back to the applicants. Do you have any?
I mean, I'll definitely, not disagree with the purchase price prior at 44 million, and that's what the income's indicating now. And for that reason, if we were to increase or decrease the cap rate to 4.7%, which is the average, that would put us at 45,574. So I would be willing to indicate that as the requested value on the property by increasing the cap rate to 4.7 versus the 4.87.
Anything further?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for your time.
Thank
you
you.
for the presentation. We will, okay. And if you have any, we'll mail out decisions within the next 2 weeks.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Absolutely. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Are you Peter? Nice to meet you, Peter. Absolutely.
It's been a hectic day, so.
Oh, tell me about it. It's been a hectic season. I will
Just
just.
tell your daughters you're not moving to Charlottesville.
No, she already knows that. She's like, I couldn't live out here.
I assume she's on her phone right now.
Oh, yeah, she's downstairs. Yeah, she's downstairs waiting for me. I took her, I had one hearing one year, when she was 7 or 8 years old in Orange County, Florida, so where Disney World is.
Oh, lovely.
And yes, she went with me. It was the worst hearing I've ever had in my life. Oh my God, the assessor kept yelling at me. Like he got super angry and aggressive at me. And I was so angry when I left there. I'm like, let's just go to Disney World. So she definitely knows how I am. So I'm not leaving this hearing. I wasn't not getting yelled. All right. Thank you so much again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We go to Disney World this weekend.
Guardians of the Galaxy.
It's not my kind of place.
Isn't mine either.
My brother is there now for his honeymoon.
Really? For a honeymoon.
Yeah, well, they must have had a kind of first honey. They already had one cruise honeymoon. It's kind of a second honeymoon. They're little kids at heart, so that's.
Yeah.
My son proposed in front of the castle.
Oh, really?
Oh, sweet.
They're all-
Well, I went last month, right before, that's where I got COVID.
Oh, no.
But Guardians of the Galaxy at Epcot,
Right.
it's incredible.
Is it?
Yeah.
I laughed and cried
Yeah.
on that ride. This was
That is funny.
It was so much fun.
So, hey, let's go ahead and discuss the apartments first, right? Since it's fresh. Okay, so
Yeah.
let's start with. First one was 15,235,3. That was the Stonefield Commons one. So the question is cap rates. And do we think 4.25 is appropriate? That's really a limit of our discussion, or not limit, but that's. The question at hand. Do you mind pulling up the? property for us?
It's appropriate as of Jan 1, 2023.
Yeah, so that's the question, because. I mean, who in their right mind is gonna invest at this moment on 4.2? I don't know, maybe they do. I feel like I wouldn't.
We're not saying that they would.
So that's the,
Oh, sorry. I thought I was showing on the screen the whole time, but
this one's the best of the three. This is the best look. That's an incredible location.
it is.
And the $1.50 hot dogs all day long. You could go breakfast, lunch.
They're very nice looking apartment.
They are, yeah.
So when I looked at that Hollywood sale, I went back and reconstructed the, per formula. I got a cap rate of like 4.72 in that one. I know it's a little bit older,
It's very old.
Yeah,
So it was partially redone. It's coming up actually later today.
okay.
1097 is at 3:30. It was partially redone by the last investor.
Mhm,
He did about 60% of the interiors.
mhm.
So the next investor in that just bought it is gonna do the other 40%. So it's still a value add at this point. So,
But then I just looking at your sales, your local sales.
mhm.
And so, I respect all the, the data, the PwC data and anything like that, but your local sales really are indicating, and I don't see anything really indicating 4.25.
Well,
Well,
none
we
of
had
those
the
are the
grade
highest
ones.
grades.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we don't have any highest grade ones.
That's why we go to regional sales and go over
Yes.
30 million,
Mhm.
because it's representative of that property.
What was that 1A one? There was a 1A, right?
There's a 1A.
Local, there were two 1As in the
1097.
local sales.
Which, there's one bigger one, right? This is the
The
last-
144, that's
What's
the one,
that
at-
one?
that's the Greens at Hollywood that's on at 330.
Oh, that's, you're grading that as a 1A?
1A, and because it was built in 1991.
Yeah.
It's over
This is
30.
definitely a better,
Yeah,
much better grade than that, but. But also things the actual cap rate, but not the
Yes,
entire
higher,
4.5,
yeah.
yeah, so it's-
yeah.
That seems like such a low cap rate, but at the same time. I can see it more for this one. I don't know.
Well, yeah, and so if you're looking at that sale as a 1A. I'm calculating the cap rate based on your cap rate relative to your assessment. Actually 4.7, they've got it at 5 on their CB Richard Ellis form. I don't know where they pulled those stats from. But
And that might be.
I can't comment as to where they get the data.
Right.
Yeah.
They say they get it internally, but what, are they using trailing 12? Are they using 12 months going forward, pro forma? I don't know.
she did it says pro forma, stabilized.
Yeah. That's gonna be different than 2-year old
Yeah.
rent, especially the rents have been going crazy over the last.
But wouldn't that be, you would think it would be the other direction? Oh, no, because the rates go higher, so the cap. but- As the rents
If
go
you're
up.
using a higher income.
Yeah.
Then the cap rate would be higher.
It would be
I'll
higher.
go saying that.
So your actual still listed the 4.7 for the hall means really are only. What was the other? There was another 1A, but it was much smaller.
It was much
It's not
smaller, yeah,
smaller.
that
It's
was-
not really comparable.
And then for the bigger ones that we have, anything that's below 4.2, like the rich, I guess we can look at Richmond. Glen Allen. 4.21. Now, obviously, we don't have that. information, but, like. We won't be able to pull those up. That's these three.
Well,
I don't believe the artistry at Winterfield was stabilized at the time that they sold. That was in Midlothian. She was mentioning that.
I can find that page. So many pages here. Well, show that page where she had reconciled the cap rates based on the appraisals. Oh, here we go. Page 20. If you look at their cap rates based on their own, their actual appraisals of these complexes.
Page 20.
Yeah.
Showing you their packet.
Oh, sorry.
The one with the green column.
Yeah, the green column.
But like that second one, I'm in Midlothian, even if you go based on theirs, it's 4.26, and that's in 1986.
It's 4.25 on the first one.
Yeah. Yeah, so I was thinking the last one might not be the green.
The one thing that you don't see in Richmond and in other markets like Fredericksburg or even in Northern Virginia is that the barriers to entry are very, very different than they are in Charlottesville. For somebody to put a shovel in the ground for apartment complex takes them 3 years.
And
2 to
with
3.
these- and there's
I mean,
these-
I'd be reasonable, 2 to 3,
Yeah.
if you're lucky.
Yeah, and there's limited land and
There's limited land.
and
yeah.
you have a steady base of
In
students.
Richmond,
things
they
like
go
that, so-
vertical. When they redevelop, they've got plenty of it.
Right.
They take the tiniest parcels and they go up 12 stories.
And rents are high and they're steady.
And we match Richmond rents.
It'll take longer to build an apartment here than it would
To get the approvals and
To get the
everything.
approvals in
And
place, yes.
year maybe, yeah.
Depends. Depends if somebody's stupid enough to buy the land before the rezoning's accomplished.
But at this one, I think the 4.25. A very low number, but I still have to say, I think for this particular property. Relative to, I don't know much more about that, even if we use their number on the Midlothian one, that's still 4.26. There are 4.25s out there, even based on the numbers, that their first Richmond was in 2009, that's even on their numbers, 3.62. So there are sales below 4.25.
I mean, this list of,
And your actual, and this is the one where the actuals would have been higher too, right?
yeah, right.
This is the one where
They
the
put a
actuals-
cause on your back. Yes.
How much more is it?
I would have to,
Like, is it substantial or like $1 million or like a couple of, like percentage point?
figure that out. That's not it. Which one? Yeah. this-
This is her actual. These are the actuals.
I think she was using this too.
Sharing. So.
You're in the, you're in the. Never. There you go.
Oh.
There you go. Great. Thank you.
Show you blacks. We're at 79,434.
The actual no.
With the estimate, it would go to 82,136.
Okay. That's significant. I think on this one. This one, okay with the numbers. Oh, if anybody else has any other thoughts?
I agree.
Karen, do you want a minute with? This one? Does someone want to make a motion? As I said, first I'll make a motion. I move to affirm. The current value.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, let's move on to number 16, PID 4761, Berkmar Apartments. If you don't mind, this one I think it's below. This one's the one that's partially or still in the process of being built, right?
It's not complete.
Not complete.
As of January 1.
As a January.
Is it complete now?
I don't know. Have you checked?
It's
But
closed,
she said it looked pretty full. She said she drove by. and-
Oh, it definitely looks
Yeah.
full. There are just a couple
but
of buildings.
there's buildings in the back that they were still working on,
Got it.
How far north is this, if you don't mind?
right
zooming out?
below Hollymead Town Center
Okay,
at the Berkmar Drive Extended.
okay,
Yeah.
okay. It's up there.
You're finishing this month, I guess, May.
Oh, they should.
They're already
They're
open.
not-
I mean, they're open and leased out.
Those last two
Leased up?
buildings in the back are either done or they'll be done very soon.
Yeah.
So the
Beautiful
estimates,
place.
yeah, sorry. So on this one, the numbers you're getting, but she didn't seem to object to the actual value, like the income estimate that you all had.
No, she had a question with regard to the 3.691 million that we deducted. And she thought that was 5% that we were using for lease up, and that's just the portion of the construction that was not complete on January.
Partial completion.
So you don't have a lease up number on, you don't have a lease up deduction on those?
We use 5%.
5%
market vacancy.
market
The
vacancy.
Income estimate.
Okay.
Based on the market rents.
There's a 5% for that and another 5% for construction.
5.4%.
And this was as of January 1st, it was 94%, that was a completion.
Correct.
And do we know what the vacancy was around that time? The five, like, is the 5% lease up, I guess.
We
appropriate?
might have had that information, but I'm not sure I have it readily. treat that lease up vacancy, we don't treat it the same as if you had an existing property and suddenly you're 30% vacant, which is a problem. The lease up vacancy is really part of the
Construction.
development
Yeah.
and construction.
Yeah. There were, I believe there's 261 units at this property, and as of January, they had 88 vacant.
I think that's the only, I mean, there's two considerations here. One is, again, 4.25. This one, location is inferior to the other one, but it's not bad. It's brand new also. But then the other question is if we should give them a additional deduction for the fact that there was the vacancy as of January 1st, 2028. The buyer came, but I don't know, Karen, you know better on
Well,
that
you
in
would
terms
need
of.
to do some kind of a, lease up analysis. They're saying that, 68%, isn't that what you said, it was 68% lease?
Yeah. You want to take that?
Yeah, we don't do a lease up analysis on a brand new property. We pick it up at full value when it's.
But you did reduce 5%.
I mean, we
Well,
give it
it
the
wasn't
market
completed.
vacancy as part of the income approach.
But that's
Model,
separate, but
because-
not two, so the non-completion 5%
Yeah.
and the other 5%.
Right, so the 5% vacancy determine the overall market value and then reduce that down by the percent.
But the 5%, you don't do that, you do that across the board with any?
Yes.
Oh, you're doing
5%
that
across the board.
for any apartment? Oh, okay,
If it's an estimate. of
Yeah.
income.
okay.
Otherwise, it's their actuals, it falls in that range of 5%.
I don't know apartment appraisals or values. So but that's my only, like, again, kind of thinking about it, bigger picture, whatever else, that's my only kind of concern, if we're using the income approach. But I guess the buyer doesn't, I mean, if they're gonna be coming online, the buyer's gonna pay for it, regardless if it's a new construction. I'm just trying to think
Well,
if
they're
there should
gonna
be some,
discount it for the lease up. If it's only 68%
yeah,
leased up, they're gonna come up with the present, a present value of that loss of income for that first year.
so what's that percent, like? Can we come up, is that something appropriate for us to come up with, and can we come up with it?
How do we put that in a model?
They would
Yeah.
do it next year.
But if we're looking at January 1st, 2023, and what the
Yeah.
valuation is at that
January
point.
24.
In 24, I don't think there's an issue, just because it's a new construction coming online. So. I don't know if anyone else.
So that's not what we normally include in our model. For the new properties.
And I don't know if it's one, did she make that argument? I don't necessarily. Okay. If she didn't make the argument, that's simply cap rate. Again, I think we have to, staying consistent with the last one. Again, I think all these cap rates are probably gonna be different next year. I imagine you all probably, I mean, we'll see.
Pretty sure they'll be different next year. The climate has definitely changed on apartments.
This was in a period when there was still compression going on.
And I'll tell you that houses still are going up, but
Yeah.
apartments are a totally different
Yeah.
market.
Right, and commercial.
Yeah, yeah.
So, any other further discussion on this, or should we go to a motion?
I move we affirm the assessment.
For a second,
I'll second.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Let's go. The last one, application number 61. PID 29857. And, Pete, if you don't mind, let us.
Oh, yes. I'm about to.
This is south 64, right?
This is Fifth Street.
Yeah.
It's right north of the Fifth Street.
It's north of 64 or south 64?
Should be, it should be north.
South 60.
Is it south?
It's south.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So that's actually,
Fifth Street, county office building, kind of down that way.
I thought it
yes.
was further up.
On the
So
right.
This is the one that sold for a lot of money.
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
It's across the street from the office building.
Yeah,
This one,
just before you get to it.
they did say they leased it up in a year and they sold it.
Yes, this one sold very
Fast.
right
quickly.
when they, right,
It was
Very quickly
fast.
when it was built, yes.
they did well selling it. That was,
The land assemblage was a lot for them on
It was
this.
a lot.
oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, to get the parcel that they.
I guess, I mean, it's convenient.
It's very
It
convenient.
required a lot of site work. A lot of slope in there, retaining walls. But once it was done, yes, they sold it and turned it over very quickly.
So I think, again, cap rate was a question. The only question we were kind of. That came up was grade, I guess, on this one. That's the only thing. Do we think is this a grade 1 or is this still grade? Is there a 1A? I mean, compared to Hollymead, again, this should be a 1 versus the Hollymead 1A, I think, it's a newer construction and. But it's just a matter of. That's the only thing I see on this one, is if. We want to change the cap rate because of the grade.
Yeah, do you have any idea about that?
About what?
That it's declining income.
This is actually.
We went from income per unit of 16,972 in 2020 income to 17,334 per unit in 2021 income, which is the income we're using, so it was increasing.
Well, the revenue kept going up, but the expenses were higher in 22.
Yeah, they were.
So the NOI would have gone down in 22, went back up. Now, those previous years, if you're looking at the first years in there,
Those are
were all
estimates.
estimates. So they didn't give us the actual numbers, so
Until
the-
later.
the last
So-
3 years are lower than the previous year's estimates. But that doesn't mean, I don't know what they would have been if they'd given us their actuals in those years.
And they stay below 5% vacancy easily. So,
Oh, I see down here, you've got estimates.
Yes.
Yes.
The middle of the page is. the
right,
estimate.
we have to estimate it, that's where it'll start.
So it did go up.
Okay.
And that's the one thing you'll see probably, as cap rates are gonna go. Up next year, but the
Yeah.
income's gonna is gonna go up
We're
too.
gonna still have revenue growth, and I think
Yeah.
we'll have decent revenue growth here in some other markets. I think we're gonna see it really slow.
Any further discussion on this, or a motion?
Well, I will move that we affirm the current assessment.
Do we have a second?
I will second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, now let's turn back to the ones we had, unless our next hearing at 3. Oh, is our next hearing at 3? Oh. We have lots of time. Okay, let's go back to those 3.
Oh, yeah, we have these 3 compacted, so.
But the nice thing is-
Open one.
Yeah, and those 4 are gonna be combined as well, so those.
Yeah,
Hopefully get out of here early.
Yes. That'd be-
Now who's counting?
Okay, so I will turn to, we don't, the first one we had was the Challenger Way, but have we heard back from zoning on that one yet, or?
Yes, we have.
Okay, let's
Okay,
go to
so
that.
let me check and see if I got.
I was asking for it in writing. I had gotten a
Yeah.
verbal.
Okay.
I was hoping for us to write it for the record.
Here it is, so.
Oh, nice.
And the parcel in question is subject to setbacks in accordance with section 4.2, section 21.7 of the zoning ordinance. I'm just going to share my screen.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
I'll read it to you anyway, because a 50-foot setback for new structures is required from NMD zoned property. However, a property owner may seek a special exemption to reduce this requirement. The situation is similar to the Condile property, which was affected by the abutting Stonefield NMD's rezoning. In either case, the property affected by the rezoning is usable property. The existing use may continue as is. The special exception, one was granted in the Condile exemption in 2020, may be applied for, or the property may choose to locate a new structure on a portion of the property that complies with the applicable regulations. So they did have that.
They had
Her husband had come down and talked about.
apparently for a shed.
For the shed,
and then was denied.
It was denied, but then there was
They,
no follow.
but there was no follow-up for the special exception.
And if there was follow-up, the special exception process.
They might not even be aware of it, especially. But.
I don't know. I think probably downstairs, they would probably tell them if they denied them.
It would assume,
I would assume that,
but we don't know.
yeah.
Okay, so let's,
He also had mentioned to me that she had the right to object during the rezoning, but they did not. And this is not unique to her parcel. All parcels adjacent to the neighborhood model district are affected. But it would be vice versa. If they rezoned and became residential, the parcels adjacent to them would be impacted as well. So that's why there shouldn't be an issue. There was no taking.
It's not considered a take, it's.
Yeah.
Usually the same thing. And that's because they did. Then it would be an issue.
you're right, yeah, she mentioned that. So that she was,
So they wouldn't object.
yeah, and that's why I didn't object. I think that happens,
Yeah.
but you're looking at the notice, you don't necessarily know that that's the effect of it. Do you mind pulling that one up? It's,
Absolutely.
23485. The other question is, and I'm not, I mean, it would have been nice if they told them they could get a special exception or anything. I don't know what the process is for some special exception in Albemarle County, how difficult that is, but you would think they should get, like, it would be one that they should give them since there was that change, but I don't know.
That's my assumption is that they're kind of, it's a preferred. Situation.
Right,
Because it's an existing use.
Yes.
yeah.
Yes.
And then the zoning in that location,
We're not talking about a, habitable building. We're talking about a shed. I don't
Yeah.
see any.
and then the structure, how old is their structure there?
It was.
Well, but I mean, it does affect, if she wanted to add on to building or,
82.
82.
Mhm.
Yeah, there's a valid,
That is true. I just don't know. This site is pretty well used at this point.
Yeah.
You couldn't fit much more on it. So even without setbacks, you have no room to really do anything.
And it's been that way since it was
Since it
built.
was built.
Yeah.
and that special use permit is, I mean, it's a valuable use to have in that location, to have the auto repair. I mean, it's not, they're not giving that special use permit to everybody.
No.
Right? No.
Dude, that's the.
That's a good location for the auto service. And there are a couple of other owners around that are doing similar auto stuff. So it kind of makes sense.
And I think this is one of those where you all didn't value it properly earlier, like you didn't catch up to the value because they bought it for 2016 for $1 million.
When we went through and changed our location
The land.
adjustments throughout this artery, I think we finally got in the right spot because they weren't even uniform to start with. So they weren't right and then they weren't.
So I think the question for us is, does that 50-foot, there is now this 50-foot setback that exists, but there is the possibility of a special exception, which is not 100% fully granted, but decent chance. Does that affect our valuation of the property? Is it gonna be less than the 1.254?
Well, if you take that into account, then you're gonna have to go through all the properties
Well,
on that road.
I think if they bring the thing, it's the same thing. I think we just look at this individual. I don't think we should worry about too much about the other ones. That's on its office if they want, if they think there's a valuation change, if it makes a difference, but for our purposes, it's just this property. So it's a matter of, does it make a difference? I'm inclined to say it doesn't, because of, like, I would imagine the special exception would be granted and it is being used, but
It's hard to say.
I know it is.
I mean, it is an encumbrance.
It is.
And so I think that there, may be some impact on or resistance from someone who wanted to buy that property if they knew they had to get a special exception to. I mean, but on the other hand, it is built out to its best use.
What's the total Can you measure on that?
What's the,
Oh,
The building square footage?
no, sorry, the depth of the lot. I'm just trying to, like, the total depth and where the 50-foot lies, so it's
approximately 200 feet?
Yes.
50 foot is.
Yeah.
And that is, I mean, that is something that's changed since they bought the property. Mostly, it's a land, yeah, it's mostly land value.
You know, I almost look at it like an easement. And yeah, I know you don't go in and value easements separately, but sometimes they can have an impact on the property value. And because of the unknown nature of, you know, the ability to, you know, construct within that easement or.
Yeah.
So I think that because there is something, she's been more limited in her property rights, that there should be some consideration.
I agree.
Well, there's an access, so you like, yeah, you have need, there was some easements, kind of 5%, 10% deduction you've had on the other properties, not necessarily the commercial ones, but like the residential, I'm just thinking. Just that there's an access, which this is different, yeah, this is different, there's no access, but you are limiting a potential substantial portion of it is being used for. It's not, I don't think it's a huge number, but it is, I could see that being, so.
Some small, some.
No problem with it. So in that case of the access, you can't use that. property.
Right.
Somebody drives through there constantly. In this case, they can use that property. They might not be able, they may or may not be able to build that shed on it, but they can certainly park cars on it and they can use it.
Well, there is slope there because I've been up on that site. And
Besides the fact that it might be
yeah.
unusable for other reasons.
there is slope on there.
Yeah.
Into that.
Yeah, in the back, because I walk behind the old motel buildings and there's slope there as well. I don't know if it's critical, but there is slope there.
But that small amount, that's not something that we would normally.
Right, no.
That's just the edge of the property base.
If we adjusted like 5% for the zoning change, I know the zoning change is a little bit different, but it's just a funk, it's weird that they did that, or they didn't make when they did the NMD.
They
Change.
did have, I mean, they did notify, they did, I asked Bart, they did
Yeah.
all the proper
Yeah,
notifications.
but as a property owner, we a lot of people don't read those things, but I don't think they'll necessarily say, now that this is gonna be NMD, now you're gonna have a 50-foot setback. I'm pretty sure they don't spell that out.
I don't know. We'd have to ask Bart that.
I think they don't do that. They'll just say it's NMD, yeah, they don't do that, just simply that, hey, this zoning change is happening.
I would be surprised, especially if there's actual effect on their surrounding properties. And this is not just this property, it's any property being zoned to NMD, in the
Yeah.
surrounding, which are all over the county,
Along 29 corridor.
everywhere. I mean, you have lots of developments that are residential developments that are NMD zoning.
Well, and I think we've also had sales there, Pete, on this field.
Right.
So smaller parcels.
There are sales,
with,
but not on the north side, I don't think.
on the Nature Conservancy, it was before the zoning, I think.
Before the zoning.
They're, because they're selling it again now. Yeah, so it's not.
I know 23489, I think is on the market right now. There's a big sign.
2, 3, 4, 8.
That's like the solar company one, I think.
Oh, yeah. Yep, that is on the
Oh,
market now.
Right.
Yeah.
That would be impacted, but I don't think it's not sold. It's not and that 20, the one.
No, that was sold a couple of years ago. And then they painted that building and yeah.
Yeah, that's the 2018.
Yeah. Time flies.
Well,
I think there's 2 under contract adjacent to that, but I'm not certain of that.
that one 2.7 across those.
More information in the future then.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Karen, what you were saying, do you have a
So no,
suggestion?
I keep going back to the fact that that is almost 25% of that property. that's, if there were any redevelopment, would require a special exception. And we just really don't know what, it does add an extra unknown to that property. So it's hard for me to think that it's not in some way affected, its market value is not affected, even nominally. I mean,
We
this
did-
is the.
5% on the lands.
This is it. Yeah.
What's the zoning one you have there? Oh,
That's
it's
for being
C1.
C1
Yeah.
as opposed to HC.
So if we did 5%, what would it change?
Yeah, what it is.
1,213,1 compared to, it's currently at 12,54.
About 40,000.
Yeah. I'd be very comfortable with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ironically, I'm here because of, an exception that was told and it was given, it would be given. Client did everything, then they didn't give it to him, and, because I went in and advocated for him, that's how they had actually asked me to do this.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So, like those special exceptions that we think, should be,
Yeah.
eh,
No, no.
don't always happen as easily. And so that's why I would be open to some, and I think that small adjustment would be that. It's like, hey, yeah, the 50-foot exists, but you can get the exception. And so we have accommodated for the fact that it does exist. But,
And I think the county needs to do something with their zoning on 29, like certain areas when if they're gonna do NMD to. I think someone should be made aware of that when you're doing NMD, it doesn't seem right
they
to.
wouldn't protest. if they
Yeah,
knew
to
that was
change,
gonna-
yeah, to change, because
What,
you're putting an NMD right in the middle of a very like a commercial
Right.
corridor, you're gonna know, like. They shouldn't then now be a setback.
I think some of the neighbors were actually happy about the neighborhood model district for that particular parcel because the motel was so old. It
Yeah,
was past its economic life.
right,
It was bad.
Yeah.
I can attest.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
love
sure
what
they
they did.
were,
Yeah.
but then when they realize that there's an encumbrance on their.
Yeah,
Mhm.
they're probably, yeah.
Mhm.
it just doesn't make sense, I don't think
Yeah.
there should be a setback for that,
Doesn't seem fair.
given that circumstance, but.
It's also a small parcel for NMD.
Yes.
We
Oh,
usually
right.
see, but the minimum, I believe, is 3, and that was like 3.
And like the stone field, these apartments and things, you don't have, if that's an issue with the stone field one, like Costco's quite a bit away, like everything is like, has room.
It's a
This
much larger site.
much larger
yeah.
parcels next door to each other, this one is a very small parcel relative. Okay, so do we have a motion?
yeah, what was the new number?
New number is
Right.
1,213,100.
Okay, I'll make the motion to, make the adjustment to 1,213,100.
And what's the new land value, so.
It is 792,600. 792,600, yep.
So should I make it for that adjustment?
No, that's
Oh,
fine, 120, okay, and then do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Alright.
All right. Let's move on to the whoops. This was PID 14216. So. Anybody care to? We had their PowerPoint presentation. Their frustrations seem to be over a longer period. Karen, as you pointed out, the valuation from last year, this year was not changed much at all. I don't think they provided any evidence as to quality or condition or anything else to show the value should be less. And the only thing we have is the 750 behind it versus this is 567. If it's that made a difference in terms of equalization, but again, it's hard to do apples and oranges with one.
I just think they seem to be extremely frustrated and they were really stuck on 2016 to 2023. And Karen made the point, we look at 2022 to 2023, they weren't really trying to hit it.
And then the big picture of the total valuation, because they really want, like, okay, we're happy with that land value, but we're not happy with the improvement value. That was like.
I mean, like, I was gonna ask them, why did they choose 2016? Why didn't they choose 2020 or 2012? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're gonna pick
Well,
any,
2016 is when those were built.
say it again.
That was when those houses behind them were built.
Right.
So versus in 2012, they didn't have they couldn't start. with anything. Yeah.
Well, they could have picked 2020. Right.
Or they could have put it every year into that versus.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, like, picking 2016 really makes that,
And it had a lot to do with the land value too. The land value on those were just so high, and
yeah.
that's how you all equalize the same. So it's just the total value. So, have any-
I was gonna say, yeah, on that one, you know, it's always hard when people are really convicted about something and you could tell it really matters to them, but
Yeah.
you gotta go back to the burden of persuasion on that, you know, like what they had to say was in large part irrelevant and we really can't consider it. That's, you know, it's a frustrating, I'm sure doubly frustrating for them, but I don't think we have a choice on that based on the arguments they asked us to consider.
I don't think that, like I said, the only thing I think is the equalization argument between their 750 and then again, different neighborhood.
Yeah.
Really tough for us to compare that way, but they didn't give any evidence as to anything else.
Well, I thought that, you know, I did think that they made a really good presentation, but I mean, since they had not appealed in other years, then I do feel like we're limited to looking at, you know, the 2022 equalization and where they equal on 2022. We can't go back and adjust their assessment because perhaps, you know, 5 years ago, you know, they were,
You couldn't, it's beyond your ability to cover anything but this year.
yeah, so
Yeah, so
I just don't think. we
even
can
if
do
they
it.
had appealed or anything like that.
Yeah, like last year, maybe they had a better argument because the other one went up so much. That was a
Right.
much closer valuation and maybe they had a better argument, but this year.
And then, like I said, their primary focus was 2016 to 2023.
Right.
But the
That makes
problem was, it was only the improvement
Right.
of the value. That's where
They
I
weren't doing the total
was
value.
totally lost on.
Oh,
Yeah, well, that's what you call picking and choosing.
Yeah.
I mean, like literally.
Well, it's common with these assessments.
Yeah.
I think people look at improvement and they look at land, they look at it separately and.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah, everybody picks and
frustrated.
choose, but you gotta help us help you.
And I can understand looking at the parts differently if you're just analyzing the parts differently, but not, you can't compare them to other neighborhoods and just look at that.
Right, if it was all one neighborhood, all lots, then you'll improve. Do we have a motion on this one though?
I will move to affirm
This was up 632. All right, and do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, perfect. Last one. We have outstanding still is the Masterson PID 10138. Application number 75. This one is the Lanford Hills sales. The sale is still, I don't know about, they're back in 21 though. There are 2 Lanford Hills sales that I would like to look at closer.
So one is 21, but one is 15.
Oh, there was only one of them was 21?
Yeah.
No, this is the 21 one. Oh, I see it.
just looking at these. And I have to say, I was a little surprised. Let me see if I can find them. All right. His land value or his improvement value was 526,300. Then directly, I looked at the 4, basically the 4 adjoining properties. Just make sure I get this right. Okay, his improvement value is 526,300. Across the street, 2275, the improvement value is only 419.
Let me open this one so we can. Okay, so it's this parcel, and I'll put the assessments up.
And I do realize there are a few, you know, differences in terms of square footage, but does seem significant. The next property, 2245, which is just to the left, is the land value, I mean, the improvement value was 432,000.
The land bank, I'm sorry.
That's the one.
The
432.
improvement value is 432.
Right.
And then if you go to the north of that, 2260, just to the north of that, your improvement value is only 446. His improvement value is significantly higher than the other. And I know that there are some variations, but he's got a partially finished basement, with a built-in garage, but is that $100,000?
Square footage stuff.
So the grade on 3 of them are the same, and then the one right here is a B minus. So those are all Bs, and that's a B minus. So it's not grade that's causing it.
Okay.
These two have basements with finish.
What was it saying? This is 1,000, showing 1,000 square foot finish. Was he saying something about?
Yeah, this shows 1,064 square feet. Of
He was,
finish.
I think he was saying what, wasn't he saying this wasn't thin or no, maybe he didn't get into that. I was just trying to think of what was the,
Can't remember him saying.
I don't remember.
maybe he didn't get into, maybe it was the other one. I'm thinking something else. I'm thinking about.
Somebody else did talk about their basement.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was the other gentleman.
another one for saying
Yeah.
that.
That's
Living area.
so he's got 2566. That one's close in size. That one's smaller. It's not too far, but it's 500 square feet smaller, 400 square feet smaller, 100 square feet smaller. They are.
Does his neighbor have a basement?
I don't think.
So basement wise, it was only this one had a basement with a small amount of finish.
So that might be the difference. It's the
That's
basement.
$100,000. I mean, that's a lot.
Yeah, so then can you figure out what we're missing here? Because those are some of our.
How about condition?
I don't know. Oh, do we have condition? Here it is. 1994, 1995. Yeah, they're all average, except that one's good. So that doesn't look like it would cause the difference. All right, let me open him up. Average condition. Nothing. Just the one house, we don't have a second house.
Buildings. Okay.
No outbuildings.
It's the basement, I guess. I mean,
The one right across the road, Pete,
Uh-huh.
bid 10145.
Right.
It's 2,000 square feet. Above grade. 2,066 square feet
Right.
and.
Yeah, it was about 500 square feet
Yes,
less.
so that's.
Is
one
that
thing.
gonna be the $100,000 difference?
Just about.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to compare.
I know. It's just really leapt out at me, and I know that there are differences, but just seemed really significant.
At the neighborhood adjustment, the grade factors, so those are all would affect them all evenly. Check. That's my.
did notice it's only 12, again, it's 12% depreciation on the average on this one.
Yeah, we did a study a few years ago and we found that there was very little depreciation on properties that's the age. They really have to get old before they start dropping off in value. Without work. And without upgrades.
Yeah, but I feel like some of them do, I mean, I don't know. How it's accounting, how. It was accounting for the fact there was no work done on their photos or. I imagine like you have to do like,
Yes.
by 94, there's gonna be things that needs to be done to.
Right, there's that routine, but. Yes, so the general stuff is getting done,
Right.
but not the big replacements.
This one, I mean, he didn't testify to what, he didn't say anything about that.
Yeah, we didn't talk about this house at all, really, did we?
No. But there, so he has on his Pentagon, whatever, which is like it's the lowest, not, but there are 2 Lanford Hills sales on his that are late 2021. That are much less,
Yeah,
so
we're
that's the
across
only,
the street, we're directly. across the
one's
street.
2215 and one's 2275, one's the one that goes.
Yeah,
Those were both sales?
On this one is showing,
well, one of them is an older sale, but the 2275
Okay.
sold for 427.
Was that 22?
21.
the other one shows, on here, it shows September 2021, the 2215.
Yeah. 215.
Oh, 2215.
Yeah, I don't have the.
446 and 23.
Thousand less,
This was 2275, it's the one that sold for 427.
sold for 427, yes.
Oh, May 21, I think here they have
Yeah,
it.
this was actually May 14th.
They have it
Yeah,
December
May
here.
14th.
Here they have December, but I mean, I don't know. I imagine your
It's-
information is more
It's
accurate.
smaller, much smaller.
It is much smaller. Assessed,
Yeah.
but the assessed value is 550.
I'm talking about 2215.
Oh, okay, it's 2275.
Which one is 2215?
That's down at the end of the cul-de-sac. It's showing as a sale.
No, it's 2200. It's the one, it's on the bottom. That one right
Oh,
there.
this.
Yeah.
One sale.
That's December 21.
Yeah, valid approved. Okay, so yeah, we have this sales.
And then the assessed value is 539.
Correct. Assessed value is. Yeah,
That's the one
we were at
that's
424.6 last year.
This one's small.
Yeah, this script is smaller.
Yeah, we, for the 22 assessment on these would have been very close to their sale prices. We were actually below the sale price in 20. After the sale took place. There was this whole set of sales that took place in 22 that pushed everything.
Were any of those sales, I mean, how good a comps are those 22 sales?
Those are the ones we show on our third page. Oh, yeah. So there's kind of a whole range. If I go turn on. How close it is.
This 1,000 square feet more.
Exactly.
Right,
And 22 cents, right?
okay.
So that's understanding. Is. Clearly, I have the survey.
you have two, you have Franklin and Redmond as the assessor provided comps, right? Is that, are you pulling up those? So
Yes, so maybe not. There's more traffic on it, so let me-
Oh, yeah, that's true. Since the improvements, we've had improvements.
So those are two five.
Actually, yeah, this is less.
Yeah.
it's off Stony Point.
Speak. That's-
It's gonna be far.
it's not close. It's probably-
The house on Profit over there, full of ground, but those are smaller homes.
It's much more.
I mean, there's not a, I don't think there's an appropriate comp other than the ones. That land, those two Lanford Hills are our best comps, but they're older comps.
Right.
Do you have an idea of percentage? Do we, what do you all do when you have, I know you're doing the bigger range, but. I feel like those, the Stony Point properties don't seem to be appropriate comps, at least for looking at this. So it's just a matter of, we have the only sales that are, they're really good comps, are just Lanford Hills ones, the two, but
Well, they're good local comps, but they're
not
not,
timing.
not good timing.
I know, yeah.
comps,
I was thinking. In that case, looks like you look at bigger, but I was just thinking, in that case, can we take those and then put some kind of adjustment based on time?
Right. So, Bill, do you know how much this one there two? There were two changed from 21 to 20, 22 to 23.
Go to the package. Should have our neighborhood profile on this.
You guys are digging in on that. Do you mind if I stretch my legs and use the restroom real quick? I'll be back in 1 minute.
I'm fine.
Okay. Don't make any big decisions without me. Four, I guess.
She doesn't have an end in her. The whole profile for the whole smart area too. It's just certain aspects of it.
What I asked them is these two Lanford Hills sales being the best comps. And then seeing if we can make a time adjustment, appropriate time adjustment that they have. Cause they're like the 22 comps that were much higher. Well, the thing, they're farther, they're different, like, it's off, they're off Stony Point. This is, it's a. Part of the same market area, it's the market areas, this one's a big market area, so.
Here's a neighborhood by percentage that.
These sold for less, oh well. Late 21, they're selling for
23.02%.
23, year over year, that's just the
That's
average.
what market area 202 changed from 22 to 23.
And if we, well, I think that's, what happened here is that it's increased more than that, or that's about.
Assuming it's about that number. but let me take a look.
Yeah, 25.3. So I have.
So if you're looking at. Sales.
And those sales, where are they compared to the assessed value of that, of the 21 assessed value, I guess, would be,
Okay, so.
or 22 assessed value, or look at 22, I guess. It's like 2275 Lanford Hills, I think is our best, because that's right before 2022, so we're just looking at 1 year away from the current sale. What was the assessed value last year?
Assessed value last year was 436,800. This is on 2275 like.
And it sold for what, 427, a little bit below that,
Correct.
pretty close, but close.
And that is. We took that average. 427 is what it sold for.
427, yeah.
If it went up 22%.
And what's the,
No, I didn't do that right. 427. 22. 520.
and what is it this
We went
year?
to 550. And the other property, we were actually assessing a little lower. Have to find that one.
The 2215, the other sale?
Yeah.
Yeah. Especially in these neighborhoods, little pocket neighborhoods or stuff.
Right, and so many like.
Right, but we do 75.
Well, these were built, looks like they're built around the same time, but they're just,
Yeah.
they go everywhere, there's not.
So on top of it. Yeah, so. The other side. Three. That one. Sold for 446,750. But we were assessing it in 22 or 26. This one
Also
was slightly
over.
low, the other one is we were assessing slightly above.
Okay, so we'll even that out, but then if they. But the increase was more than 22% in that neighborhood, it seems, right? There's 22% of the market, but that neighborhood seems to have gotten increased higher than that.
$518. Yeah, so that a little bit more than, it's about 25, so 24, 25.
Instead of 22.
The average, yeah.
That's, I mean, it doesn't reduce it a ton, but I think there is some. Justification, or this goes more for the building or total value, but we should look at the land as well a little bit. And just, I don't know how much of the reduction there was with that drainage issue. I don't think it's $200,000 kind of thing, but I think you were already adjusting it some, right? 5%. That one, I would be inclined to increase that a little bit, the drainage. I would also be inclined to, and I don't know where we would make this number, but just looking at the 22% increase average, it doesn't seem. Well, we don't know what the increase was in this neighborhood. There's no sale in this neighborhood.
Oh, right,
The market area is so large.
yeah.
But the increase was, for whatever reason, ended up being higher in this neighborhood.
Mhm.
And as you said, like the basement, it's $100,000 value higher on that. It just doesn't, it seems like there should be some deduction on the improvements, but. How we get that, I don't know.
Well, I mean, did you have a base rate on your square footages, and is that what you're doing on your house? What was your
Yes,
base
on
rate?
the style of the house of the 2-story,
Uh-huh,
we have a base rate on that.
okay.
Oh, how about the market area?
The market area has the multiplier.
Yeah, what's the market pull?
So the base rate for the two-story is 104.25, 104.25, which is across the county. The multiplier for the neighborhood is 1.25. So 25%.
That's okay. So I think that's what we may want to work with on this. That the 1.25 might be what's driving it up. Higher than what it should be. I think if we took it to 1, I think it's probably too low, but I don't know how much.
Well, let me just follow through. That's $130 a square foot, right?
Correct.
So,
And then it's adjusted for grade.
Okay.
Which is another 32%.
Yeah, yes.
32%, yes.
and you did that with all of those sales consistently?
Yes, so if it's a B grade, it'll get the 1.32. If it's B minus, I think it's something like 1.28 or 1.25.
And then how do you factor in your basement?
Now the basement is separate and we have a per square foot dollar amount for the basement itself.
Mhm.
And we have a per square foot dollar amount for any finished area.
Right.
Based on the type of basement and the type of finish or the grade of finish.
I just want to make sure that it's all done consistently with all these properties, because they all seem a lot less than the subject, everyone in the neighborhood. Except for one.
You know, the one with the 1,000.
They're all
extra square
assessed
feet.
at like $100,000 less.
Right, so.
I mean, I know it's got that finished, it's got that basement. Maybe that's what it is.
So the basement, I'm not sure.
It's a large.
On Profit Road. I don't know.
So.
Oh, we're negative. That's a negative.
The basement, we are adding 22,600 for the basement itself and another 21,800 for the finish. So that's about 43,000, but that is also getting multiplied by the neighborhood adjustment. So we're adding $56,000 for the basement and finish. The square footage for the above grade finished area, 4.25 times 1.25 times 1.32 is about $172 a square foot. Now, differences in size have a different size adjustment as they change, but it's not huge. Times 500 would be $86,000. So 86 all by itself for something where around 86 for 500 square feet difference in building. And then you add on the difference in if they have a basement or not. So I know it's calculating those things correctly because we're looking at those all the time. It's just a matter of identifying which part of it it's making it go up so much or down.
Well, it sounds like the basement, because of the 1 point with the multiplier was what, we just, it's like 60.
It was
something.
about,
56.
50 something
Yeah,
thousand.
56 with
Yeah,
basement
yeah.
finish.
Yeah, I think that's, and then the difference, the other difference, in the square footage.
Okay.
So we're saying that his property compared to those others, ones very close to him,
Mhm.
has more
Yeah,
to it.
it's got an
That's
extra
why it's-
500 square feet at a 50,000 and it's got an extra basement at 50,000.
Right.
That's the difference.
Exactly. So we were talking about the drainage. They have 95%.
I'll bring it down to 90, but I don't know if anybody else, that's another 5%. I don't know if it was huge, I don't know if it was that much of a. This is, it seemed to affect, I mean, he said after many years, it might affect the basement, but. Based on the pictures and stuff, that seems to be more of a. This house is pretty far from where that would be. I don't know where the septic, he was talking about septic, I don't know where the septic is, but.
The picture was along the road here.
Yeah,
So I'm not sure. Other than the effect of the erosion on that, I wasn't sure what he was saying. The effect of it was.
I think it's the erosion.
So there's no covered sewer,
Yeah, because it,
no
well,
covered ditch.
well, they added it, because they added it for part, it looks like they added a part of his property.
Right.
They did it for half of his property, and then they didn't do the rest, so that's, it's, the flow, the water's flowing into his property. But, yeah, I don't see it as that dramatic, but. Anybody have thoughts on that part of, just that part of it? Should we reduce? That's just gonna be on the land value anyways, it's not gonna be on the
I'm definitely willing to do that.
extra 5.
Yeah,
Yes, 0.9. You're not,
it seemed to be a big issue for him.
yeah, I don't think it's gonna be happy with the 0.9, but I think that's appropriate, I mean, that seems appropriate, yeah. His frustrations seem to be bigger than what we're doing today.
I don't think changing 90% is gonna give him any happiness at all.
But it is more, he had issues directed toward the county and county services, which we have nothing, we can't do anything about that, so. And then, so I also do see the improvement being overvalued, and if it's because of that number in that neighborhood. Not by much, but. Just because of what those sales were, and we add the 22% to it, it came in a little bit below, the number I calculated was 633 versus the 651. That was taking the Lanford Hills sales, the two. Based on their assessment, and then just adding the 22%, like, well, when you compare it to the assessment, it was pretty equalized based on 22, year 21 sales. But in Lanford Hills, looking at if we take the average in the market area, it was less than what ended up, what the increase ended up being in Lanford Hills for whatever reason, maybe because the square footage is whatever it was, there was some slight discrepancy there. So that was. And I don't know how we would do that, because we can't do the overall, because that you have the formula for the overall market. I don't know if we did 5%, if that brings it down to some kind of. I don't know what you would even do.
What kind of 5%?
I don't even know, yeah, is it some kind of maybe economic obsolescence kind of thing, or would you consider it that, or I don't know, like. I don't know, just based on those two sales, there aren't any other sales. Just where my mind is going on this, is just the idea that the increase wasn't as much necessarily in this neighborhood relative to, or it increased more in this area than the market area generally, and that would be appropriate, I guess.
Yeah, and based on the way we're valuing it right now, I'm assuming that land parcels increased less, and that brought the average down. That if we looked at a list of properties and how much they changed, the improved properties would be the most, because it appears that with putting that that factor on the improvements is what caused most of the increase.
Which makes sense, because construction costs went up so much and building costs went, yeah, so the land, because land didn't seem to change so much, and
Typically not.
yeah, versus.
Depending on the situation, but yeah. So my assumption is that these change more than the average, just because the average is brought down by those land.
Okay. Oh, overall, the 22%
Overall.
we're looking at.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
I see.
Overall, improved properties probably went up 25 or more percent.
Okay. That's why the 22 is a little bit less. I don't know, I mean, if we don't have a justification to reduce the improvement. He didn't provide evidence necessarily for the improvement, so he just did it for land, which we did the reduction.
Right.
So it feels to me like, but at 633, we're at 641. We did kind of split the difference between that. I know so the 633 maybe up is kind of that was with the land consideration too, so it's not necessarily a thing.
We were adding $3,500 for his paved driveway, and I took that off. That should
Just
have been
now.
on there, just now. That as part of the change that we're just making.
Okay.
Yeah.
That brought it down to 641.
Yeah.
So the improvement went down a tiny bit. Yeah, okay, that was that. Oh, the extra features. Okay.
Exactly.
If anyone has anything else to add, otherwise I think we could do a motion at this point. All right, so do we have a motion? The numbers are, the new numbers would be 523.2 is the improvement value, 117.9 the land value, and the total value is 640.11. We'll make that motion.
I move we lower the assessment to 641.1.
Thank you, Bob. Any seconds?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
It's 2:37 now. Our next hearing's at 3. Let's just plan on reconvening at 3. Maybe want to get here a couple minutes early. and try to get it out. We're handling the next. If you don't mind, we're just gonna go straight through them, because sometimes we'll handle it and deliberate, so I'm assuming you prefer to get out earlier, so. Okay.
Absolutely.
Sounds good. All right, so let me go through my spiel and then we'll get started. Good afternoon and welcome. We're the Board of Equalization. The board is comprised of 5 citizens of Albemarle County. We're appointed by the Board of Supervisors. We're an independent board. Here's how the hearing will work. I think you already have these, but you'll have 10 minutes to present your case. Assessor will have 7 minutes to present theirs, and you'll have another 3 minutes for rebuttal. During the hearing, we may stop to ask you and assessor questions. Imagine you're aware of the presumption of correctness. And then one thing I note for the applicants that are represented, the level of experience on our board is relatively high, so you don't have to dumb down the stuff for us. Well, I will stop you if we need it, but otherwise, we should get it, hopefully. So, go ahead and we're gonna swear in the witnesses at the time, so please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony, both oral and documentary, which you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you. And do you have any questions before we begin?
Do not.
Please proceed. Oh, well, let me call the case first, sorry. This is application number 12, PID 9328, applicant is Rich Charlottesville Hotel LLC.
And this is for the DoubleTree Hotel. Okay. For this case, the DoubleTree Hotel located on 990 Hilton Heights in Charlottesville. This is a hotel property and it has 235 keys. The property was built in 1984. The value under appeal today is the assessment value of $12,849,100, which comes out to $54,677 per key. Our requested value for this property for tax year 2023 is $12,010,469, which comes out to $51,108 per key. And this value is derived utilizing the assessor's loaded capitalization rate of 8.25% and the actual net operating income reported for 2021. And if we go to the petitioner's packet.
Let me stop you right there. I'm sorry to stop you real quick, but it looks like the assessor has reduced from the 12,849, did reduce on the first review to 12,482, 600.
That was based on actual data that was provided.
Okay, so I just want to make sure he's.
I apologize.
No, I just want to make sure you're aware of the reduction, so that's why.
Okay.
482, 600, so please go ahead and proceed.
And I thank the assessor's office for that offer. And the reason we're appealing this property today is based on the net operating income of the subject property reported for 2021. We have the net operating income as $1,110,678 compared to the assessment office's proposed net operating income of $1,179,868. We are not contesting the capitalization rate of 8.25%. And it's really just a discrepancy in the NOI that we're requesting a small additional reduction based on the NOI. And if we flip to the petitioner's packet, page 4 of 97, this is where the summary income statement is as of December 31st, 2021. And It's there for review. I'm not gonna go over it too much right now. And if we go to petitioners page 2 of the packet, we lay out the income approach to value. The average daily rate has dropped for the subject property in the past 3 years from approximately $119 to $108.37 in 2021. The occupancy has dropped in the last 3 years from 70.99% to 50.76% in 2021. And there is a small discrepancy in the actual expenses reported. The assessor's model uses 78.23% at $4,238,700 for the expenses. The actual expenses were reported to be $4,307,890. Once again, it's just a case based on the actual NOI from the assessor's NOI. And that's how we derived our value of $12,010,469. That's it for this one.
All right, thanks. Any questions for the applicant at this time? All right, the assessor.
Yeah, so, and the initial review, it wasn't requested, but we received actual operating expenses. So we reduced it already from 12,849 to 12,482,600. The property was last transferred quite a while ago, but it was refinanced back in 2017 in the amount of 13,500, which is actually more than what the assessment is currently. We did recognize that the DoubleTree has had issues with occupancy, as have many hotels. They reported declining occupancy and revenue. The June 30th, 2022 occupancy that was reported to us was 66%, 66.35%, with an average daily rate of $115.90. So this is kind of an indication that the property is now recovering. The statement that we received reflected a total revenue of $5,418,568, but the gross receipts that were reported to the county were slightly different. They were $5,459,647, and that included the room revenue, the food and beverage, other services, and the ABC receipts. So we have a revised revenue of $5,459,647 versus what the appellant had presented. Based on the reassessment model, we used a replacement reserve for all of our hotels of 4%. And the operating expense before reserves was 73.7%. After reserves, it was 77.7%. So on this basis, we also looked at the grade of the property because it is older and because it was struggling. And we reduced the grade to a 4, which increased the cap rate to 8.75. I'm not sure that they're aware that we did this. And as a result of that, we felt that there was no additional adjustment needed to the assessment since we had already considered occupancy, had considered ADR, and had considered that this is an older property and had changed the grade to reflect it.
Any questions from the board, the assessor? Turn it back to the applicant. Do you have any rebuttal?
I do have one rebuttal. The 13,500,000 loan value in 2017 would be pre-COVID, and everyone knows that post-COVID hotels have been struggling, so that value is not reflective of the current market. Hotels may be recovering, but it will be a gradual process, and until then, we want the actual net operating income divided by the capitalization rate. However, I understand that it's actually 8.75%. We're not gonna, I'm not gonna request the value to use the 8.75%. We would be content with a 8.25% cap rate as originally stated, but using the actual 2021 net operating for fair income value.
What is the discrepancy? That's, I mean, there's a discrepancy. Yeah, there is a discrepancy there, so I'm trying to, we're.
So the income that was reported to, as far as the gross receipts was different. It was 5,459,647 versus what the statement actually reflected, which was 5,418,568.
So that's 40,000.
Right.
Where it's in the expenses or is it?
We took out the amount of the PPP loan forgiveness as non-operating expense. It's not recurring.
Oh, okay, so that's, and how much was that?
After adjustment, the revised expenses were 4,021,957. I don't know if I have the actual.
That was about 100,000.
Yeah.
200, I have 4.3 here.
4.3 versus 4.0.
Oh, but she just said 4 points. No, because I think they changed some of these numbers. I think they increased
okay.
it.
Yeah, the gross receipts were different than what was reported on the income statement to us.
So what's it? No, it's 4 points.
What were your expenses?
Oh, what's 4.02? Okay.
The expenses.
What were your expenses used?
We used 4,021,957.
Oh, yeah, okay. No, you're- sorry. So that's 300.
But their replacement
But then
reserves.
that was the replacement reserve was then deducted as well.
Okay, so replacement reserves and the PPP loan were both. deducted. So that's the discrepancy.
Yeah, so you're right.
So what net operating income did you have?
We have a net operating income of $1,110,678. And we use the same FF&E reduction as the assessment worksheet. And it's a discrepancy of about $400,000 in assessment value.
Well, the other thing about the FF&E is I don't believe that the owner reported the FF&E, so we had to use the statutory amount.
What's that? Sorry.
And sorry, it was the depreciated value of the property's FF&E was not filed by the owner, so.
What's that?
Furniture.
Furniture, fixed it.
Okay.
So we used the statutory assessment because we don't know what the value actually is.
It's the non-realty part of the value of the property.
So it's subtracted to get to the real estate.
He's fine with that. He's fine with the FF&E. It looks like you've got about a $70,000 discrepancy in income.
It's
What
really
is
just
that?
income, yeah.
Yeah, so what is that attributable to?
It's looking at the effective gross and the potential gross income on page 3 of the petitioner's packet. We are using the $5,418,568 effective gross income. And we divided up the expenses, as you can see, for 2021 actual income, departmental expenses, undistributed expenses, and personal other tax, management, insurance, lease, and replacement allowance. It's all broken down. And we do see the total expenses is a little bit higher than the assessor's model. And it's, once again, we're really just contesting the NOI, the property.
Well, we also raised the cap rate 50 basis points.
Yes. I haven't done the math, but it's obviously if I use the higher cap rate on the net operating income, the actual net operating income, the value would be lower, but to ask for that now would be, wouldn't be straightforward. So we're requesting our initial value of $12,010,469. And that would be based on the actual income reported for 2020.
Let me see if I can ask it a different way. You were using the actual expense, the discrepancy is in the expenses, not the income.
It's like.
It's in the income as well.
No, but you use the 5418. You used.
No, we use what was reported as gross receipts to Albemarle County.
Oh, yes.
5459.
Which it is for on page 3.
Okay. All right. I'm looking at page 97. Okay.
5459,647, which
All right.
was reported to the county.
Okay.
Yeah, so they do reporting to normally the Commissioner of Revenue, but our equivalent for all of these things, and what they reported to them wasn't the same as the statement we got.
And any questions about that? Do you know why? Any idea?
I do not. It's the form that we received directly from our client. That's a form that was submitted. I'm not aware of that form. It's just we request the financial report every year when we do our property reviews. This is the form that we receive. And upon review, we saw that there was a case based on the net operating income. And
Then there's the two other pieces. What's your position on that? The PPP loan, that was 100,000 that they removed, that assessor removed. PPP loan forgive.
If that makes the difference between the 70,000 or so and the difference of the NOI, I could accept it, but you said it's only 10,000.
It was 100,000.
It's 100,000.
100,000 there, and then also the replacement allowance of 216,000, the assessor removed. So those are the two other things. Just want to get your.
Replacement allowance, we did not remove the replacement allowance. We have the replacement allowance at 216.
Right, but the assessor removed that. So these are all the different, the
Oh.
differences that we're having. So I was just trying to.
Why would the assessor remove that? It's-
We removed it from the expenses. We added ourselves.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
okay.
a separate deduction from that,
Okay.
because it's a
Okay,
reserve.
okay.
Okay.
So it's still there. then.
So it's
Yeah.
below the line?
No, it's above NOI.
Okay.
It's above NOI, but it's just we.
It's separate.
Oh, okay, I see.
Because we use a model, and so
Okay.
therefore we apply that last.
So that whatever properties are using for their replacement reserve, we strip whatever that number is out and use.
And your number actually ended up being, it's a little bit bigger too. It's 218 versus theirs is 216, 743, so it's a tiny bit bigger. So that helps you. So the only thing was the PPP loan and that 50,000 on the side. Those are the two seems to be the. So.
As for that, I do not have a rebuttal for that, and so that would conclude my appeal for this property.
All right. Well, thank you so much. So let's move on to the next one. Next one is application number 48, PID 10097. Applicant Empire Hollymead LLC. Please feel free to proceed.
The subject property is the Greens at Hollymead. The property address is 1950 Powell Creek Court. This is a multifamily property with 144 total multifamily units. The value under deal is 34,060,000. And our estimated value for this property is $32,500,000. The subject property was built in 1991. And it sold in October 2021 for $32,500,000. So we're just requesting the most recent sale on the subject property. It's a arm's length sale, and the assessment is quite a bit over the most recent sale price of the subject property. And let's see, we have the settlement statement here, beginning on page 21. We have the total consideration there on the part of the buyer's charge. And we also have we have a property report beginning on page 821 for the subject property. And it just has the average effective rents, asking rents, unit mix, etc. Really, we just want the sale price for this property. And that's our appeal for this one.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Go back to the assessor now.
So this income approach was done based on estimated income and expenses because we requested that the owner provide income statements and rent rolls for the last 2 years, but they declined to do so. So on that basis, then we have to go forward with estimated operating income. The property sold in 2021 for 32.5. It's 225,694 per unit. CoStart reported a cap rate of 4.3 on the sale. The property had apparently been upgraded about 60% of it at that time. The new owner was a value add owner who wanted to increase value by updating the remaining 40% of the units. It had previously sold in 2017 for 19,750,000, which is 137,000 a unit. So you can see the increase just on the basis of renovation.
Just to clarify something, it's not unusual, since the property was purchased in 21, for there not to be, for the new owner not to have the 21 statement.
Yeah.
So,
Right.
so it's not necessarily willful conduct, not necessarily available. I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. We grade this property grade 1A based on our property model. We had handed those sheets out yesterday. If you need them, I have them again. So based on the estimated net operating income divided by an overall rate of 4.5%, we have a total value of 34,060,000. From that, we need to deduct out the FF&E. I don't know if it got on this page or not. Did it? Oh, no, you didn't need to do that. Sorry, I'm still thinking hotels. The reserves were 450 a unit based on our reserve schedule. The 38% expense ratio, we believe is representative of the market, and we believe that we have good support for the cap rates based on the sales.
All right, thank you.
No, you go
And
ahead.
just want to add one thing. We are 4.8% above the sale price, but we're over a year. We're another year past the date of the sale in 21. There was a lot of activity in 22 that showed a large increase for apartments over the 21 values. So the fact that we're only 4.8% is, definitely within the realm of appropriateness. So even though we're above the 21 sale, I think it's indicated by the sales.
Any questions from the board? Any rebuttal?
Yes. Regarding the sale price, it did occur near the end of 21. So from the date of finality of 1/1/23, it's actually almost a little bit over 1 year old. So it's a very fresh and recent sale. It's an arm's length sale. And considering the date of the sale is almost within a year, it should be the strongest indicator of market value for the subject property.
Anything else? Thank you very much. Let's move on to the next one. This is application number 49, PID 22112. Applicant SSC Acquisitions, Inc. Department PTVA 08142. Please proceed.
This property is a public storage located on 1616 Seminole Trail. It's a self-storage facility. And the total square footage of the subject is 32,600 square feet with a total of 295 units. The value under appeal is $5,225,300 or a per square foot value of $160. Our requested value for this property is $5,050,290 or a per square foot value of $155. And it's another difference in the net operating income. We use the actual 2022 income and expense information, and the model that we present use reserves of 10 cents a square foot. So if we go to page 3 of 5, that is the assessments assessor's office worksheet, and then one page. Okay, it's yeah, so on page 3 out of 5, we can see the 22 rental income and the additional revenue. It looks like the total revenue is 584,876,000. We have the operating expenses at 27% and the reserve allocation at 10 cents a square foot. And that gave us a net operating income of $649. The cap rate is unchanged. Really, this looks like a battle of inches, really. We can see on page 4 out of 5, this is the profit and loss statement for the subject property as of December of 2022. Here, we can see that the total rental income is $516. And here, on the same page, we can see the net income is $337,950. But that includes property tax expense. So that was the property tax expense was added back on to that NOI. And that's how we got the 416,649 operating income for 2022, and divided by the assessor's capitalization rate of 8.25%. We have an income value of $5,050,291. And that is a difference of $5 per square foot from the current assessment. And we're just requesting a small reduction based on the actuals. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Turn it over to, or any questions from the board? I'll turn over to the assessor, but this one, there's a lot, seem to be a lot of discrepancies in the numbers, so.
Well,
It's the
there's
wrong
definitely
income
differences. Yeah,
expenses.
it has to do with the year. So we haven't received the 2021 income and expense statement. The one he's showing
It's
is the
2022.
22.
We can't use that for this year's
So
assessment.
21 is estimated, you have.
We estimated because we didn't
We
receive the
didn't
actual
receive it.
21. We also haven't received the 20s. It looks like we got some in previous years. Before that. But
Okay,
so our estimate or our value is based on an estimate of revenue and expenses, which isn't too far off from the
Yeah.
actuals from 2022. But they are an estimate and the appropriate year, and the year that we've used for all other income properties is 2020. So really, that's the difference here. And the difference in value is about $175,000. I think it's pretty small difference. But, you know, we don't see anything wrong with our analysis based on the information that we have from the appropriate.
any questions for the assessor? Seeing none, rebuttal?
A very short rebuttal. In the packet, it's true that there's only the 22 income statement, the full statement. The 21 statement is missing, but on page 3 of the commissioner's packet, it looks like there's like a small little workup for 21 and 2020. If we look at the NOI for 21, it's a little bit lower, and for 22, it's a little bit higher than 21. But again, we did not submit the 2021 full statement.
Any questions from the board? Seeing none, we'll move on to the last one. This is application number 13, PID 22117. Albemarle Properties LLC. Please feel free to speak when you're ready.
This property is a retail unit. It's a discount tire property located on 1636 Seminole Trail in Charlottesville, Virginia. It was built in 1979, remodeled in 2008. The value under review is $2,161,158 at $789 per square foot. We are requesting a new assessment value of $1,875,000, and that is $684 a square foot. And this is an appeal based on the most recent sale of the subject property. This property sold on December 15th, 2021. for $1,875,000. That is just over 1 year from the date of finality. And we think this sale of the subject is the best indicator of its market value. That's really it for this one. It's an appeal based on the sale price, and the sale price, you can see on page 6 of the appellant's packet, 6 out of 11 books. All right, it's page 3 of the appellant's packet. This is a printout from the website, from the county website, and the sale price is highlighted under most recent sales history. That will wrap up this appeal. And then after that is the assessor's worksheet. And after that is the CoStar report. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board? Not to the assessor?
Well, we knew that this property was purchased primarily for redevelopment because it was vacant at the time of sale and quite old. So we changed the actual age of the effective age to the actual age of the property previously, and that reduced the assessment from $2,163,200 to $2,158,800. So about 94% of that is the land value. The consideration in December of 2021 was above the actual original asking price for the property of $1,650,000. And the assessment has not exceeded the purchase price until this year. It was a Wendy's and it was vacant at the time of sale. We had also prior to this made a land adjustment for the impact of the railroad interchange on the land.
Any questions for the assessor? Rebuttal?
Yeah, very short rebuttal. Regarding the 2022 assessment value, considering that the sale took place right at the end of 2021, was the sale price considered in the 2022 reassessment? I guess that would be a question.
The
I would
assessor.
say probably not directly. As part of the.
It's very
22.
late.
Okay, so it's a coincidence that the 2022 assessment was lower than the sale price, but the actual sale price, because the sale took it took place so close to the date of finality, it wasn't considered. It's still almost a year from the date of finality and the sale. It's a year and a month, just based on the time that has passed. The sale price is still the best indicator of market value on the subject property. As for redevelopment, I don't believe it has been finished, but I'm not sure.
The discount tire store coming there.
Okay, yeah,
But it's not.
Not done yet.
Not done.
No.
so for next year's reassessment, it would be just over 2 years from the sale price. So it's still, the sale price is still very relevant to the market value of the subject property. So that's it.
I'm sorry. I'm not sure if you were asking if the sale in 21 was had been considered for the 22 value or for the 23 value?
For the 22 value.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's not what I was answering. Most likely, we had already developed the values by the time this sale was recorded. So it would have been too late really to include it in that analysis. And we spoke earlier about Route 29, readjusting the land values in that artery, including the base rate and the location adjustments as you move up the artery. And that work happened this year, not for the 22 reassessment. So this sale would have been considered in light of it being in 21 for the 23 assessment, but not, I would doubt that we had any time to consider it for the 22 assessment. So I wanted to correct that answer.
I understand. So it would be quite a jump from the 22 assessment value of just under $1,700,000 to the current assessment value of 2,161,158. It's just the date of finality and the sale price is about, 1 year and less than a month apart. Just based on that, we're requesting the sale price for at least 1 more year.
Well, thank you. Any questions? Anybody else? I think we're good. Thank you so much. We will be mailing out our decisions within 2 weeks.
Short and sweet. Right?
Exactly. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Nice driving. Oh, thank you. It's wonderful driving down here. I'm actually from Fairfax.
Lucky you, you're just going in the right direction.
Is it the opposite direction of traffic? I
It
hope
doesn't
so.
matter when, it's always bad.
Stay here overnight.
Yes, overnight.
We have a downtown mall. It's really beautiful.
It's so beautiful down here, just like all the green, like the greenery, it's just like miles and miles of it. I'm just like, wow. It's very quiet. Yeah, yeah. It's a nice town over here. I must hit the old dusty road. Back near PC. Back to Fairfax. Thank you, thank you. It's my pleasure. Bert Choi with Ryan LLC. CHOI. Good trip back. Thank you so much, everybody.
Good weekend.
Do you miss it? You probably don't miss it. Peace and quiet. Yes. I'll keep it in mind. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful weekend.
It's gonna be.
Live in Fairfax too.
I grew up in McLean. I lived all over Northern Virginia.
I lived in McLean, yeah, 20 years ago.
It was a nice place to grow up.
Down here.
And now I go back when I have to.
All right, so let's go back to the DoubleTree first, I guess. Or you want to? Let's go back to that. It's number, what was that?
12.
12. Let's go in order. When you did 22 and 21, you didn't have the actuals, huh? Because that why that's why it was so low
Yeah, no, wait, I'm sorry. I don't.
on
wanna get mixed
DoubleTree.
up.
Sorry, no, just
20.
when you do the 22 and
Oh.
21 assessments.
Originally, we had estimated for 20, for the 23 based on estimates for 2021.
Mhm.
Because we didn't have any data.
Right, no, I was just wondering why the assessed value was just so low
Oh,
last year and the year before, 22 and 21.
Is this the one that
Oh,
said-
because of the pandemic.
COVID.
Yeah,
So occupancy was.
yeah, hotels we went down quite a bit on. We went up.
There's the
on
income
cap
was
rates.
just not, because I thought the income he has in his things were much higher, but maybe I was looking at it wrong. I was looking at, I don't know what else.
Yeah, so
2020 was a bad year for all the hotels here.
Yeah, I know, but I'm looking at the numbers that
It
he,
dropped from,
that's the income of his page 3. He has net operating income in 2020 is 1.5 million. And 2019 was low. 2019 was only 819,000. But 2020 I have as 1.5 million. I mean, I don't know if these sort of numbers were.
Was no pandemic in 19.
I know, right?
Yeah.
But it was lower actually, and it was quite a bit lower than. There's their expenses. were high.
they've lost a lot in the restaurant sales.
But I'm just,
yeah,
but it's just like. You all assessed it at 6.8 million. He has it based on his income as 13.4 million last year. I mean, it's not neither here nor there. I mean, it's past that time, but it's that's a huge
yeah, I don't know.
difference. All right, looking at this one, there was that, oh, cap rate went up.
Cap rate
We
was-
increased the cap rates for hotels during the pandemic.
Okay. Okay, so maybe that's where the,
Yeah.
well, but even then, I'm assuming you used an estimate though with the 6.87, because even if you brought it up to 10. He's using what used. At one, because the income would have been 1 he's showing net operating income 1.5 million, if you did, even if you did 10%. It would come in a lot higher than 6.87. It's closer to 15, like. But, all right, for this, so looking at 2023, any. The discrepancies were the $40,000 on the gross receipts that were, I'm assuming we're gonna go with gross receipts over. There's something, so we're going that, then the PPP, the other thing was a PPP loan, which. It's a. You all say it is what it was, you didn't have much information to add to that, so. It seems appropriate to take that out, if that was so they're showing it as an expense, as the PPP, like reimbursed as an expense. So,
Yeah, yeah, there was a loan forgiveness. Under operating. Income. -1 forgiveness number.
Under income.
Under non-operating income and expenses.
Right.
Hate to get the back of it.
It was very confusing. Revenue. Expenses. Right. Yes, I'm sorry. Okay, so. It was a negative expense. It showed up as a negative expense of $642,000. And we took that out. So it was a large difference.
Yeah.
Yeah, so. When you reverse that out, you came up with the $4,021,957.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, I do not like hotel statements. They're very backwards to me. But they show revenue and then profit. They keep.
And then they do a gross profit and then they start, yeah.
So you have to.
But even at 400 something, even with using their number, it just doesn't.
Different job, because they've got their total expenses at 4,300, 4.3, and you're at 4.
We use 4,021,957 after making that.
And then, but then you have the replacement allowance.
Right.
So the only difference was, the difference between, it was only 100,000.
Yeah, it's not significant.
I think they had the operating expense ratio they used of 80, wasn't it, instead of 77? We were at 77.7.
Yeah, so
So
was it
that's
based on actual line items or was it based on?
the revenue we used
Their
was based
number.
on what,
No, I'm talking about the expenses they use.
of the expenses.
So we're
they
talking about
used.
the expenses and the fact that they don't match.
Right. Well, that seems to be a theme this year.
So. Expenses.
It just could be this chart is just completely so wrong, like everything just seems so off on the spreadsheet that he provided as page 3.
Okay, so there are definitely differences in this statement.
Yeah.
And what he's got. So departmental expenses. Is reported on the statement of 1,489,744. And it's 1,483,735 on what he's got. The undistributed operating expenses 2297011. He's got 2267612.
So that might be your 100,000 might be from those discrepancies. The PPP is not.
Because it was reversed, so.
I don't. But
yeah.
the reversal should have increased this by a lot more than that.
Unless he wasn't including that. I thought he had said he.
Oh, maybe he wasn't including it.
Yeah, that's probably it.
So it's these other items that are causing the $100,000 difference.
Okay.
That you're seeing.
So just what he's providing that today was different from what they provided you before, or
That,
what?
that's what it looks like. Yeah, I mean, this is the statement right here.
Okay.
And these numbers do not, I mean, that
They're not
hugely off,
hard,
but
yeah,
they're.
they're not hugely.
But that's the 100, I think that's where
But
that's where we're,
but that's where it's
Okay.
sitting.
Right, because it's got a management fee of 162,644, and that's a few dollars off. The insurance lease.
I mean, I don't,
So
based on that, I don't see. There's nothing there for us to kind of hang our hat on to say that it should be reduced, and based on their numbers. So again, I mean, again, we're not supposed to look at it for this year, but I'm still, that's just, it's so crazy, yeah, with the differences there. But based on their net income for last year, and assuming they didn't give it to you all, this should be $15 million, the value of, based on the 10, or. Yeah, it's just, I don't know, that's. We're doing 10% capitalization, I mean, maybe I'm dividing it wrong in my head, but still, it should be a lot more than 6.8, it should be more than 6.
yeah,
90.8 expenses. Overall expense ratio.
yeah, they're very high expenses.
Yeah,
Or
I don't think the property is being managed very well, but. They
Well,
have, but if
we
you
were
look at,
talking about the pandemic, so.
yeah, it was.
But no, but it went up, like, so 2020, the gross, according to this, the 2020 actual income, the gross income was 9.2 million, but in 21, it was 5.4 million. So 2020 is the one that got hit hard.
Yeah, but
If you
that's-
remember.
that's
when
what restaurant-
2020 happened, like UVA was putting a lot of students out there for quarantine
True,
purposes, and they
yeah.
were really
A
using.
DoubleTree,
Yeah, yeah.
See, on the food service drives the rooms
yeah,
for a lot of that because they had the banquet space. I don't think they even do a lot of that anymore. And it looks like based on their restaurant sales that they're not really doing
In fact,
anything.
they're not, because my aunt worked at banquets.
Oh, she did?
They fired everybody.
Yeah.
yeah, because
Yeah,
that went
I
from.
just happen to know that.
Yeah. I mean, because that's an expense that doesn't bring a lot to the bottom line for a hotel, but for a full service hotel.
Yeah.
People want food when
Yeah,
they
it's
come in. the
it went from
door.
2.5 to 623.
Yeah.
I just, this is kind of great, but that, maybe that was the UVA thing, and then
Yeah,
Yeah.
they
make
put
that,
a lot of
they
students
didn't
out
send,
there.
I'm assuming they just did not send you that information, so that's why.
They
They made a
Yeah.
lot of money that
Oh,
they get taxed on
yeah.
it,
It was like the hotel was packed
yeah,
and like no cars went a lot, but every room was full.
yeah, there, that's what happened, but.
Interesting
Paid
times.
for by the state.
Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't pay property tax for that. Oh, well, I gotta think of that. All right, so on this one, to kind of move along, anybody have, I mean, I don't see much to, like I said, I would move to affirm it. Unless you want.
I was like,
All in favor? Aye. Karen? I know you're still working on numbers.
Yeah, well, I'm still just thinking through, I'm just trying to understand where he came up with his numbers, just trying to understand.
You don't know. I don't know where these numbers are.
Yeah, I mean.
They should have gone with a 5
Hold
cap
on a
rate because they
second.
didn't pay anything last year.
I mean. I guess since I can't really parse it out.
Yeah, I think that was their burden to show.
I'm
that
sorry?
that's- I says their burden to show that there's anything else, but I mean, if they've had the certified. so.
Yeah, the numbers that I've been adding up don't really seem to jive. I can't get to the
Yeah.
4.3 million. I don't know why, but.
Why we keep seeing different numbers from.
Yeah.
Whatever it's on
property
that.
owner at different times.
Yeah, if
That's,
it's
that
gonna matter.
is worrisome.
It's gonna matter.
It's very worrisome.
Flammable. I don't know.
You get to move on.
Sure. Okay.
Oh, am I the only holdout?
Yeah, you can vote, we need your votes, so you don't have to vote yes, so,
Vote aye.
okay.
Alright.
All right. The next one is application number 48. PID 10097, because this is the Hollymead Apartments. Pretty much this is all the sale price was 32.5. You used an estimate this year, 34,060. Was the assessment. I think just the only evidence being the sale, that was a little bit over a year ago. The increase is not, what's that percentage?
4.8.
Yeah, I don't think there's. I don't really see much that we could.
The reported cap was 4.3 at the time of sale.
Right, this is the one you have 4.5 as your cap.
Can you explain to me on the bottom of page 21, 21, where it's well, you've got it on your page 4 as well. Your indicated OAR to 4.58. Can you just explain to me, Sarah, you can? See on the very bottom, if you look under column 2022 on your page 4. You know, you've got an indicated overall rate of 4.58. See in your second column, 2022.
Are we in greens at Hollymead?
Yes.
Mm.
I'm looking at the one property, all right.
See, it's been a long day.
All right, so I'm sorry, so you, indicated overall rates.
Oh, there, yeah, you're.
That is based on that estimate
For that year.
for that year.
For that year.
It's not based on their actual numbers that they reported. It's
Okay.
based on that estimate, yes.
Okay.
Do we have?
Oh, relative to the sales price.
Correct.
Okay.
Exactly.
So it was a 4.6 overall rate on sales price.
Based on the estimate.
Yeah, based on the estimate.
But the cap rate reported on the CoStar for the trailing 12 is 4.3. Yeah.
Do we, any further discussion on this one? Do we have a motion?
Well, I do have a question about that, because if this is, didn't you say this is a property that still is gonna require?
They're gonna have some updates to the interior because the prior owner did about 60% of the work. It's reported in the market that about 40% is left to do. I don't know if it's been completed yet or not. We haven't seen that, but
That would have been the buyer knowing going in they needed to do.
Right.
that.
But knowing that, wouldn't the 4.6 cap rate be appropriate? Supported by that sale? In your 2022, in your 2023 assessment? I mean, use 4.5.
We use 4.5.
Right.
I don't think I'm that good.
The actual trailing was 4.3
Right.
that was reported. This is, like we said, this is just based on an estimate that was
Estimate.
used in our 22 assessment. So this is just kind of a general guide, but not really an indication of where that cap rate should be. It's a better
Right.
indication to have that reported cap rate than this number.
Well, CoStar reported at 4.3, but the woman who came in here with the data from CB Richard Ellis used 5% on this.
Right.
We could argue all day long,
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
you know.
Again, it was probably pro forma, and I think it was pro forma.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right, it was, okay.
Do we have a motion?
Move we affirm the assessment.
Do we have a second? I'll have a second. All in favor? Aye. All right, number 48. Oh, no, this is, sorry, that was 48. Number 49, actually. SSC acquisitions, 1616. This is the self-storage. Correct.
So just as a reminder, this is the one where we did not receive the 2021 or actually the 2020 income and expenses, and they included the 22 statement in the package.
They do use the 21 numbers, but you don't have it, so we can't actually use it as actual, so you don't have a full statement.
Yeah, we find real difficulty with getting a summary of those numbers instead of the statement.
Your cap, the only thing I did notice, their cap rate is 8.25, yours is 7. You did reduce your cap.
Maybe storage properties have also been a hot commodity. They are very sought after.
Yeah.
And you've been doing well.
This is cap rates that we use
Oh,
for
great.
properties, and I realized after the fact, I apologize.
Okay, thank you.
This is the lowest class. Right? Yeah, that's the lowest class.
Yeah, so we're class 3
Mhm.
by, and then the expense class is the lowest because there's no amenities there. So there's very few expenses. And we use that for the group.
So you use 40% expenses for you use 40% expense.
We used 30.
30 on this.
Yeah, 30
Oh, the
because,
expense is the least.
yeah, because,
one. Okay, got it.
yeah, because they don't have like, all the,
AC or-
they don't have on-site management and all those extra things, RV spaces and people moving in and out.
And then, of course,
And it's
page-
older.
Page 6, we have the sales, and the cap rates that are indicated based on the sales.
Are there any
The
sales
region.
low? There is nothing low.
No. I mean, there's no inventory to sell really, so people look all the time, but there's just nothing
Yeah, the
available.
one on some market.
Is it?
The market. So you might have some.
Did a REIT buy that? Did a REIT buy
I don't
that
know if
last
they did
time?
it.
I remember the brand new one.
Brand new one, another brand new.
Oh, the brand new one, okay.
The one next to Wawa. Yeah.
I'll have a new one for sale, or use maybe opposite. Any comments on this one? I don't think the difference between what he was asking for and what Chat was very big. And this.
It's 175,010.
So, but for relative to, because they increased, this one had a big increase on it from last year. They're still. I think the only thing we have is cap rate, if anybody wants to argue, I mean, if there's any argument, he didn't make the argument. But he also had it in his thing as 8.25, so. We don't have anything, we hear a motion.
Move to fund the assessment.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Alright, last one. It's the weekend.
You have a whole hour to talk about this one.
We want to take that whole time. Application number 13, PID 22117, Alley Properties. This is the former Wendy's. Is this, so the building was still there as of January 1st?
Building's still there.
Okay.
Building is still there.
Yeah,
now.
they're in site plan approval now for a 7,680 square foot discount tire store.
And you're,
So
Is there really any value to it?
that's what I was about to say.
That's
I
why the
would
value's in the
propose
land.
that we make the value of the building 1,000. I don't ever take it as 0 if it's
Yeah.
still there. That we take the building down to 1,000. You can talk about land, but I don't think the building really has any life left.
What's the outbuilding?
Yeah,
Storage.
there's a storage shed in the back.
Oh, is there a shed in the back?
Yeah.
Oh, there's a shed in the back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
I mean, have you been by it recently? It's really.
You know, the
not
redevelopment of
helping
this
the
property
neighborhood.
is gonna destroy all the pavement and everything. They're gonna
It's
redo
really
everything,
plain.
which would be typical. I propose taking the total improvement value down to $1,000.
And then what's the percentage there from 1.875 to 2,028,600?
94.
But-
Oh, just the land. Oh, sorry, I don't know that.
Oh,
I'm sorry, what was?
When
the-
it-
I was just, what was the increase from the time they bought it at 1.875 to what you have that plan?
Okay, so we're at 100 and what is that?
Yeah.
$70,000.
About 8%, so it's like.
Oh, what's the percentage? I'm
Percentage.
sorry, okay.
Yeah, 8%, right?
And 9.7% between.
So-
The land value plus 1,000. 1,850,000.
Okay. 9.7, so that's
Improvements to 1,000.
2,000. You just drop that, there's no improvement, so it's just a matter of land. They bought it in late 21 for 1.875. It's now being assessed at 2,028,600. Should. Was the was a 9.7% increase appropriate?
We had quite a few sales in
A big
the
restaurant.
Route 29 BC of properties to establish that land value.
Yeah.
So obviously not a
Yeah.
big restaurants until the real lobby
Right.
sells.
Right, yeah, or they tear it down.
I don't think it's gonna sell with that ground lease, but. Yeah,
That's the problem on it.
I still can't believe Home Depot paid $29 for ground lease.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe 2 years.
Yeah, I still can't believe they paid that much for it, but.
Well, nearly $35 a square foot on the range right now, so I mean. We've got a bunch of sales going here, so.
And you had 40 as your base.
40
and you
as
have
a
a little
base,
bit
yeah.
for that
We
rent.
gave them an adjustment for the
But it's still that's a
interchange.
pretty prime location. I mean, it's still.
I think so. I mean, I don't think Discount Tire would look at going there if they didn't think it was the prime location.
Okay, so do we have a motion to reduce the value to what would be 2,029,600? I'll go ahead and make that motion. Do you have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Alright.
And do we have a motion to adjourn?
I'll make the motion to adjourn.
And a second?
We all want a second that.
Aye.
So Wednesday, we start